welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm here, your host, Stephanie L. Willis, here on this beautiful day here in New York City. We have a great day and a great week planned for you. We're actually still on verdict watch for the North Carolina versus Eric Campbell matter. We're on verdict watch, but it's a bit testy here because we may even, there's some possibility that we may even have a mistrial declared here in this case, but we're going to get to that real soon. We're also covering the Ohio versus Joshua Gaspar matter. This case is really interesting in the fact that we have a defendant here who unfortunately killed an officer while he was operating his vehicle. However, the interesting part is that the defense here is trying to claim a theory based that this incident was actually an accident and that he did not actually operate recklessly. Mr. Gaspar has been indicted. Actually, this is actually very unique. There will be two separate indictments coming in tried under the same case. He's being charged with aggravated vehicular homicide in addition to driving while under the influence, and that we're going to get into as well. In addition to driving with a suspended license, there's a lot going on here in this trial. And if you were with us last week, you'll see, and you heard opening statements from both the prosecution and the defense, you'll see that this case is actually very interesting. The fact that we have two separate indictments being charged at the same time is actually something that's very unique. We don't really see that quite often. However, I'm thinking that the reason why this is happening is due to the fact that there are some elevated charges here because the individual who was killed in this case is a police officer, is a peace officer by the name of Kenneth Williams, I believe. And he was actually conducting a traffic stop at the time that this unfortunate incident occurred. So we're going to get to that really soon, but I actually want to talk a little bit about the Eric Campbell matter. So we had closing arguments last week, and actually jury deliberations began. However, on Friday, there was an actual juror, I believe it was juror member number 3, who informed the judge that he or she was not able to move forward with the case due to some sort of exhaustion, and they believed that they could not properly evaluate the evidence. Now, when we're hearing this coming from a member of the jury, that's not really good. And this is part of the reason why voir dire is so heavily important, and that's why it's really emphasized upon, because when we have voir dire, attorneys will question the juror members. The judge will inform the members of the jury how long this trial generally is. Now, sometimes the trial will be shorter, not really the case, but a lot of the times the trial will last a little bit longer. I believe that we were in this case, in the Eric Campbell matter, for approximately, I think it was 4 weeks. And the juror member here is saying that he or she is not able to properly evaluate the evidence. So we're going to throw to that clip so that you can see the response from the judge once receiving that note from the jury. Take a look.
To excuse all of you for our weekend recess period, with the desire that this will allow each of you to become refreshed so that you can return and allow for full deliberation, if that's possible, when we return Monday morning. So we're going to need someone to go back there and collect all of those things that we had yesterday. We also, believe it or not, today is a big day for the tax man. Jury service for you, we've got to require you to fill out some forms for tax purposes, because the large money we give you for jury service. The clerk has those. How long does it take to fill those out, or it's just something they sign? Okay, what we'll do, is there any objection with having the sheriff place this in the middle of the table in the jury room? These are the forms. It's the state AOC form FS9. And what we'll do is have these placed in the table in the jury room, and Mr. Sheriff, you can place this in the middle of the table in the jury room. If y'all fill those out in the jury room, and then once you fill those out, you can come in and give them to the clerk and leave. During our weekend recess period, it's the duty of all of you not to talk among yourselves about this case. It's your duty not to talk to the parties, the witnesses, or the lawyers about anything at all. It's your further duty not to talk to anyone else, to allow anyone else to talk with you, to say anything in your presence about this case. If anyone communicates with you in any way, you need to let the sheriff know about it when you come in. Don't do any individual research or investigation on your own about any issue touching on this trial. Avoid reading, watching, listening to accounts of this trial if there are any. And just be mindful of that. So what we're going to do is, Mr. Young, if you would collect all of those things in that bag, together with the verdict sheet, you can deliver that to the clerk when you give her that statement. Yes, sir. Actually, we probably ought to be out here so that there won't be any problem. We're not going to look into what you're doing at all. Okay, and then it may be that we're asking you to do a lot of stuff this morning. When you come in, if you would put your notes in your seat, and that way that'll help the sheriff. And we'll sit right here while y'all do that and take whatever time you need. That's not a problem. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll excuse you to the jury room. Once you've done those things, you're free to leave until Monday morning at 9:30. Thank you. I'm going to bring them in after these people have left. Anything direct for the defendant? Yes, sir. Mr. Sheriff, if y'all want to invite those alternate jurors to come back in.
And welcome back to the LawNewz Network. If you were able to catch that clip, you see that the judge informed us, pretty much was informing everyone exactly what happened when he received the information from the juror members that that they were, or that particular individual was unable to proceed forward because they were unable to properly evaluate the evidence. So what he did essentially on Friday was he let the juror members go home a little bit early in the hopes that when they come back on Monday that they would be fully rested with a fresh mind. Now, it was important for them to for him to inform them when they do go home that they're still under the same set of rules as when they are in court. And we're lucky to have LaDawn Jones with us here today. LaDawn is a former prosecutor, actually a criminal defense attorney, and actually a former Georgia state representative. So we have an individual here with us today that is just outstanding, and she's going to give us the brains today. LaDawn, how are you?
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm great.
Oh, I'm so glad to have you here. So, if you were able to listen to that clip a little bit, we heard from the judge that he let the juror members go home so they could have a fresh mind when they return here, when they return to court on Monday for jury deliberations in this Eric Campbell matter. Now, as a prosecutor, have you ever, or as a former prosecutor, excuse me, did you ever have the instances in which you physically saw for yourself that these juror members are not here with me right now because they are just exhausted from what they have seen during this trial? Take us through that.
Absolutely. So it's very common, particularly in a long trial. We have to remember that jurors, many times, it's their first time ever participating in any kind of court proceeding, much less being on a jury. The jury process starts just from the very beginning when they walk into the courthouse as a somewhat exhausting process. It's also a very a process where you get a lot of personal questions asked about yourself during voir dire. And so after you've gone through that extensive process, now the jurors understand the importance of giving their full attention. And some of them may be in professions or have experiences where listening to testimony and witnesses for several hours at a time, many times only broken up by very short breaks or objections where the attorneys are discussing something with the judge, but most of the time they're giving their heart attention. Just imagine if you haven't been in college or in school or in high school for years and have not had to take extensive notes on factual matters, that takes a lot of energy. And so it is not uncommon. And I've had several experiences where I could tell the jurors need a break, and I've asked the court to give us some time or earlier lunch break or in the day earlier. But then also just to be able to tell the jurors are tired. They're falling asleep, right? Even if it's very important evidence. So it's important for the attorneys to pay attention to each and every juror in the box while they are simultaneously presenting their case.
That's great, and I love the analogy that you made between you know, taking notes in school. That's absolutely correct. If you had been away from school for a while and you're sitting in a lecture hall the whole day, it's no wonder that you would be exhausted just from sitting in a chair and listening to a professor speak to you. So imagine listening to experts testifying in regards to things that juror members have never even heard before, or some of them. Some individuals may have seen certain things on television, or maybe they even served on a jury before, but the majority of juror members are not used to receiving that type of information. So that analogy was really great. Now, what I really want to try to discuss right now is the fact that the judge stated that if that particular juror member, juror member number 3, is unable to proceed forward, that he was actually thinking about proceeding forward with 11 juror members. As a prosecutor, how are you thinking that's working for you?
There are a lot of factors that I would have to consider. First of all, I'm considering the presentation of my case. Do you have difficult witnesses that you're going to have to track down again, right? That you're going to have a hard time coordinating. If you are, then you're going to want to keep this jury to the end, including if that means being one juror short. In a perfect world, you have enough alternates to fill in that juror space so that you don't have to concern yourself with if you lose a juror. In most cases, the alternates that are chosen, so if you have a 12-person jury, you may have 1 or 2 additional alternates. It's up to the judge, and it's also up to the jurisdiction. The alternates never know that they are an alternate until the end of the trial, and they are released. That's very important, so they give their full attention throughout the entire trial. It really would depend on me how far in we got in the case, because in a perfect scenario, to ensure that justice is being done, I would want a full panel of jurors. Right. It could be that one juror. As you know, it requires a unanimous verdict. Right. And that one juror that is dismissed may have been the one juror that held out or helped your case get pushed over the edge.
Exactly. I was thinking the same exact thing. Now, you always just have that one juror, not to throw off into a tangent, but actually that's kind of similar to what happened previously in the O.J. Simpson matter from a long time ago, the People versus O.J. matter, that it was informed to the public, or, if you're an O.J. junkie like I am, we were actually informed that the defense actually had a lot more testimony, but due to the fact that juror members were dropping like flies, they had to just, compact all of the evidence that they had in like a certain amount of time, that they had, more witnesses, that they wanted to testify on the stand, but that they had to kind of conjoin everything together in a short amount of time so that they can move forward, and that they didn't lose this actual jury panel that they had. So it's a great point that you made. Now, as a criminal, let's put on your criminal defense hat. Are you asking for a mistrial if that happens? If the judge decides to proceed forward to 11 members?
It's a very high possibility. It depends again on how does the state's case at this point look. How far did they get? How strong was their evidence? Were there jurors when we were going through the jury selection process that I really wanted to strike but didn't get a chance to because I used all of my juror strikes prior to getting to that person? I would consider all of those factors. I would also consider my witnesses. I know that I'm about to prepare a case. There may present my case. The prosecution may have had a witness that gave some testimony that in the moment you presented rebuttable evidence in your case in chief, they'll know at the next trial to make sure that that witness does not go down that same route, right? Mm-hmm. And so you give the state an opportunity to get better. Every time you present a case, you should be presenting it better because witnesses have taken a stand. You know what line of questioning was really effective versus what was unnecessary to prove your point. You avoid objections that may have given you some difficulty in getting evidence in. So I would decide whether or not I want a mistrial on how strong the state's evidence had been at that time, as well as what witnesses I have to present in my case in chief, and if it's going to be any kind of confusion or problem with bringing them in. At the end of the day, outside of the money that it costs and the time that it costs to prepare and go into trial, for a defense attorney, a mistrial is a good thing. It forces the state to decide if they want to proceed again. It also gives you another opportunity to discuss plea negotiations.
Right, exactly. Let's talk a little bit about these witnesses that we saw towards the end of the trial. While the defense was putting on their case in chief, they presented some witnesses that were providing a lot of testimony in regards to the abuse that Eric sustained at the hands of his father, Edward Campbell. I was thinking about it, and I had as a former prosecutor, I was thinking about it. I was like, my goodness, we're having testimony on the stand in regards to an individual, Edward Campbell, who's dead, who's not even here. So we're talking about the abuse that Eric sustained, and it's painting a bad picture of Edward. But essentially, what the defense was trying to do here was try to say that Eric, was so afraid of his father and the abuse that he sustained at the hands of his father that, he went along with everything except for the murders, as he said, that he didn't participate in, but that he went along with everything due to the fact that, he was afraid of what his father would do to him. Is this a plausible theory that you've seen before as a prosecutor, just kind of placing the blame on someone else who really can't do anything anymore since he's dead?
Absolutely. We called it the other dude did it defense. It's a very common criminal defense tactic. At the end of the day, the burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the person they've accused in their charging document or indictment committed the crime. A defense attorney, depending on what their evidence shows, has to muddy the waters. And part of the way that you muddy the waters is by giving the jury a plausible explanation about the other dude and how we know that the evidence points that the other dude did it. That creates that reasonable doubt that would allow a jury to find someone not guilty. And then particularly in this case, there were questions of post-traumatic stress syndrome. Using these other instances is a way to indicate a modus operandi, if there were experiences that they had that the son acted in a certain way out of his fear for his father. That's very good evidence to support their general theory that the other dude did it and this is how we know.
Perfect. Great explanation. Let's switch a little bit to the Ohio versus Joshua Gaspar case. And I want to correct myself. Unfortunately, I said that the victim's name was Kenneth Williams. His name is actually Kenneth Velez, Officer Kenneth Velez, and I do want to apologize for mispronouncing his last name. So we have Kenneth Velez, who is an Ohio State trooper who was actually conducting a traffic stop at the time that this horrible incident happened. At the same time, reports have said that the defendant in this case, Joshua Gaspar, was actually tailgating an individual that was driving in front of him. And how this whole incident occurred is that the driver in front of him actually stopped short, and in an attempt to avoid hitting the vehicle in front of him, Joshua Gaspar veered to the left, and that's where he, unfortunately, he hit into Officer Kenneth Velez, who was conducting the traffic stop, and that's how Officer Velez or Trooper Velez, excuse me, passed away. Now, the interesting thing here is that they're saying that he was driving while under the influence. We know from reports that Mr. Gaspar had a prior addiction with drugs. He was actually at a clinic prior to driving in his vehicle, and he had received a dosage of methadone. Now we know that a lot of rehab clinics provide, some of their patients with methadone in order to help them, kind of break away from the addiction. The defense here is claiming that this was actually an accident and that the dosage was not high enough for it to actually affect Mr. Gaspar. As a prosecutor, what would you present to kind of rebut this theory by the defense that it was just an accident and that the methadone had nothing to do with his ability to drive that day?
So as a defense attorney, I would want to present the evidence that the methadone had nothing to do with it. Obviously, you can call in witnesses from the clinic, right, that will be able to go over some of the records, the amounts of the dosages. You will probably want an expert to come in to talk about the effect of the amount of the dosages, and if it rises to the level of the content or concentration in someone's blood, right, or in their system to lead to intoxication. You will want to talk about the effects that it has on general people and the effects that maybe the clinicians at that particular clinic may be able to say it's had on the defendant himself. I would also be interested in bringing in an expert, depending on the facts of the case, that talks about how the methadone gets out of your system, right? Did he just leave the clinic? Did he get in the car immediate from the clinic and had this accident? Or was there some time in between where the methadone may have released from his system, making it not as intoxicating and therefore less likely that it was the methadone that led to this accident? And then also there's other evidence. I will be interested to know what kind of advice was he given. It's not uncommon, right, for you to take some Robitussin and decide that you need to run to the corner store to get some more Sudafed or whatever it is, and you're not under influence. And so what instructions was he given regarding driving while on methadone? That would be important evidence that I would want to particularly bring up to support my case. As a prosecutor, I would want to show he knew better. He was told that he shouldn't drive, that he's often gone to the methadone clinics and used more than he was supposed to, that, although he went to the methadone clinic, maybe he was still under the influence of some other drug, which is not an impossibility. And those would be factors that I would want to bring forth to show that he knew what he was doing. He knew he should not have been driving, that this idea that there was someone else there is completely a ruse to cover the fact that he was in fact under the influence and driving erratically or inappropriately.
Great. So what we're going to do right now is just to catch everybody up to where we are. We're going to actually throw to a clip. We're going to throw to the prosecution's actual opening statements in this matter. So we're going to throw to JG1, which is a clip of the prosecutor's opening statement, just so we can talk about that a little bit.
This afternoon, I want to talk to you a little bit about the evidence that we anticipate will be presented to you. And it starts on September 15th of 2016. Trooper Kenneth Velez was at home that day. And he got ready like he did every other day, kissed his loved ones goodbye, and he went to work. He worked for the Ohio State Highway Patrol, and on September 15th of 2016, he had various assignments that day. And when he kissed his family that morning and went off to do his job, he had no clue what was going to happen to him that afternoon. And around noon on that day, Trooper Velez was working a traffic detail on 90 westbound, right around the border of the Lakewood and Cleveland divide, about the 164-mile post on the highway. And he did what he often did. He pulled out his laser gun and he tracked the speed the vehicles were traveling at. And as he was doing that, he saw a vehicle that was speeding There were a couple cars on the highway that day, normal sort of flow of traffic. And Trooper Velez was standing in the berm. And throughout this trial, you're going to see pictures of what that berm looked like. And you'll hear testimony about that berm. And you know, when we think of a highway berm, we think about this small little lane, but that's not what this was. This berm you will hear testimony of was wide enough that 3 cars could fit in it, sitting side by side. And so on that day, Trooper Velez parked his vehicle in that berm. He saw some cars speeding towards him, clocked it on his laser, and he began to flag the car over that was speeding. And how do we know this? Well, we have Trooper Velez's dash camera from that day. And you also receive testimony from other drivers on the highway that day as to their observations. And what happened was that as Trooper Velez began flagging those cars over, he had no clue what the defendant had done minutes before he came to that portion of the highway. See, Trooper Velez never met this defendant. You're going to hear testimony about the defendant, and you're going to receive evidence that about 20 minutes before this defendant struck and killed Trooper Velez, he was at a methadone clinic at about 55th and Euclid Avenue. And that minutes before he got in his car and killed Trooper Velez, he took his dose of methadone, he got in his car, and he began driving towards where Trooper Velez was merely doing his job that day. Trooper Velez didn't know that, but you'll know that from the evidence that's presented in this trial. And shortly after noon, as the trooper stood on the highway flagging that car over, you're going to see the dash camera footage and you're going to hear the testimony. And what you're going to learn through the evidence submitted that as Trooper Velez flagged the car over, he began walking at the back of his patrol car, still well within the berm, still enough within the berm that a whole nother car could have fit on the other side of him. And you'll hear testimony that as Trooper Velez flagged the first car down, that car did what we all should do when flagged down by an officer. That car began to slow down, pull into the berm, so they could receive their ticket. But you're also going to receive evidence about what the defendant did that day, which was not what every other car out there did that day. As Trooper Velez flagged one car down, the other cars moved out of the way, slowed down, allowed the officer to do what he needed to do. But this defendant, he didn't do that. What he did was decide, because he was following too closely and he didn't have enough time to stop, that he was going to drive his car in that berm, which is not a legal lane of traffic. What this defendant decided to do was that he was going to disregard our laws and travel in a way that was beneficial to him, giving no heed to anyone else. And so you're going to hear testimony and see the video and see the photos of this defendant completely inside the berm of the highway. You're going to hear the evidence from the accident reconstruction team about when this defendant finally started applying his brakes. You're going to see the skid marks that show you when it was that this defendant finally decided to slow down. And you're also going to see in that video that as this defendant drove in that berm of the highway, he struck and killed Trooper Velez about 20 minutes after he left that methadone clinic. And so through the course of this trial, you're going to hear more information and more evidence about this defendant. And you will hear, in addition to the methadone, that this defendant had gone into court and received notification that his license was suspended in Alabama. You're going to hear testimony that he received written notice that his license was suspended in Alabama. And then you're going to hear testimony and receive evidence that this defendant then chose to go into the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicle, not disclose that he had a suspended Alabama driver's license, and falsely obtained an Ohio driver's license. All before he ever met Trooper Velez. All before he got into that car on September 15th of 2016. In addition to hearing about this defendant's deceit in obtaining an Ohio driver's license, you're going to hear the observations of this defendant immediately after he struck and killed Trooper Velez. We're going to have witnesses here who did not drive into the berm of the highway, who properly stopped. And after seeing this defendant strike Trooper Velez, they called for help. They rendered aid. They did what we would expect everyone to do. And you will hear them testify in regards to their observations of this defendant. And then in addition to their testimony, you'll hear from Sergeant Gable, who was the officer on scene who administered standardized field sobriety tests to this defendant. We asked you a lot of questions in voir dire about impairment, but we also asked you about experts and listening to their testimony. You're going to hear Sergeant Gable's training and years of experience in standardized field sobriety tests. And you're going to hear and see the video of Sergeant Gable giving standardized field sobriety tests to this defendant. And you will hear from Sergeant Gable his observation of the defendant as well, and his conclusions about the defendant's impairment based on the standardized field sobriety test that he issued on scene. That is the testimony you will receive in this case. That is the evidence you will have. And so when we talk about what happened on September 15th of 2016, you'll have more information that Trooper Velez had that day. Because for Kenny, he was just going to his job that day. For Trooper Velez, he was flagging down a car to issue them a citation. It was something he had done throughout his career. Trooper Velez did not have access to the knowledge that you're going to have throughout this trial. He had no clue what this defendant had done in obtaining a false driver's license. He had no clue that the defendant had just left the methadone clinic. And he had no clue that this defendant would give reckless disregard to every traffic law and enter the berm where he should not have been driving. But you will. You will have the information that Kenneth Velez did not, because you will receive the evidence from the witness stand and have the exhibits to review. And what we would ask is that as you listen to the witnesses, as you receive the evidence, pay close attention to what they're telling you. Pay close attention to the information that you are being provided throughout this trial. Because we firmly believe that at the conclusion of our case, we will have presented to you evidence of each and every essential element, of each and every offense that this defendant is indicted for, beyond a reasonable doubt. And at the conclusion of this trial, when we have done that, we would ask you to uphold your oath, to fairly and justly deliberate. And we believe through those fair and just deliberations, after receiving the evidence, you will be able to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome back. We have some breaking news coming in from the Eric Campbell matter. We just received some notification that the judge informed the judge informed everyone that one of the juror members was in a car crash this weekend and stated that they actually could not make it in today. The judge is on the bench, but there is not a live feed yet. So as soon as we get into the courtroom, as soon as we're able to get into the courtroom, we will be sure to take you there. Again, just to recap, we received some breaking news in the Campbell matter in which the judge got on the bench this morning and stated that one of the jurors was in a car crash this weekend and she cannot make it in today. This is kind of funny because, LaDawn, are you still here with us?
Still here.
Yeah, this is kind of funny because you asked a great question. What did you ask me when we were talking behind the scenes about what just happened in the Campbell matter?
My first question was, is this the same juror number 3 that we were concerned about before? Because
right.
Prior to the break, the question was, would you ask for mistrial as a defense attorney? Well, now, if we're talking about 2 separate jurors, I don't think that they have much of a choice.
Right.
It moves away from the ability to ensure that there will be a proper jury verdict by verdict of a jury of their peers if you're 2 jurors short in such a important case.
Right. No, I agree with you. And we know that, as you stated previously, that the juror members all, especially for the for first-degree murder charge, they all have to convict on a unanimous basis. And usually in those cases, we have a jury panel operating with 12 juror members. Now, we have in some cases that some states will allow the jury panel to move forward with only 11 instead of 12. But generally, when that happens, you would require consent of both, the prosecution and the defense to proceed forward in that matter with only 11 members on the jury if they decided to do that. And as you stated before, it all just really depends on how the case, how the case was going for either side. So that's really some interesting news that we're receiving this morning, and we'll be sure to keep you all, in the know as to what exactly is going on once we receive some notification from the courtroom as to exactly which the direction the judge is going to want to move forward in. We're actually going to throw to live trial feed in the Eric Campbell matter, so stay tuned.
To take a look at that, I'm. There's 2 copies, so everybody gets one. It's going to have to be revised a little bit, but for the record, it is. Thank you so much for coming back and being with us today. I pray that our recess was good for you. You sacrificed much by your service. Without this sacrifice and the strength of your character, justice cannot be done. The evidence before you naturally prompts strong feelings and emotions. The evidence may naturally arouse sympathy for one party or another. Sympathy is a common human emotion. The law does not permit you to be free of normal reactions. However, the law and your oath as a juror requires that you disregard sympathy and not to permit it to influence your verdict. Your verdict must be based upon what you find, beyond a reasonable doubt, the facts are, and to apply the law I have given you to those facts. I'm now going to ask that all of you retire and continue your deliberations in this case. As I charged you earlier, a verdict is not a verdict until all 12 jurors unanimously agree as to what your verdict shall be. If y'all want to think about that over the night, that's fine. If you got reactions now, I'll be glad to hear them. I got that from a model charge over the weekend. I think it was the ABA, but that's okay.
Yeah, we'll just digest it and think about it.
Anything further to say?
Nothing further for the state.
Anything further for the defendant?
No.
Mr. Sheriff, you may recess us to come back at a later date, hopefully sooner.
Everyone stand. Everyone stand. Everyone stand. Oh, yes, oh yes, oh yes. Brown County Superior Court now. Brown County Superior Court now is in recess until further notice. God save the state and honor the court. You may leave.
And welcome back to the LawNewz Network. If you were able to see that live feed from the courtroom in the Eric Campbell matter, this is why we say, trials are so. We never know what's going to happen here in a trial. So just to recap as to what happened, we received some notification in the courtroom from the judge that unfortunately a juror member was involved in a car accident over the weekend. Now we are unsure as to whether or not the juror member was the same juror who actually informed the court that they were unable to to properly evaluate the evidence. So we're not sure if it was the same juror member. However, due to the fact that that juror member is not able to come to court today due to the car accident that they were involved in, the judge informed that they would proceed forward. However, the court is in recess until the juror member is actually able to come back. So, LaDawn, what are we thinking here? This is why we say, jury trials are so unpredictable. We never know what's going to happen in a jury trial. And, unfortunately, someone, was involved in a car accident, but this is what happens when we're dealing with the everyday lives of everyday people. Issues happen, right?
That is absolutely right. And that is the number one piece of advice that I give to clients when they say, well, should I take this to trial? Will I win at trial? And I will explain to them, no matter how great the evidence may be or how weak it may be against you, the fact of the matter is you never know what's going to happen in a jury trial, and things like this happen. It also gives us another indication, though. It lets us know where the judge was heading potentially with juror number 3, if assuming this is not the same juror. If he's willing to take a recess so that that juror can come back, it would also say to me that he either was definitely planning on letting juror 3 number go, which means he needs this other juror there, or conversely, he is certain he wants to move forward with this trial, which means no jurors get dismissed because they're going to make it to the end.
Right. And now, we don't know how long, in fact, the court is going to be in recess in this particular matter. Now, regarding the defense here, because we know that the prosecution has their burden to prove. We know that for a fact, that it's the prosecution's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges set against Eric Campbell here in this matter. Now, as a criminal defense attorney, and just as the defense attorneys here, I'm thinking, we're having a break in deliberations. Now, at this point, we don't know how long, the recess in deliberations will be. But I have to think that this break in deliberations may have some sort of effect, maybe, perhaps, on the juror members, because you're not in that same environment anymore where you're solely concentrated on this one particular trial. If the juror members are now actually in recess and they're at home, do you think that this forms some sort of maybe, I don't want to say a bias, but maybe some sort of it being unfair to the defense here a little bit?
Coming off of a weekend break, I would say no, right? This would be a similar circumstance if it were the 4th of July or some other holiday where you had a 3-day weekend. And that's not uncommon because judges try to plan around those things, but they happen. I think the thing that always concerns me in every case now, particularly when you have more time, jurors are always instructed that they are not supposed to talk about the case or research the case while they're not there in the room deliberating with the other jurors. I know there has to be, for many jurors, this want to research the case, to go online, to Google, to look into it more, to see what coverage is being held. Which is going to be much more. And so they are concerned about all the things that come a part of that. Longer time out of court, I think, increases the chances that a jury might, or a juror may violate that rule of not doing your own research on the case and bring that research without telling the other jurors back into the jury room as a part of their deliberation. But that is a problem you would have on any type of break where the jury is not together.
Right, and you know, this is really kind of crazy. I'm kind of, you know, we're in verdict watch. This is what happens when you when you're in verdict watch, people. You know, the unforeseen happens. You know, so you know, we'll keep you posted with that. We're gonna talk a little bit more about the Joshua Gaspar matter, Ohio versus Joshua Gaspar. We were able, prior to getting this breaking news in the Eric Campbell matter, we were able to listen to some of the opening statements from the prosecution here. As a former prosecutor, what generally would you include in your opening statements? Is this a lot of law? Because we know that you can't argue in opening statements. So what generally would you, what generally are you providing to the juror members during your opening statements here, so that we can inform the public as to, why the prosecutor in this case did what she did or spoke the way that she spoke?
So, and as a defense attorney, you're asking, what do you present? So you want to, first of all, give the jury your version or your theory of your case. You want to do it in a way that is memorable for them. So as your witnesses come up, as you proceed to your closing, that there are certain elements of your theme or your theory that are consistent that the jury can look for, because then they begin to say, well, that's what they told us in the beginning, and they're right. We saw this witness say that. We saw another witness say that. So you give them an outline of the case, some of the things that you expect the evidence or the witnesses to show. You also want to use this time to also take out the element of surprise. So there may be things about your client, that they have a criminal history, that they have a drug use history, right? You want to go ahead and get that out first in a way that is explainable and that the juries can identify with. Speaking of identifying, you also want to introduce your client, because at this point, all the jurors knew when they first walked in the room at the beginning of the trial that this was a criminal case, because the judge gave an instruction to that. They also know that the general facts of the case based on the questions that may have come out in voir dire. And so your first chance, and the first chance you get, is during opening to make your client be a human and not a file or a number or a state versus so-and-so case, right? And so you want to talk about their family and their livelihood and the great things that they've done during your opening, so that the jurors can get a real picture, and they're making a decision based on the life of someone that they can identify with, versus just trying to see if the state is 100% right in proceeding in their prosecution. So that's the primary purpose of your opening, is to set the case, get your theme or theory of the case out there, identify some of your bad evidence and go ahead and put it out there to take out the element of surprise, and then humanize your client to the jury so that they are ready and prepared to hear whatever it is, whatever evidence you're going to present in their favor.
Yep, that's great. That's you went right along with what I would have said. That was great. We're actually going to shoot to clip JG2, which is the defense's opening statement. So just so that we can see the difference between the two. So previously we did the prosecution's opening statements, and now we're going to clip JG2, which is the opening statements by the defense.
This was a terrible, terrible, terrible accident. But at the end of the day, this was an accident. Nothing the state of Ohio brings forward over the next several weeks is going to prove that this is anything other than a tragic, tragic accident. And this accident that happened to Josh could have happened to any one of us. Josh is 38 years old. He was driving to a job that day. He's got a company. He fixes homes, does construction. Years ago, Josh fell off a roof. He went to a doctor. He got started on pain management. They gave him pain pills, and as the story goes, he got hooked on pain pills. In an effort to get off those pain pills, he started a prescription methadone. A doctor prescribes it, and a clinic gives it to him. And that methadone has no effect whatsoever on his ability to drive, and it had no effect whatsoever on this accident. You're going to hear from Josh's doctor, you're going to hear from pharmacist, toxologist, that this methadone is nothing but a red herring. It's a way to find blame when there is no one to blame. This is a tragedy. A very good man was killed, an officer of the law. He's got a family that loves him. He's got brothers and sisters in the Highway Patrol that care about him. And he's got a community that comes out in support of him, just doing his job that day, that this accident happened. But the government, the state of Ohio, is coming forth with the full weight, measure, and power at their disposal to try and make a crime where a crime didn't happen. We have a real disagreement about what happened here. What you're going to find is that Josh was driving on 90 West. Josh was in his lane. Josh was moving like a normal person would move on 90 West. He's making all the snap decisions that you have to make when you're on a very busy road. And you're going to learn that Trooper Velez had set up an area of enforcement, which you might call a speed trap. And there's nothing wrong with that. It is what it is. But Trooper Velez routinely set up in this particular area on 90 West. You're going to learn that 90 West has a very limited berm, a very limited space where there's not a lot of room for folks to pull over towards the middle. But somewhere past the Alger Road overpass, the Alger Road bridge there's an area where it gets a little bit wider for a car length or two. And that's the spot that Trooper Velez would sit and catch speeders. And on this day, this nice September day, Josh is driving his Hyundai Veloster. He's going to a job to put a bid in on a project, and Trooper Velez is running his radar. And he's standing outside of his patrol car in his regular uniform, and he's aiming his gun, his radar gun, at folks speeding. And then when he catches you speeding, his policy or his procedure, at least what he's done in the past, because this is an area he frequents, that he's frequented over his history of writing tickets there, what he does is he does a hand signal to the drivers and tell them to pull over. Unfortunately for Josh, and unfortunately for Trooper Velez, the individual in front of Josh's car didn't understand that hand signal. So instead of pulling over in 90 West, he stopped. He hit the brakes. He hit the brakes in traffic. And Josh, in an effort to avoid rear-ending that individual, because Josh was coming from one lane into the lane closest to the berm, and Josh is looking in his mirror, and he's looking ahead, and he's doing all the right calculations, and all the right decisions are being made. And when he sees brake lights stopping in front of him, he did what any one of us would do. He swerved to the berm. In an effort to avoid hitting the car in front of him, he could go towards traffic or go towards the berm. He went towards the berm. Little did he know, little did anyone know, that on that fateful day, Trooper Velez would be outside of his car, standing between his patrol car and the car that had stopped in front of Josh. And Josh swerved into the berm and hit Trooper Velez and killed him. Josh stopped. Josh stayed on scene. Josh did what you're expected to do. He's not a doctor or a medical person, but people jumped out of their cars and started administering aid, and Josh stayed right there, and he watched it happen. He watched it happen, and he waited for the police. And the police came, and the highway patrol came, and as you can imagine, the injuries were horrific. The injuries were horrific. Trooper Velez was not dead at that point, but he was hurt, and everybody knew it. There was blood on the streets, and Josh was right there for it, and he stayed right there for it for the hours, or at least the hour it took to stop traffic and get medical personnel, and police from everywhere stopped everything. Cleveland came, Lakewood came, finally the highway patrol came. Kenneth Velez's brothers and sisters came out there to the scene. In a decision that I may question, that you may question at some point, the Highway Patrol took over the investigation of this accident. Cleveland didn't take it. Lakewood didn't take it. The Highway Patrol took it. And folks close to Trooper Velez made the decisions in charging someone for this accident. Everybody was shook up. You're going to see video. You're going to hear that the police were shaken. You're going to hear that the witnesses were shaking. You're going to hear that the medical personnel were shaking. And you're going to hear that Josh was shaking. You're going to see Josh there on the side of the road, and you're not going to see one sign of impairment. You're not going to see a drunk. You're not going to see somebody high. You're not going to see somebody doing anything that would indicate they were impaired. And then the police are going to come out, and a trooper, who I believe is somewhat close to this accident, decides that he's going to take the lead on the investigation, and he runs Josh through some field sobriety tests, and you're going to see those. And I want you to see those. Those roadside gymnastics where Josh does great. He does a walk and turn and a one-legged stand, and they look into his eyes and they move their fingers about. And they ask him to put his head back and touch his nose and pass time. And for somebody who just hit and killed someone in a tragic accident, Josh does great. He does great because he's not impaired. He took his prescription, and it has nothing to do with what happened on this road. They charge him anyway. They charge him anyway. This trooper picks up all kinds of signals of different drugs of abuse. So you know what Josh does? He agrees to a blood test. Test my blood. Clean. Only thing in his blood is his prescription. The methadone that he was given by his doctor that morning. The methadone that did not infect this accident at all. But they need someone to blame because a good man is dead and there's a lot of people really, really hurting. And so Josh gets taken to jail. And Josh gets plastered all over TV. And everybody says he's drunk. And everybody says he ran from the scene. And it's all wrong. And it's been a year almost of Josh and his family walking around while everyone accuses him of being something he's not. Of doing something he's not. Of being responsible for something he's not. You hear all this nonsense about a driver's license. Here's the truth behind that you're going to hear. Josh had a valid Ohio driver's license. The full weight, measure, and force of the Ohio State Patrol, and the Ohio State government, and the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office, through whatever means, went back and had Josh's valid driver's license taken away from him after the accident. They went back and say that he lied on a temporary permit a year ago or more when he said he wasn't suspended anywhere. But you're going to hear that the people at the Ohio B&B ran him and gave him a valid license, and he was driving around with a valid license on that day. But that's the desperation to find blame with these 10 charges. 10 charges. 4 aggravated vehicular homicides for one accident. 4. OVI, DUS, tampering with records for telling the people at the License Bureau that he needed a license and following the steps they told him to take. Falsification, prohibition against certain acts. Ladies and gentlemen, that's throwing everything at the wall, and that's desperation because we need someone to blame. These folks are good folks and they are doing a job. But there are a lot of upset people out there. People you can't go to and just say, hey, accidents happen. But you know what? No matter how tragic this is, accidents just happen. And someone's got to have the guts, after looking at all the evidence, to say, you know what? Accidents happen. This was an accident. And Josh is not guilty. Thank you.
And welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm your host, Stephanie L. Willis. And we just heard a clip from the defense's opening statement in the Ohio versus Joshua Gaspar matter. Now, this was a stark difference between the prosecutor's opening statements and the defense's here. Now, myself, I'm a former prosecutor, and one of the things that we tended, or attorneys tend not to do, period, and I don't know if you'll agree with me, LaDawn, is the fact that we don't really like to object during opening statements and during closing statements. It's kind of something that's really not, it's frowned upon in the legal community, and a lot of the times it's either done, one, because the opposing counsel is really going off the far edge, or two, if maybe they're bringing in some type of evidence, or they're arguing some kind of facts that were not presented in evidence during the trial. LaDawn, here, the defense is doing a little bit of arguing here during opening statements, in my opinion. I may be tightening my prosecutor hat on a little too far here. Do you think that that it would be proper for the prosecution here to make an objection for arguing during the opening statements, or is it something that you kind of would kind of just let go of?
It really depends. It just like you said, there is a spectrum, right, that you have to decide whether or not you want to object. The one thing we already know is that the judge will give instructions at the end of the trial that specifically says what happenings in open and closing arguments or statements are not evidence, right, and you should not take that as evidence, right? So that gives you a little more leeway not to object, because you know that the jury is going to get that instruction. I also often, rather than object during opening, and it's almost kind of I'm not going to object during yours because I don't want you to object during my arguments kind of philosophy, but also because that is great fodder for you to use in your closing argument. Right. You get to say, they told you that they were going to do this and show you this, or that the evidence wasn't going to be that, and now you get to tear that up. And so if they kind of cross into that boundary of being of arguing their case, hopefully what they are arguing makes a difference. Now, the line for me personally is drawn at evidence. There are a number of pretrial motions that normally occur in cases like this, where there is a discussion about what evidence will be admitted or testimony that will be allowed and not be allowed. And by this time, the state and the defense have already looked at things that they absolutely do not think should come in, and should have already filed a motion or made an oral motion to keep that out. And so if any of those things are addressed in the opening, it is for certain an opportunity for you to stand up and to object.
Now, we heard during the defense's opening statements that, unfortunately, the defendant here, Joshua Gaspar's face was plastered all over the news because of the fact that he did, in fact, kill an officer while operating his vehicle. A lot of people watch the news. You have a lot of people who are possibly a part of the jury pool who watch the news and were able to see Joshua Gaspar, who may have ultimately formulated their own opinions. How do you think that, the media's, I guess, not media's, but the news and, showing Joshua Gaspar's face, explaining everything that happened, or the take that the media may have had in presenting the news when the incident occurred, do you think that hurts the defense's case at all in this particular matter?
In this particular case, it could be problematic. I haven't seen the news stories particularly, but here's what I know about just this at all. you have a law enforcement officer that is killed. The first information that goes to the media in cases like this comes from law enforcement. And so they're going to have a skewed presentation of evidence when one of their brothers is hurt out in the field. And so that would be the initial media coverage that anyone is going to get. So that would be concerning, because you know that the coverage likely was not fair. The coverage is also oftentimes very, very wrong. If the police reported on the initial arrest that they believed the defendant was under the influence of some type of drug, whether it be methadone or some other more serious drug, all the jurors or people who are watching it will see is that, oh, he was under the influence of drugs. Very rarely do news stories then come back and correct the information once they find out, oh, well, he wasn't on meth, but he did have methadone in his system, or it was determined that there wasn't methadone. And it's up to the prosecution or defense to clarify any of the things that were presented in the media wrong. But sometimes you just can't get over that. Just as I mentioned earlier, jurors, I can't imagine. I've never been on a jury since we've had this wide use of internet and smartphones, but I cannot imagine a juror not Googling, even though they are instructed not to, and seeing an old news story and potentially getting very false information. It could weigh what if they saw a witness who also appears on the stand, appear in a news story, give information that maybe turned out to change or not be correct or explained or edited by the media in some way, that can make it look like that juror or that witness is not telling the truth. They've changed the truth. It can have so many very detrimental effects if there is coverage prior to. And so it is extremely important on the defense side to address that in your opening, right? To address or to present witnesses that this information has changed, so that, again, you're framing your client starting from zero and not starting from well behind the 8 ball.
That's absolutely correct. Now, we're going to, sorry to keep bouncing back and forth on you, LaDawn, but you're doing a great job in keeping up with us here. But because of this breaking news, again, we had breaking news from the Eric Campbell matter that a juror member was, in fact, involved in a car accident over the weekend and thus was unable to come to court this morning to resume jury deliberations. Now, LaDawn, as you asked, when we initially found out this breaking news, we were able to find out that it was actually the same juror member who asked to be released from jury deliberations on Friday. So juror number 3, I believe it is, who asked to be released from jury from deliberations, stating that they were unable to properly evaluate the evidence, was actually the individual who was who states that they were involved in a car accident over the weekend and therefore unable to resume jury deliberations today. So we have a clip of what happened this morning in case anyone missed it, and we're going to throw to it right now so that you can come up to date.
Today, we had contact with her this morning, so I don't think you have to worry about any. She's going to be okay, is what I'm saying, as a result of the wreck. What we're going to do is excuse you. We're going to wait until she's able to return, and hopefully we'll get some guidance on that this afternoon when she calls back the clerk's office, and you'll be contacted by telephone. We all got good numbers for each of you beforehand, and they will contact you about when to come back. Hopefully it will be in the morning. It may be a little later than that. We thank you for your patience, but this is the only way I can proceed. So now, during the time that you're not with us, do not talk about this case among yourselves. It's further duty not to talk to anyone else, to allow anyone else to talk with you or to say anything in your presence about this case. Be very careful in how people approach you, because this sort of highlights where we are in this case, and don't say anything to anyone about this case. And if anyone starts to say anything to you, stop them right away. I don't want you to be tempted, and I don't want them to be encouraged to talk to you about this case. If anyone communicates with you or attempts to communicate with you about this case, provides you any information at all, you need to let the sheriff know. Don't do any individual research or investigation on your own about any issue touching on this trial. And be mindful of the instructions I've given you earlier, particularly the juror instruction sheet. With that, while everyone else will remain seated, I will excuse the 16 of you and ask that you return and assemble in the jury room once you're contacted when to be here. We thank you. Record reflect that all the jurors are absent from the courtroom. This is certainly an unusual situation, but it's not the first time this happened. We've had to recess. Anything on behalf of the state or the defendant?
No, Your Honor, I just would say that I guess our anticipation would be that when she returns, that the juries would just resume the deliberations.
Well, I've prepared some instructions, which I'll give both of you to take a look at. But there's 2 copies, so everybody gets one. It's going to have to be revised a little bit, but for the record, it is. Thank you so much for coming back and being with us today. I pray that our recess was good for you. You sacrificed much by your service. Without this sacrifice and the strength of your character, justice cannot be done. The evidence before you naturally prompts strong feelings and emotions. The evidence may naturally arouse sympathy for one party or another. Sympathy is a common human emotion. The law does not permit you to be free of normal reactions. However, the law and your oath as a juror requires that you disregard sympathy and not to permit it to influence your verdict. Your verdict must be based upon what you find. Beyond a reasonable doubt, the facts are. And to apply the law, I have given you to those facts. I'm now going to ask that all of you retire and continue your deliberations in this case. As I charged you earlier, a verdict is not a verdict until all 12 jurors unanimously agree as to what your verdict shall be. If y'all want to think about that over the night, that's fine. If you got reactions now, I'll be glad to hear them. I got that from a model charge over the weekend. I think it was the ABA, but that's okay.
Yeah, we'll just digest it and think about it.
Anything further to say?
I have nothing further for the state, Your Honor.
Anything further for the defendant?
No.
Mr. Sheriff, you may recess us to come back at a later date, hopefully sooner.
Everyone stand. Everyone stand. Everyone stand. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Brown County Superior Court now. Brown County Superior Court now is in recess until further notice. God save the state and honor the court. You may leave.
And welcome back. That was just, we just showed you the breaking news clip from the Eric Campbell matter in which the judge was informed that juror member number 3, who previously informed the court on Friday that she would not be able to properly evaluate the evidence and thus asked to be released, was involved in a motor vehicle accident over the weekend. We actually had LaDawn Jones with us here today, and we want to thank LaDawn so much for being here with us today. She provided some great insight as to both ends of the spectrum, both the prosecution and the defense. So thank you so much, LaDawn, and we look forward to having you back on the LawNewz Network again. And we're actually going to throw to the Joshua Gaspar matter. And in this case, we have some live feed for you here, so we're going to take you to there right now.
Good
morning, Sergeant. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Timothy J. Shad, S-C-H-A-D.
And sir, are you employed?
Yes.
Where at?
City of Lakewood.
And what do you do for the city of Lakewood?
I'm a sergeant in the police department.
And how long have you been employed by the city of Lakewood?
22 years.
And how long have you been in the position of a sergeant?
6 years.
Were you employed as a sergeant for the city of Lakewood on September 15, 2016?
Yes.
What was your assignment that day?
My assignment was the road supervisor for the day.
As a road supervisor for the day, did you have the occasion to receive a call for service related to a fatal crash?
Yes.
What did you do once you received the call?
We received a call for service that there was an accident up on the highway, so I responded to that call along with other units.
And what did you do once you responded to the call?
Once I responded to the call, I pulled onto the on-ramp and I went to the actual scene, to see if there was any other aid to render to the victim. Once that was complete, we secured the scene as best we could and then moved on from there.
Upon arriving to the scene, what were your observations?
I pulled onto the scene. I pulled onto the Alger on-ramp for 90 westbound, and I left my cruiser there because there were other public safety vehicles already on the scene along with several other vehicles, and traffic had already been stopped going in the westbound direction for 90. I pulled my vehicle there, exited my cruiser, and went down to the scene. There were bystanders, other police officers from my agency, and medic units and fire units rendering aid to Trooper Velez, who was on the ground at that point.
Once you observed that Trooper Velez was having aid rendered to him and there were bystanders and officers on the scene, what did you do next?
Once I realized that they had enough help rendering aid and they were all set in that capacity, I began to look around at the scene to identify if there were any witnesses or what else needed to be done at that current time.
And Sergeant Shad, why were you doing that?
Since they were set with rendering aid at that point, I wanted to make sure if there were witnesses or there were people that had information, that we were able to get their information, we were able to get their statements, and I wanted to make sure, at that point I didn't know if the driver of the vehicle was still there, if the car was still there. It was very preliminary at that point.
What happened next?
I began speaking with two people initially that were kind of reviewing what they had seen or what they had heard during the course of the crash, and I obtained their information, and ultimately I gave that information to another officer, Officer Maurer, that was also on scene, and she was able to obtain statements from them at a later time once Trooper Velez was already transported to the hospital.
And Sergeant Shad, while you're doing all of this, are you wearing, what equipment are you wearing?
I'm wearing my standard equipment that I would wear on the road during the course of my duties, which would be my full uniform, my duty belt, which would include my radio, handcuffs, taser, service weapon, my body camera.
During this time period, is your body camera activated?
Yes, I activated it at some point when I initially got onto the scene.
Can you explain to us how the body camera works?
Sure. Once you, if you have any interactions with the public, our body camera is to be turned on, if it's safe to do so, obviously. But once you do that, you just press the button that's on the body camera. It activates it. It's on as long as the power is initially turned on. But once you do that, you just press the button and it activates.
And why did you activate your body camera responding to this scene, officer?
Well, it was a call for service, so it was by policy activated.
And if you were to see your body camera footage, would you recognize it?
Yes.
All right, at this time, the state requests to play State's Exhibit 1513.
Yes.
I think I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant Shad, do you recognize State's Exhibit 1513?
Yes.
And can you please tell us what this is?
Yes, this was as I described after I arrived on scene and noticed that I couldn't really be of assistance rendering aid because they were all set in that capacity. I began talking with these gentlemen here, the gentleman in the white t-shirt and the black t-shirt, and they were relaying some of the observations that they had from the scene.
And sir, is this footage from your body camera?
Yes.
And is it the same or substantially similar condition to when you captured it?
Yes, you cannot edit it.
And what is it that you're doing at this point in the video, Sergeant?
Initially, when I got on scene, like I stated, I believe there were a lot of units. There were police units, there were bystanders, there were police units. So the scene was relatively chaotic initially. So once the aid was being rendered, I went to these parties to try, like I said, to make sure that if there were people that observed this accident, that we at least had their information, so at a later time or that day we could go back and get their information and get their statement as to what they had seen or heard as a result of that crash. And to add to that, the other officers that were on scene, Officer Maurer, Investigator Fiorelli, they were still rendering aid to Trooper Velez at this point. So I wanted to kind of take an active role in getting the information so they could handle any statements or anything that would be needed later in the course of the invest.
And were you the Lakewood supervisor on scene at this point in time?
Yes. And this gentleman, I believe, in the gray t-shirt was a medic, I believe, for the city of Cleveland who was driving by or through the area who also assisted in rendering aid.
What other steps did you take in assisting on scene, Sergeant Shad?
As soon as I was complete talking with them, I was making sure that the driver of the vehicle was still there, the car was still there, so if it was not, I could relay information on a suspect car that if it had left the scene, and I was able to verify that it indeed did not leave the scene. It was still pulled up further, as you can see in the video.
And were you able to determine who the driver of the vehicle was?
One of the parties that were on scene initially pointed out who the driver was, yes.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Just please to identity, Your Honor.
Record will reflect the identification determined by this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Sergeant Shad, at this point in time, what is it that you're trying to do?
I believe at that point I was calling the station to advise them of the nature of the extent of the injuries to my supervisor, and that we were going to be on the highway assisting the state patrol in Cleveland and closing sections of it until our investigation was complete.
Now, Officer Shad, you indicated that you were going to be on the highway assisting the Ohio Highway Patrol and Cleveland. Why were you just there assisting?
Where this accident occurred is not our jurisdiction.
And so would you have been in charge of this investigation? Or
I would not have.
And why is that?
It was not our jurisdiction to be in charge of that investigation.
be the Ohio State Highway Patrol or Cleveland in charge. At this point in time, did you know which agency would be taking over the investigation?
I don't believe it. Initially, I did not know who would be handling the actual investigation.
And so what led you to believe it would be either Cleveland or the Ohio Highway Patrol?
Shortly thereafter, one of the lieutenants with the Highway Patrol advised that they would be handling the investigation.
And based on your experience in this area, is it uncommon for the Highway Patrol to handle investigations related to crashes of this significance?
It is not uncommon.
Why not?
Due to their duties, their training, and I'm assuming the experience they have on the highway, they've responded to the scene for several accidents, fatalities and serious accidents, and handled those investigations.
Now, Sergeant Shad, after Trooper Velez was transported, what did you do next?
I gave the information I initially received from the two witnesses to Officer Maurer, advised her to verify all that information and then obtain a statement for them to assist the Highway Patrol, because I believe there were several parties that had to leave or wanted to leave, had other things happening that day, so I wanted to make sure at least we had some information to pass along to the Highway Patrol. And at that point, once he was transported, I was making an effort to get everybody out of the actual accident scene so the State Highway Patrol could conduct the investigation they needed to conduct in regards to where evidence was, where cars were, things of that nature.
And Sergeant Shad, why are you attempting at this point in time to get everyone out of the scene?
I wanted to secure the scene as best I could. Obviously, there were many people, like I said initially, that were in that scene originally rendering aid, and you had the vehicle that was involved, things of that nature. So once that was complete, everybody that I could get out of that scene, I wanted to secure it. So any pieces of evidence or any other thing of evidentiary value, the State Patrol could at least photograph or handle however they deemed appropriate.
And Sergeant Shad, after securing the scene, did you have any other role in assisting in this crash?
I ultimately pulled my cruiser down onto the highway to attempt to tape it off and securing that scene. And at that point, our role was basically a support role in traffic and anything else that the State Highway Patrol would need. Several of our officers maintained traffic posts that closed down portions of the highway and the on-ramp so they could, the State Highway Patrol could safely do their job.
Thank you. One moment, please, Robert.
Yes.
And Sergeant Shad, for your body camera footage, is there typically audio?
Yes.
Okay. And this footage was just on mute, but there was audio associated with this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in relation to collecting the physical evidence from Trooper Velez, how was that process done?
The actual collection of it as evidence would have been done through the State Highway Patrol, but there were several points on scene in relation to Trooper Velez's duty belt, his duty weapon. I actually we collected those from an area, obviously, to secure those, and we gave those to one of the State Highway Patrol officers on scene.
And why did you or Lakewood Police secure those items?
There were a large amount of people down there, and at that point, I didn't want his service weapon sitting on the side of the road.
And Your Honor, I do believe there is a stipulation from defense that there is audio associated with this exhibit 1513. It can be played later if necessary.
Correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can I at this time disabled called Don Zwetwig?
Thanks, Mr. Coach. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalty for that the testimony about the truth will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You can see it.
Good morning, Ms. Zwetwig. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Dawn Zwetzig, Z-W-E-T-Z-I-G.
And the chair doesn't move, but the microphone does adjust, so if you need to pull that up or whatnot, just whatever you need to do so I can hear you back here, okay?
Very good.
And ma'am, are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed at?
I work for the Department of Public Safety, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
And how long have you worked there?
Approximately 14 years.
And what is your assignment at the Department of Motor Vehicles?
My position is I'm a chief of the district, the regional district office.
And what area does that encompass?
We have 17 counties, Northeast Ohio. I have an office in Parma and one in Youngstown.
And what are your responsibilities as the district coordinator for that area?
I oversee field staff and who oversees 71 license bureaus and limited authority deputy registrars.
And are you familiar with the process of a license being issued in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Can you explain to us that process?
An applicant comes into a license bureau. The deputy registrar employee will qualify the customer. Depending on what they need, they will require the proper documents and possibly some paperwork. Once it's determined that they're eligible for a credential, the deputy registrar employee will enter the information into the computer system. Once everything's satisfied through that, the customer will review all of the answers that they gave and what the clerk entered onto a signature pad. The BMV has a paperless application now, so there's no paper. And then once they review all that, they sign. Their electronic signature confirms that they've reviewed all the information, and they can either accept or decline. And after that, if they need to, during that process, if there's any other testing like vision screening and whatnot, they conduct that, capture the image, and then the credential is processed over the counter that same day.
You had indicated that if somebody is eligible, they will receive a license. What makes somebody eligible to receive a license?
For any credential that's issued by the BMV, they have to provide documentation, like the 5 elements: name, date of birth, social security, residential address, and citizenship, proof of citizenship.
What sort of things will preclude someone from being eligible to receive an Ohio license?
If they cannot provide all 5 elements, they're automatically disqualified. If they're under suspension, they're automatically disqualified.
Now, you indicated if someone is under suspension, they are automatically disqualified. Is that just suspension in Ohio, or does that cover suspensions elsewhere as well?
Elsewhere as well.
And does it cover all states if they're suspended elsewhere?
Yes.
So what happens if someone is suspended in another state and attempts to obtain an Ohio license?
Well, a couple of different things can happen if you're under suspension. The very first question that is asked is, are you under suspended or revocation? Is your driver's license suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified or subject to an out-of-service order in this state or any other state?
Okay, you went through that really fast.
I know, I have to, but I have to memorize.
Can you slow down and go through that for me one more time?
Are your driving privileges now suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified or subject to an out-of-service order in this state or any other state?
And at what phase in the Ohio license application is that question asked or shown to someone attempting to obtain a license?
That's the very first question.
Of what process?
Once they provide all 5 elements to us, that's the first question that's asked once the clerk is entering their information into the system.
Now, why is that the first question that's asked, if you know?
I don't.
Okay.
I would believe it's an automatic disqualifier.
So someone being suspended in another state is an automatic disqualifier for Ohio license.
Right.
And at the time that someone is obtaining or attempting to obtain an Ohio license, who is required to notify the Ohio BMV of a suspension in another state?
Well, like I said, a couple of different things can happen. Suspensions can happen at different times and in different states. You know, all the computers are talking to each other. So even in Ohio, you can be suspended today and walk in tomorrow. The suspension is not in the system. So we rely on the customer telling us that they're under suspension in that case. Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Okay.
What happens after a customer discloses that their license is suspended?
They are if they're going for a driver's license, they cannot. They are only eligible for a state identification card. If they choose that route, then they would have to sign a waiver stating that for their cancellation of driving privileges.
You indicated that this is the first question that is asked to an individual after they've met the 5 initial requirements. What happens next in the process of obtaining a license?
They're asked a series of questions. We refer to them as status questions.
And what happens after all the status questions are asked?
We ask all the particulars, name. We verify. It depends on the transaction. It's very complicated. There's not one easy answer, but we go through all of the things. You know, your hair color, your weight, your height, organ donations, living wills, voting registration, donating to the charities.
And after all of that information is provided and those questions are answered, what is the next step in the process?
The customer reviews, we have called a signature pad, and it's like a little mini screen. And the customer, after all the questions are asked and answered, like I said, the clerk is entering it. The customer has to review each screen, and they have to hit next or accept, and alternatively decline or back. They can go back and review, but each of the questions that they answered are on that signature pad, and so they review it, and it does state exactly what they said. So if they said, I am an organ donor, it'll say, I am an organ donor, things like that nature.
Okay. After the customer has reviewed all of these items on the signature pad, then what happens?
They sign it. They sign the signature pad. It's an electronic signature that confirms that that all the information on there is accurate and correct.
Yeah.
Now you walked us through the process for obtaining a license. Is this the same process for a temporary permit? Or similar process? Mm-hmm. Are these same set of questions asked if an individual is obtaining a temporary permit?
Yes.
So if the individual is obtaining a temporary permit and a license, are these questions actually asked once or twice?
For each transaction. You can hold a license and a temporary license, depending on the class and what the temporary license is for.
So if the individual walks into the Ohio BMV and applies for a temporary permit, what questions are posed to them?
The same
questions as for a license. Mm-hmm. And do they have to complete the same signature and process of reviewing the signature pad?
Yes.
Now why is that?
Well, each transaction, because things can change. You could walk in this morning and walk out and come back this afternoon, and in between you may have been pulled over for an OVI. So every single transaction, we ask the same questions.
Now, if after going through this process, somebody receives a license, when in fact they were suspended in another state, what happens?
Can you ask that question again?
Yes. If after going through this process, somebody receives an Ohio license, but they were in fact suspended in another state, what happens to that Ohio license? If you know.
From our point of view, I have nothing to do with that point from once that they leave my license bureau.
So that's not handled by your department, correct?
Not by my department.
That's handled by another department of the DMV.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi.
How are you?
Okay.
My name is John Sid. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask you anything you don't understand, you can just ask me to repeat it. Is it okay?
Very good.
Where do you work out of? Is it Columbus office?
No, sir. I have an office in Parma and I have an office in Youngstown.
Okay. You indicate, are you from either one of those places?
I live in Warren.
Okay. I'm from Youngstown.
Okay.
Okay. You're chief of the district of the BNB, right?
Yes, District 1, correct.
And you cover 17 counties.
Yes, sir.
And 71 license bureaus.
Correct.
What are license bureaus?
License bureaus are where the B&B conducts their business. We issue driver's licenses. We issue credentials and vehicle registration.
Okay. So you're talking about the place where I go to get plates on my car?
Yes.
Or where I take my kid to get a driver's license, or I go every couple of years to get my license renewed?
Correct.
And you go on a Saturday before 1 usually, and you wait in line, and then they call you up and that kind of stuff, right?
Yes,
so I think most of us have been through that, and you try to put them all over. You've got in strip malls, and you've got them just all over the place to be convenient for people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, these employees that are in these license bureaus, do they work for the State of Ohio Department of Motor Vehicles?
No, sir.
Okay, who do they work for?
Each of the license bureaus are run by a contractor called a deputy registrar, so they have to put in a bid and they're awarded the license bureau. So the deputy registrar themselves is not an employee of the State of Ohio. They're a contractor. And so they hire their own staff.
Okay, so these folks aren't state employees, not part of the state retirement system, they're not getting state benefits. Okay, but yet you rely on them to carry out some of the policies of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
All policies and procedures, yeah.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, you indicate that an individual could walk in and ask for help in getting a driver's license. Is that safe to say?
Well, we try to help all of our customers, yes.
Okay. But part of your job is not just to issue things, it's also to provide information to the public, is it not?
Yes.
When I walk in, there's like a bunch of books on motorcycle safety and motor safety and all that stuff. Is that fair to say? Sitting in a rack somewhere?
Maybe not boater safety, but...
Okay. And then if I have questions about something like what kind of identification do I need to bring, you folks answer that,
correct.
Right? Mm-hmm. And these deputy registrars even take phone calls. Sometimes when you're waiting in line to get served, they'll take a phone call right in front of you and talk to somebody about the steps needed to get their license back or whatever business is taken care of, right?
Yes, sir.
So if I were to come into your agency and ask you for a driver's license, you would ask me this series of, well, you wouldn't because you're working for the BMV, but if I were to go into a deputy registrar, one of their employees would work with me, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I asked for a driver's license, they would ask me these questions, specifically this one about, are you driving privileges suspended, revoked, or out of service order? Would they ask that, or would they give me a piece of paper to look at?
No, they ask you that verbally.
Okay. And how do you assure that they ask that every time?
Well, we have field staff that go in there. Well, first of all, they have to key in something. Okay, they can't just... They are required to ask and have answered all the questions that are provided to them. But we do have a system where we have field staff that go in there and monitor this regularly, and we get reports regularly.
What if I walk in and I say, I'm not sure if I'm suspended. I used to be. I was suspended out of state, but I don't know anymore. Could you check for me? What would your response be?
Well, the employee's response. We have license control, so they have the opportunity to call license control if they're unsure, and they can do a social security check through them.
Okay, so there is a procedure for somebody who's unsure as to what the status of their license is for the BMV to check that out.
Correct.
Now, I understand sometimes the information the BMV has is not extremely current. And I guess what I'm referring to, ma'am, is how you said earlier, you could pick up a DUI over lunch, and your status could change that quickly.
Yes.
Okay. So I do appreciate that there's a lag time that we're talking about here.
Correct.
But in general, are the states supposed to put in the status of individual licenses into some kind of big computer that you all get to look at?
I don't know if the states have to do that. I don't know if it's mandatory or not. That's not outside of my realm. But I know that there is a system. We refer to it as SIDLIS or PDPS or the National Driving Check. So
let's go with National Driving Check. That
okay.
I can remember.
Okay. Yes, sir.
What are those acronyms?
We refer to, they're just on our computer, and it says SIDLIS or PDPS. And I don't know what they stand for. I'm sorry.
So theoretically, if someone came in and said, I don't know if I'm still suspended, I used to be, your agency, or specifically the subcontractor's employee, would then most likely go into one of those systems, a national database, and determine whether or not that individual... No?
No, sir.
Okay, what would happen?
Well, when the information is originally entered into the system checks every time, every entry.
Okay.
And so if there's one that's in the system, it will pull up and it won't let you go any further.
So if I don't know, and I have to rely on you and your system to tell me what the status of my license is, barring a lag time situation, your system should kick that out and say, no, you're not eligible.
Can you repeat that?
I know.
Sorry.
That's okay, man. With the exception of the lag time, and by lag time I mean that time where your status could change quickly and maybe things didn't get updated within an hour or a day. With barring that, if I come in and I don't know what the status of my license is, would the employees of the deputy registrar be able to check that for me?
No.
Okay. Would the computer automatically kick it out if I'm suspended somewhere else?
If you're suspended and it's in the computer, it would automatically kick it out.
Okay. Obviously, Ohio doesn't want suspended drivers flooding here to get licenses where they're not eligible elsewhere. Is that probably fair to say?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
We don't issue credentials to people under suspension.
This is a big deal, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, as a state government, you're giving them you don't even call them ID cards. You call them credentials, right?
Correct.
Because these have some weight behind them. They're a state ID, and they can get you into buildings and cash checks and drive.
Correct.
So I imagine that there are fail-safes built into your system to at least check and see whether or not a person's suspended in the system somewhere.
The fail-safe would be the computer system.
Okay. So if I walk out of there with a valid license, I can assume that the fail-safe didn't generate any type of denial for that individual.
If you walk out of the license bureau and your license was under suspension, it's been my experience that if you're under suspension, you know you're under suspension. That's been my experience.
Right.
That's number one. But number two, is there an opportunity for somebody to come in and not tell the truth to the clerk and just click the button and sign it? Yes. The computer may not pick it up, and yes, they may walk out with a valid Ohio driver's license that technically is suspended someplace else.
Okay. Well, let's go over that again then. Okay. Even though they're suspended somewhere else, they would walk out of your license bureau with a valid Ohio license that is valid in the state of Ohio.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes.
I mean, the system didn't catch it or they didn't reveal it.
Correct.
At any rate, that's going to be a valid credential for this state until someone challenges it or
right.
until, okay. That's important to know. I understand your point about people know they're under suspension, especially if it's an in-state suspension. Would you agree with me?
I don't agree with you. I think that if you're suspended, you know you're suspended.
What if you think your suspension is up?
Excuse me?
What if you think your suspension is up?
Typically, it just isn't that easy. I mean, typically there's fines and fees and things, hoops to jump through before you can. It's not just like it's a date that it's just up. It's not like a birthday or something like that.
Well, what if, in a move where I move, are the rules from states different from state to state to state?
Absolutely.
So a state like Alabama could have different rules than maybe a state like Ohio.
I have no knowledge of the rules in any other state.
Okay, but if I wanted to know the rules of Ohio and whether I'm eligible in Ohio, the best place for me to come is to the deputy registrar, right?
To the reinstatement center.
Okay. What if I don't? What if I just want to go and ask questions about how do I get a license in this state?
Well, if you go to a deputy registrar and the deputy registrar can't help you, they may refer you to the phone numbers to call. We also have online chat that they can exercise, or they can go to a reinstatement office. There is one here in Parma, for instance.
Is it possible that my client could have walked into a deputy registrar and said, I don't know if I'm suspended or not, I think it's up, and you folks could have ran his information and he could have walked out with a valid Ohio license?
We wouldn't have run his information. We don't have that capability in the deputy registrars. That we only process the application that's they're there for.
I think I used that term wrongly. Let me rephrase that. Is it possible that my client could have walked in and said, I don't know the status of my license, can I have an Ohio license? And could you check and see whether I'm allowed to have one? And you folks could have taken the application didn't get fail-safed out, and he would have walked out with a valid Ohio license that he was good to drive on.
That's a kind of a complicated question. I think that if somebody came into a license bureau and said that, I don't know. What they would do is most likely call license control and verify if they can do anything further from them. But the employee in the license bureau doesn't have that capability. What I see that typically happens is people just say, when they are asked that first question, they don't typically own up to the fact that they have a suspended license. They just typically say no, and then they keep going because that doesn't stop the process.
And because this happens a lot.
I don't know if it happens a lot.
Okay. Because it's known to happen. It's definitely something that happens.
Okay.
Your system takes that into account?
Our system takes that into account.
Because your system does a check of some sort, a fail-safe, with other states on the national database to determine whether or not a suspension is showing from another state.
That's immediate, right? That happens immediately. Once the first information, the name, date of birth, and social, that's the first thing that the system does.
And if it doesn't kick it out,
the clerk would have no knowledge or have any opportunity to run or check or anything like that. That's not in the wheelhouse of the clerk.
And then that individual that came in would walk out and that license would be valid.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Sweatwig, you were asked some questions about who runs each licensing bureau, correct? Now, the information, the questions that you asked is about on the keypad, or the signature pad. Mm-hmm. Are those standard across all the bureaus?
Yes.
And regardless of which clerk is asking which questions, all those questions, do they appear the same on each signature pad?
Yes.
And each licensing bureau?
Yes.
So regardless of what question the clerk actually poses to someone, that question is still asked before someone can sign to obtain either a temporary permit or a license?
Yes.
Okay. So the onus is on the person applying for a license to disclose this information.
That's correct.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about what's in the computer system in regards to suspended licenses and whatnot. Are you, or is the Ohio BMV, do you have control over what information another state inputs into the system?
No.
Why not?
Because that's on the other states and how they're set up. So you've got 50 different entities, and I'm assuming I don't even know if all 50 subscribe to that. I can't speak to that, but yeah, everybody has their own set of rules.
So the Ohio BMV is only has control or can deal with the information that's inputted by another state?
The system basically, I'm not sure how it works, but once you put the identifiers in the system and hit next, the computer checks the National Driving Registry or whatever it's called, SIDLIS PDPS from my point of view. It checks that, and if it comes back as a hit, it'll have a message will come on the bottom of the screen. I'm sorry if I'm not answering your.
No, you are.
Okay.
And then if there is no error message that pops up on that screen, is there still a potential that somebody's license in another state is suspended?
Yes.
And who is required to disclose that information at that time they receive either a temporary permit or license about their license being suspended in another state?
The customer.
And if in fact the customer's license is suspended in another state, would they be issued an Ohio license?
Not if they say that my license is suspended, it stops the process.
And so if an individual were to lie or mislead the DMV and whether or not they were suspended from another state, what happens to that Ohio license?
If the person's issued and they walk out with it.
They walk out the door with a license even though they provided false information to the Bureau. And what steps, if you know, does the Bureau take to remedy that false information that was provided to you all?
That's not my department. I don't know.
Another department deals with that issue, correct? Okay. And you said that in your experience, somebody who has a suspension knows they have a suspension, correct?
That's been my experience.
In your experience, are people sometimes dishonest about whether or not they have a suspension?
Correct.
Why would that be?
Because they want the credential.
And if in fact they are suspended, they're not legally entitled to that credential, correct?
Correct.
You were asked some questions in regards to reinstatement or what somebody would do to reinstate a license. What is the process in Ohio for a license to be reinstated after it's been suspended? Or is there a process?
There is a process. I'm not the person to ask that. I really could not give you that proper information, sorry.
But there is a separate process outside of what's done at your division, correct?
Yes, there's a whole reinstatement office, and that's all I do is reinstatements.
There's a whole office for reinstatement in Ohio?
There's multiple ones. There's one in Parma, there's one in Youngstown.
So an individual attempting to reinstate a suspended Ohio license couldn't even walk into one of these bureaus that you supervise. They would have to go to an entirely different office.
To be reinstated, yes.
And so that's why you're unfamiliar with that process,
correct?
Okay. You also mentioned that people don't always own up to the fact that they have a suspended license. Why did you say that?
Well, people have different motivations for why they need that credential. So, I mean, I can only guess. My license has never been suspended, thankfully. But I know that people need it for work purposes. Sometimes they need that. And if their license is suspended, I think that's a strong motivation to come into live. And it's just my experience. I don't know. I'm sure there's other reasons why somebody would lie to get that driver's license.
And you were asked a lot of questions again about the information that comes out of the computer, but the computer is in fact the fail-safe for this process, is it not?
I think you could look at it like that, but...
And the initial check is the person attempting to gain the temporary permit or the driver's license actually being honest and making that disclosure, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, before they receive those credentials, they have to acknowledge and sign off on an official BMV document that they're not suspended, correct?
Correct. They have the opportunity. They see that exactly how they answer it. It comes up on the screen, so they see exactly how it says, you know, my license is or is not, I believe, under suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified. So that is or is not is in bold and it's in capital letters.
And if somebody were to receive those documents and were to sign off of them, does your department keep those records?
It's a paperless system. If they wanted to, they could ask the clerk, and the clerk can hit a button to print them. Is that what you're asking?
Right, but does your department normally keep those records?
Electronically.
How are they maintained?
Electronically.
And does your department have the ability to print those documents if necessary?
Yes.
And is that kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
My approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1472 and 1473. Can you take a moment to review these items? And ma'am, generally speaking, do you recognize what these items are?
Yes.
And can you explain to us what they are?
It's the application for a temporary permit for the first one, and the second one is the application for a driver's license.
And what information is contained on those applications?
Everything that the clerk asks, all the name, date of birth, gender, height, weight, hair, eyes, citizenship, residential address, residency, what class it is, what restrictions, endorsements, expiration date, the transaction type, and all of the questions that were answered on the status questions, all the responses.
And are those the questions we've been talking about thus far?
Yes.
And is included in that question, what's the first question on both of those forms?
Well, it's just the response. It's not the question.
What is the response?
I do have a current driver's license or ID card from Ohio, ID number, and then it lists the RK988155.
And on those questions, does it ask about a suspended license in another jurisdiction?
Yes, it says I do not have driving privileges now suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified or subject to an out-of-service order in this state or any other state.
And is there a signature that's usually required at the bottom of these forms?
Yes, ma'am, it's an electronic signature.
And in fact, on the bottom of State's Exhibit 1472 and 1473, is there a signature at the bottom of these forms?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the exhibits in front of you, whose forms do these belong to? What's the name on the top of the form?
Joshua Joseph Gaspar.
And what is the date for the signing of the temporary permit form?
February 10th, 2016.
What's the date of the signing of the driver's license form?
February 11th, 2016.
And on both those forms, was the defendant asked about whether or not there was a suspended license from another jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
And on both of those forms, the defendant signed that there was no suspended license from another jurisdiction.
Correct.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Man, what are those dates again? For the temporary, the first one you would have got.
February 10th, 2016.
Okay, and then for the permanent?
February 11th, 2016.
Okay. Now, you indicated that folks could probably walk into a regular deputy registrar and lie and walk out with a credential, right? What if I have questions about whether or not I'm eligible? I need some help clearing up things to get my license. Is there a special place I would go?
Well, I can see from the applications, he went to 1814, which is the Permanent License Bureau, so they probably would have sent him 3 doors down to the Reinstatement Center for any questions.
In fact, that's accurate. So if I told you that my client was sent from that license bureau to the special place, the Reinstatement Center, 3 doors down, where they had him pay off some old parking tickets, and then sent him back to Parma and gave him a valid license, would that seem consistent with what you have there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Please approach, Mary.
All right, guys, welcome back to LawNewz Network. We are waiting for a sidebar here. Joshua Gaspar, that's who you see there on your screen. He is the defendant in this case, accused of striking and killing State Trooper Velez, who was engaged in a traffic stop. Joshua Gaspar has been charged with a number of different things. This witness is someone from the Department of Motor Vehicles, and she has been testifying about how one would be able to get a license if they had a suspended license in another state. This is an important part of the defense's case. It seems like a sort of minor crime compared to the other crimes that Mr. Gaspar has been charged with. But remember that this is what's called an enhancement. So not only is it a separate charge, but if convicted of driving with a suspended license, his sentence for any other conviction could be increased by quite a bit. So this is part of the case that I expect the defense will argue pretty strongly against. Looks like the sidebar is over. We'll go back to the audio in the courtroom. It's mine. Sorry.
I'll just have to wait about 10 minutes for you.
Ma'am, we were talking about reinstatement bureaus, correct?
Reinstatement offices.
Reinstatement offices. And there's one in Parma?
Yes, sir.
And it's right 3 doors down from the agency that my client went to?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell from looking at that document whether or not my client went to that agency?
No, sir.
Can you tell from the fact that he had a temporary license on one day and the very next day had a permanent license that he would have went to that agency?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it the policy of your deputy registrars and employees that you supervise to send somebody to the reinstatement office when there's questions as to what they need to do to get their license valid?
It's not policy. It's most likely procedure for the clerks.
Okay. I mean, when there's a question, those are about getting your license back, there are a more specialized group of folks to help with that.
Yes, and it's convenient.
Can you tell from looking at those documents as to whether or not my client went through that agency or not? That reinstatement?
I cannot tell that from these.
Okay. Were you asked by the state to bring a file with you or to review any of my client's personnel records?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't know, based on the information you came in here today with, whether or not he actually went through those steps or saw a reinstatement bureau or whether he went in and lied?
No, sir, this is the first. I've seen the applications.
Okay. Is that record maintained by the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Who would we talk to try and find out whether or not my client went to a reinstatement bureau? Do you know?
I don't know how the reinstatement offices monitor that, so I'd probably refer you to the reinstatement personnel.
Pursuant to your job duties, would that be something that you would look into or could look into for us, or that's not something you're...
I don't. That's a whole separate department.
Okay. So you really have no knowledge of how my client obtained his driver's license other than what you see on those two pieces of paper?
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether he went in and lied, right?
I do not know that.
Or you don't know whether or not he asked for help and the license registration people told him what steps to take?
I have no knowledge of who he talked to or what information he was given.
Okay. Thank you for your time today.
Sure. Thank you so much.
From?
The Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Your Honor.
Subject to penalty of perjury. Testimony about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Candace, have you ever been recorded?
No.
All right, the chair won't move. You'll have to move up to the microphone and
Okay.
use the voice like from you.
Okay.
Ms. Daniels, can you hear me?
Yes.
That's good.
That's good, right?
Yes. Just make sure that you speak slowly. Mary's taking down everything that you're saying.
Okay.
Good volume. Just keep it slow.
All right.
Would you please state your full name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Amber Lynn Daniels. It's A-M-B-E-R, then a hyphen, L-Y-N-N, Daniels, D-A-N-I-E-L-S.
Spell that really fast. Okay, Mary got it.
Okay.
Mary got it. So just
Slow down.
slow down. Slow down. All right. Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the State of Ohio Department of Public Safety. The division is the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
And how long have you been employed there?
6 years.
And what is your role with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles?
I am the commercial driver's license and special case manager. We handle CDL license suspensions, in-state and out-of-state suspensions.
Is that only for commercial drivers or for the public at large as well?
Therefore, it says CDL, but it's for all drivers.
What kind of things do you do in that suspension bureau? What's your role?
Our role, we disqualify commercial drivers. We also suspend all drivers, whether they be commercial or non-commercial drivers. The suspensions range from violator compact suspensions, which are suspensions from other states that, like a ticket that's unpaid that you would get in one state, and then it would suspend your Ohio license, license forfeitures, warrant blocks. We deal with a lot of medical suspensions. I basically deal with almost all the suspensions that a driver can be given.
And how long have you worked in that role?
In this role, it's been 4 years. I've been the manager over the department for the last 3.5 years.
So how many employees do you manage?
Currently 11.
You mentioned a compact.
Correct.
Is that what we commonly refer to as the interstate compact?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Interstate compact is we have 51 states, but there's only 45
states that are in agreement to a compact. So if you have a suspension in another state, you get penalized in the other state, whether, for whatever it would be. If you get suspended, then Ohio will recognize the other state's suspension and go ahead and suspend you here as well.
So is Ohio part of the interstate compact?
Correct. Ohio is part of the interstate compact.
Are you aware if Alabama is one of the states that is part of the interstate compact?
Yes, Alabama is one of the states as well.
So how is this done? How do you find out from Alabama that a license is suspended?
Although only 45 states are in the compact, all 51 jurisdictions, so all states share what's called the National Drivers Registry. The National Drivers Registry is shared, it's like a shared database. And the point is so someone can't have multiple licenses. So it also has a part of it that's called the Problem Driver Pointer System. And what that does is if someone is suspended in one state and we'll just say they convert to Ohio, then Ohio would run that driver in that database. And as long as another state has, like, it's called a block, then we would be able to see the block and we would not issue to that driver.
Have you ever personally entered somebody into this system?
If there is an error in the system, if someone should be suspended and they're not, because the system's totally relied upon, computers, and with computers things can go wrong. Maybe someone didn't put a suspension on, maybe the system was down, but if we're ever alerted that something's incorrect, then we would place a suspension on a record, and that will automatically place the driver that should be blocked. A block will go through this Problem Driver Pointer System.
So is this a manual process or an electronic process?
It is an electronic process, but it can become manual if there is an error.
Have you experienced in Ohio times when it's failed?
In Ohio, there have been a couple of occasions where it has failed. Especially for our CDL drivers, if we have to put a pointer out there because of a medical suspension or there's a suspension that was not placed on the record due to even human error, then we would manually have to place a pointer out there so that driver's not issued in another state.
And have you personally had to do that?
Correct. Yes, I have.
What are some instances that you can remember where you caught that there should have been a suspension? How did that happen?
Usually the only way someone is caught is if we are notified by either another state calls us and say, hey, they're trying to, Ohio drivers trying to convert their license to another state, and there's some error. They're saying that they should not be blocked. Even, I can unblock someone if, a suspension is no longer in effect. There's been instances where someone should have like a medical suspension, and then I have to place a medical suspension on a driver, therefore their driver, the license is suspended.
So when somebody walks in to apply for a license and they're run and they're suspended in another state, what should happen?
What should happen, the system, once we put in all their identifiers, which is their social security number, we'll put in their driver's license number from the other state, then automatically, as long as the other state has a block in the National Drivers Registry and there is a block within the Problem Driver Pointer System, then automatically we'll get something on the screen at the Deputy Registrar's office that says, hey, there's an alert. This driver, cannot be issued, is what it will say. And we print out a piece of paper, give it to the driver, and then the driver will tell them, you cannot come back to be issued until you take care of the suspension in the other state.
So someone with an out-of-state suspension, are they able to get a valid Ohio license?
Say that one more time.
If somebody has an out-of-state suspension, are they able to get a valid Ohio license?
They would only be able to get a valid Ohio license if there's not a block in the system, if there's an error in the system, or it's kind of twofold. There's also a question, I believe, on the application that says, are you suspended in another state? So if the driver, does not let us know, and or the system, there's not a error, or I'm sorry, a block in that system, then we would issue a license.
So in that statement, is a driver required to disclose if they have a suspension?
On the application, it does say that you would be committing perjury if you answer any of the questions incorrectly, and one of the questions do state, do you have any suspensions in this state or any other state?
So whose responsibility is it to know the status of their out-of-state license?
That will be the driver.
So if the compact fails and you get notified later that the license is in fact suspended in another jurisdiction, what do you guys do?
Immediately, usually the deputy registrar's office, they would contact investigations, and usually everything's funneled through my department. So we have contacts through various other states, and we would contact what's called the problem driver pointer system. We call it PDPS for short because it's very long, but we would contact someone at the PDPS help desk in that state. We would give them the driver's information and just verify, should they be suspended, and at that point, they would investigate to see if they should be, what's going on, what error is occurring, that there's no block in the National Driver's Registry.
Are you familiar with the file of a Joshua Gasper?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with this file?
My assistant chief, Marcia Fisher, she had contacted me and said that an investigator had contacted her and that they believe they should not have been issued a license in the state of Ohio. I then had my lead worker, Tricia Benjamin. She went ahead, contacted the state of Alabama, talked to their pointer drivers, the problem driver pointer system, talked to their help desk, and they confirmed that he was suspended in that state and that there was some type of IT error, that they did not have a block in the National Driver's Registry.
Do you remember about when this conversation happened?
I would say, I can't give you a specific date. I would say December 2016, January 2017.
So once you found out that he had a suspension in Alabama, what did you do next?
Once we found out that he had a suspension in Alabama, they said that they would get back to us as far as placing a block in the system. I didn't know at that point, do I cancel the license immediately since he should not have been issued, or what do we do? We had to contact our legal department. Our compliance officer, John Goulden, he went ahead and had a letter drawn up giving Mr. Gaspar 30 days to respond, basically saying that the registrar will cancel your license within 30 days if you don't ask for it. It was called an administrative hearing.
Did you, in this process, ever pull his application?
Correct.
Okay, why did you do that?
We wanted to verify if, for the investigator, he asked, for everything, for the application, to see how he answered the question of, do you have a suspension in this state or any other state?
Why is that important?
Because, you're supposed to say whether you're suspended. Like I said, it's a two-part system, so even if someone says, no, I'm not suspended, the system, the pointer drivers, the National Driver's Registry, the block should come up. But in the case that it doesn't, you're supposed to be honest and say, yes, I am blocked in this system. I am suspended in another state.
approach your Honor?
Yes.
I was going to approach the witness.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Daniels, I'm handing what's been marked as Exhibit 1472 and 1473. Would you take a moment to review those and let me know when you're ready to answer questions based on that?
Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Can you tell the jury what those documents are?
This is a certified copy of a application for driver's license and also for application for a temporary permit.
And
Which is which?
yes.
The temporary permit comes first, depending on what they have to apply for, and then comes the actual driver's license.
And 1472 is the temporary?
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Daniels, to the question regarding whether or not that applicant was suspended in any other state, what was the answer?
The applicant said, I do not have driving privileges now suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified or subject to an out-of-service order in this state or any other state.
Is that in Exhibit 1472?
Correct.
What about Exhibit 1473?
It seems to be the very next day. He indicated, I do not have driving privileges now suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified or subject to an out-of-service order in this state or any other state.
If somebody lies to that question, is that a validly obtained Ohio license?
No.
So you talked about a letter that you mailed Mr. Gasper once you realized he was suspended in Alabama. How did you know what address to mail that to?
We go off of the address that's in our database, which is an address that the driver provides. They can update that whenever they receive a license, or they can call in and update the address with us.
To this date, have you received a response from Mr. Gaspar from that letter?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Was a hearing held?
No.
One moment.
Yeah.
Ms. Daniels, do you know anything about reinstatement in the state of Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, can a license just automatically reinstate?
No.
Is there a process?
Yes.
Who has to initiate that process?
The driver.
Nothing further now. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is John Stead. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
If I ask anything you don't understand, you can just ask me to rephrase it.
Okay.
Okay. Ma'am, in September of 2016, what was the status of my client's driver's license?
I don't have a database in front of me. I can't recall that.
Okay. Well, do you have the date that he received on those two entries right there? Do you have the date that he received a permanent license in Ohio?
Yes, sir.
What day was that?
February 10th of 2016.
Okay. And what day was that permanent license revoked based on your work on this case?
It was 30 days after the letter that was sent. From what I remember that was on the letter, the defendant had up to 30 days from the date of the letter to respond, and it wasn't received timely.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a minute. You think that was December?
I believe that was I don't have the letter in front of me. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't recall.
When were you contacted by this investigator?
I wasn't personally contacted. My supervisor was, my assistant chief was. I believe it was December or January, December 2016, January 2017.
Okay. So it was, to the best of your knowledge, it was after the death of the trooper in this case?
Correct.
Okay. You know that?
Yes.
What kind of investigator was this that contacted you?
He was a Bureau of Motor Vehicle investigator.
Okay. Do you know how they got onto this investigation?
No, sir, I don't.
You don't know if the Cuyahoga County Prosecutor's Office or the State Highway Patrol contacted them in an effort to try and get Josh disqualified?
No, sir.
But an investigator from your office did come maybe a month or two after the death of the trooper and start poking around Josh's file.
I know that we were contacted.
Okay. You talked about the violator compact and this computer system, and you said once in a while, I think you might have said a couple of times, it doesn't catch the out-of-state suspensions, right?
Correct.
You talk about the CDLs, which are truckers, and sometimes medical suspensions. When you said a couple times, do you really mean a couple times?
In my personal instance, when I say a couple times, I would say not technically 2 times. A handful of occasions where, are you talking about where I had to manually put something?
I guess I'm talking about the thousands of suspensions that are around. I assume we have thousands of these things in the state? Mm-hmm. More than thousands?
Maybe, I don't know.
Lots?
I would say lots.
Okay. There's only a handful where the National Driver Database doesn't catch the out-of-state suspension.
I don't know a number.
Okay. That you've worked on, though, that you're experiencing. This isn't a very common problem?
I wouldn't say that it's a common problem. I would say that probably since I've been working there, maybe about 10 times have we been contacted about something like that. But I mean, I don't know for sure. I don't keep track.
In dealing with Alabama, it came to your knowledge that they failed to put a suspension in?
Correct.
So let me ask you this. If I get a suspension in another state, am I required to go back to that state when the suspension's over and pay a reinstatement fee, even if I've moved to Ohio?
It depends on that state. Definitely, I can only put it in terms of like an Ohio suspension. If in Ohio, common reinstatement requirements are you have to pay a fee, and we'll just say there's a court order release because you did not meet the requirements of the court, you may fail to appear. So for us, if you leave that state or you convert to another state, our suspension is still going to be out there in the National Driver's Registry until you fulfill our requirements. So it works like that opposite in other states.
Okay. So you've looked at my client's file. Have you reviewed it for testimony today to the best you could?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Are you aware as to whether or not he was sent from a deputy registrar to a reinstatement office?
Objection.
I don't have any knowledge of that. I was just called to investigate it as far as talking to Alabama over the phone, that kind of thing. But I had no idea about that.
The state talks a lot about an individual coming in and lying and obtaining a license through fraud, correct?
They didn't talk to me about it.
Well, I meant in their questioning a few minutes ago. Yeah, I will do that here, and I apologize, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Can you repeat your question?
I can. Thank you. When you were talking with the state of Ohio a minute ago, they talked about folks who come in and lie and obtain their license through fraud, correct?
I didn't hear that. I mean, they may have said that. I can't recall that.
Well,
I know in the application they asked what he said.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Can you tell from a review of the record whether it's possible that somebody could have came in my client's case, my client, and said he didn't know whether he was still on suspension out of state, and then the DMV or the deputy registrar or specifically the reinstatement office could have checked him in the database and said, no, you're not, and gave him a license?
That could be a possibility.
Right, and he would have really no way of knowing, an individual wouldn't have any way of knowing that the IT department in Alabama failed to enter something, would they?
I don't know if it depends on that state. If that state did not give him his reinstatement requirements, it's a possibility, I guess.
If a citizen of Ohio, maybe a friend of yours or acquaintance came in and said, hey, my license is all messed up, how do I start the process of going to get a new license to figure out where I stand? What would you tell them to do?
We would run their information in the National Drivers Registry to see if any blocks would come up, and depending on that, we would give them that information.
And those blocks, like you said, that's pretty reliable. It's only been about a handful of times where you've caught a mistake in that system.
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular case, my client did get a valid license from the state of Ohio back on those days we talked about on that form, right?
Correct.
And it didn't go invalid until after this investigator got involved.
Correct.
Okay. Now, ma'am, you don't just pull people's licenses without giving them the opportunity for a hearing, correct?
You mean as far as canceling?
You know, let's talk about my client specifically, because you talked specifically with the prosecutor about that. It said that after you guys looked into this, you told him that he had 30 days to request a hearing.
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you did request a hearing to fight this, right?
Correct.
And you told him that he didn't get back to you in a timely manner.
Correct.
I think it was a day late. Is that accurate?
I believe so.
It was 1 day late. And you sent this notice to the address on his license.
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that during the time period that the 30 days was passing, my client was locked up in the Cuyahoga County Jail?
No, I had no knowledge of that.
Did the state of Ohio didn't share that with you or the investigator?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Judge, can we approach?
Yeah.
All right, guys, it looks like they've muted our sound for a little bit. Hopefully we're going to take us right back and continue this scintillating testimony about the DMV and getting a license. As much as this may seem sort of trite, it's very important to this case. I thought I heard some sound there. Not only because it is a separate charge that Mr. Gaspar was driving without a license, but also because it's what's called an enhancement. So if he is convicted of some of the other charges, included the aggravated manslaughter charge, it will add to his sentence if he is also found to have been driving with no valid license. The second indictment, which was done in 2017, he is charged with aggravated vehicular homicide, enhanced for having hit a police officer, and for no valid license. The second count is aggravated vehicular homicide, enhanced for a police officer and no valid license. So this is an important part of the case and an important part for the defense to actively defend, which they have been doing here. I don't know if we have sound back yet. It's coming back, so I'm going to take you back and I'll be back during the next break.
Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Was Mr. Gaspar disqualified because an investigator wanted him disqualified, or was he disqualified because he was suspended in the state of Alabama?
He was suspended because of the state of Alabama, and that's why his license was canceled.
Again, who is responsible to know their license is suspended?
The driver.
Is it the reinstatement office or the driver?
The driver.
How did you find out Mr. Gaspar's license was suspended?
Once we received the case and we had to do the footwork, we went ahead, contacted the Department of Motor Vehicles in Alabama. that Alabama help desk did advise us that he was suspended, and it was their error. There should have been a block in the National Drivers Registry.
Is it my understanding that it was a simple phone call that verified the status of Mr. Gasper's license?
Correct.
Can somebody who has a license suspended in Ohio call into the Ohio DMV?
Correct.
So Mr. Gasper could have called Alabama if he had a question about the status of his license?
Correct. And if I recall, like I don't have any documents in front of me, but they let us know what he would need to do to reinstate his license.
And that was just a simple phone call, correct?
Correct.
Was this license that was obtained through those two applications a validly issued Ohio license?
No, it was not issued validly.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Madam, you said a simple phone call to Alabama to clear this up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why would someone call Alabama when they don't live there anymore, they're trying to get an Ohio license? Wouldn't the right thing to do to be talk to Ohio about getting an Ohio license?
Objection.
If a...
Are you able to answer that question?
I kind of don't understand the question, because I think it's more if he knew, would he be able to contact Alabama? And if he knew, he would be able to contact Alabama. I think is what he's saying, but I'm not for sure.
Would it make more sense to you when trying to obtain an Ohio license to contact the Bureau of Motor Vehicles in Ohio to discuss what requirements you need, as opposed to contacting the state you used to live in?
Objection.
Sustained.
If
That's not hypothetical. What she would do.
Do you have a special number that you can call folks at other DMVs that the general public doesn't have?
yes, so we don't have to wait on hold.
I was just going to say that. I mean, it's not just a simple phone call. Have you ever tried to call the Ohio DMV when you don't have a special number? Or the Alabama DMV?
I haven't. I would just go on the website.
Right. This can be pretty complicated stuff, can't it?
I mean, because I work there, I guess I don't look at it that way. But to me, it's just a phone call. So you would just call the other state, But
you have a full-time job doing this.
Correct.
And you have a special number to call, right?
We do, so we don't have to wait.
And you're the supervisor. You're trained in helping people get their license back.
Correct.
And in this particular case, if my client came to you or came to your agency and asked to get the license back, you would have taken all the steps required before just handing him a driver's license. Correct?
Correct.
In this particular case, we can assume that all the steps were taken and my client was handed an Ohio driver's license. Correct?
I guess, yes.
Whether it was, as the state says, obtained through fraudulent means, or whether it's just a mistake, the fact is, he walked out of there with a good license.
Objection.
If the driver went in and you're saying he doesn't, because he didn't, if you're saying if he does not know that he has a block, like it doesn't come up when he goes into the system.
Right. An old suspension that he thinks is over from a year past.
And it doesn't come up and he has no knowledge, then that would be correct. It would be a valid license once he's given it. Correct.
So really, it all depends on what his knowledge is as to whether or not he was suspended in the other state or whether or not that suspension may have been up. Is that safe to say?
Objection.
I think if a driver has knowledge and was told by the state of Alabama they're suspended, then it would be up to them to investigate and get that suspension off their record. But if they have no knowledge of that, then I guess that could be correct.
And let's clarify, suspensions are for a set amount of time, are they not?
As long as if you don't meet the requirements, they can be indefinite. Like in Ohio, they can be indefinite even if you do meet a time restriction. It may depend on a court release. There's multiple factors.
In this particular case, the suspension we're talking about was a 6-month suspension in Alabama.
Objection.
Do you know?
I have no knowledge of, I have no details of what suspension it was in his, I don't have that information.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Did you want us to proceed into the next witness, or were we going to take a lunch break?
How long is your next witness?
Your Honor, when you approach 7. Your Honor, the State of Ohio is going to call Trooper Christopher Jackson to the stand. I'm sorry, Mary, it's Charlie Jackson.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalty of perjury, that the testimony about to give you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Got it.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Charles Michael Jackson, Charles.
And sir, are you employed
Yes, I am.
by whom?
The Ohio State Highway Patrol.
In what capacity, sir?
I'm a state trooper / investigator.
And how long have you been employed by Ohio State Highway Patrol?
A little over 18 years.
And what have been some of your duties there?
I started out as a normal road trooper. Did that for a few years. I did crash reconstruction for a few years temporarily. And then about 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to join our investigation unit.
And what are some of the duties associated with the investigation unit?
We investigate things outside the norm of a normal road trooper. A trooper comes across something that would take them off the road or take a lot of time, then our office would get involved and assist, if not take over.
And what sort of training and experience goes into being assigned to that unit?
There's some core requirements for interviews and interrogations. We have a basic investigative class that we go through, an executive protection class that we go through, and then from there we have the opportunity to obtain other classes, which would be evidence technician classes, shooting reconstruction classes, a whole wide variety of classes that we can take and train.
And what are some of your daily responsibilities as part of the investigation unit?
For me, I have Lorraine Correctional as my main responsibility. So anything that happens within inside the walls of Lorraine Correctional, if it's a criminal matter, then I'll investigate it.
Now, were you employed and working with this unit on September 15th of 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your assignment that day?
That day, I was just in the office, just catching up on some cases. I wasn't in the prison that day. I was actually in the office.
And during the course of your time in the office on that day, did you have occasion to respond to the fatal crash on I-90 westbound?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did you do once you received that assignment?
I was actually at lunch when we received the assignment with 3 other troopers. Once the call came in, myself and then Trooper Aussie immediately.
I'm sorry, Trooper.
Aussie, A-U-S-S-E, responded to Cleveland Metro Hospital.
And why did you respond to Cleveland Metro Hospital?
We already had officers en route to the scene of the crash, and we weren't sure if we had anyone from our office that was at the hospital there to obtain evidence.
And what did you do once you responded to the hospital?
I got to the hospital, and I was greeted by Sergeant Harris from Post 18, and we were pretty much on a standby. Trooper Velez had already ceased. At that time, I was taking orders from Sergeant Boyd, who's now since retired. He ordered me to obtain any evidence necessary that I was able to get from Trooper Velez and possibly take photos.
And did you complete that task?
I was able to get to the evidence. The body picks up Trooper Velez. I was stopped. I was stopped before entering the room by Staff Lieutenant Haymaker. He felt that it would be too hard for me, being that I knew Trooper Velez for a long time. So Cleveland Police, they offered to send one of the detectives in to take photos.
And did you collect the physical evidence from Trooper Velez?
I received a biohazard bag from Sergeant Harris that contained some clothing, just a few clothing items. From there, they were secured in my vehicle, and then.
What did you do after securing those items in your vehicle?
After they were secured in the vehicle, I stood by and waiting for further orders, just to see if anyone else needed anything. Our district staff was on scene. We had people from Columbus up on scene, up at the hospital. Family was on scene. So myself and Trooper Rossi, we stood by the hospital just to see, making sure nothing else was needed. And then later on that evening, we did secure from there, and then went to our Cleveland District headquarters, where our office is located at, and took the evidence to the evidence locker, the minimal evidence that I had.
After you deposited the evidence in the evidence locker, what did you do next as it related to this investigation?
Afterwards, the only thing else, I had very minimal work in this case. Inside the evidence locker, the vehicles were secured, and we also assisted just by with the vehicle inventory of the suspects, Mr. Gasper's vehicle. Assisted with that.
Explain to me the normal process through which a vehicle inventory is completed.
For this, since it was already removed from the scene and brought in later, I believe they waited for a search warrant. Once a search warrant was obtained, I believe the only thing I did with the inventory was I just documented what was called off and that was inside the vehicle. We're just documenting property that's inside the vehicle.
And what is the typical process through which an inventory of a vehicle is conducted?
We'll start in one section of the vehicle, and you work your way around inside the vehicle, just documenting what's inside.
And why is it done this way?
You try to keep it uniform, for one, so you're not doing double the work. Also, in case the reason for the search warrant is in case you come across something that would be evidence-worthy, so we're covered. And then just to document, to save, to look out for us. If there's anything about monetary value, anything with a lot of money, we can make sure it's documented. If it's anything of high value, just want to make sure everything is documented. Make sure nothing comes up missing.
In the case of going through this defendant's car, did you assist with that inventory?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
In the case of this defendant going through inventorying his vehicle, did you assist with this?
Yes, I did.
And who were you working with somebody else in completing the inventory?
I believe I was. I was the author. I believe, the one writing on the inventory sheet.
What does that mean? That you're the author?
Well, we have our inventory sheet. From there, it has the basic information, the vehicle information, it has a driver information on there. We'll document. And then underneath, what we'll have is why the vehicle is being inventoried, if it's out of a crash, a felony arrest. And then there's a section in there for the compartments of the vehicle. It would be the inside compartment in the trunk, area, glove box.
And did you complete paperwork associated with the inventory of this vehicle?
I believe so, ma'am.
And would that have been done during the normal course of your duties?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor. And what information is typically contained on the search inventory form?
Starting from the top, the date, time, where the inventory is taking place at. We'd have the driver's information if there's a driver, the owner's information if it's the owner, the vehicle information, which would be the license plate, make and model, the VIN, color. Then there'd be a section there. The majority of the form would be what you're actually documenting. You know, what's the materials that are inside the vehicle.
And why is all this information contained on the search inventory form?
It's to protect not only us, but protect the person, the owner of the vehicle. We're documenting what's in that vehicle. We're protecting also the record driver, so no one can say something's being removed when it wasn't there. We're documenting if there's any damage to the vehicle. It's just trying to cover all bases.
May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1448. Can you take a moment to review that item? And do you recognize what that is, sir?
That's the return copy for a search warrant.
And what information is contained in that return copy as it relates to the search of the vehicle?
And this one was fabric recovered from the front license plate, 2 swabs of suspected blood, fabric from the windshield, driver's side, front registration plate from the Hyundai, 1 event data recorder, and then a CAAA contract / methadone paperwork / order of probation. Order of probation.
And is this form and this paperwork consistent with the information you were recorded during your vehicle inventory?
No, ma'am, it's not.
What information would it be contained in your vehicle inventory, sir?
I'm just documenting if they had a code in there, if they had money in there, if they had any kind of property, looking for property of value. We're looking to see if there's any receipts that would assist in the investigation. If they have anything, if they have a tent there, we'll document a tent, a spare tire, just personal belongings.
And from your recollection in regards to the inventory of the defendant's vehicle, was there anything of note that stuck out in your mind?
When we did the inventory, the initial inventory, there was I call them vapes or vapors. I wasn't too familiar with them. Someone said they might want to look into that.
And what about that stood out in your mind, if anything?
For me, I just documented it, I believe, on the 25, we call it 25D. I wasn't sure where they were going with that. I'm not too familiar with vapes, and I later learned it's a substitute for smoking.
Thank you. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
So you get the comments. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Consider your lunch. You're back downstairs at 1 o'clock. Mrs. Smith will call you up. I'm hoping she doesn't have a lot to do at lunch, but anyway, you should have a great time. Don't discuss this case. Don't let me discuss the case with you in your presence. Don't form or express an opinion. No investigation, no media accounts. I do enjoy a beautiful day out. You'll be very sorry for this in January. But a long time. I think we have food trucks outside across the street. So, great time.
That's why I didn't think too much of it.
And how many folks can jump on that?
Your Honor, right now we have 3 scheduled. I do want to let the court know, I forgot on Friday, they said Dr. Philo is going to be testifying after the as to the author. I forgot to tell you that. Dr. Philo from Medical Examiners.
Coming in at 1.
Yeah, he's actually should be on 9 right now for us to meet with him.
Medical examiner after lunch? Okay.
Probably not the best play.
Better than before.
So it appears that we have him, we have our sergeant, then another trooper.
Which sergeant?
Russell. And
Not you.
No.
What day is he coming on?
I think Wednesday, Your Honor, just depends how long.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and it's been an interesting morning in this Joshua Gaspar trial and in the Campbell trial. Let's talk about Campbell first. This morning we had a situation where one of the jurors had been in a car accident over the weekend. As you may recall, on Friday, one of the jurors, I believe it was juror number 3, indicated that she felt unable to proceed with jury deliberations. That left the alternates wondering whether one of them would be placed into deliberations. The judge left them for the weekend to sort of regroup, and over the weekend it appears that same juror was in a car accident. The thing that is completely unusual to me, something that I've never seen in my practice, is rather than place one of the alternates into the seat as a juror, or rather than calling a mistrial, the judge just simply adjourned the case until they get more information about that juror who has been in an accident. That is unusual. It leaves us unknowing as to whether or not this case will proceed, whether there will be a mistrial, whether there will be some sort of a delay. It leaves the jurors with a lot of questions in their mind, having not even barely begun deliberations. So we're going to keep an eye on the Campbell case. Hopefully everyone will regroup. Potentially that one juror will be let go, an alternate will be able to hopefully step in, and they'll be able to proceed. After this much time and this much money and this much effort, especially for the victims' families and of course for the constitutional rights of the defendant, it certainly would be helpful to be able to move forward with jury deliberations in the Campbell case. It would also be interesting for us to know where that jury ends up going. In the meantime, though, we've been following this Joshua Gaspar case, and there's so many issues in this case because here we have a man who had been addicted to pain pills after being injured at work. As a result of that addiction, he ended up getting treatment for that addiction, and part of that treatment included being given methadone. Over the weekend, I reviewed some of the information that's available out there on methadone, and I know that some of you on the chat rooms have been talking about this as well. The question becomes, Are you able to drive on methadone? Is there a law in your state regarding whether or not that is the case? And if you are driving on methadone, are you automatically considered impaired, or is it something that is decided on a case-by-case basis? It appears, the way this case is going in, that the prosecutor has to prove that Joshua Gaspar was impaired. But right now, we haven't even gotten to that point. The majority of the testimony thus far, especially today, has focused on his license. Now, this is very important, even though it seems as though it is somewhat boring and somewhat trite to go through what the process is at the DMV. We all know when we have to go through that process, it's not something we enjoy. So watching someone talking about going through the process is also not the most compelling testimony, but it is fascinating. It's fascinating to know that there's a special number for employees to call to sort of get around the red tape. One of our viewers, Cheryl, noted that she used to work at 911, and people would call 911 to try to get that special number. Joshua Gaspar had a suspended license in Alabama, apparently for parking tickets. When he moved to Ohio, he applied for a license, and the system did not come up that he had a suspended license in another state. It should have. Mr. Gaspar was asked whether or not he had any sort of suspension in another state, and he indicated no. So the defense is arguing that the IT mistake was not Mr. Gaspar's fault, and that he may have been unclear as to whether or not his license was actually suspended. The prosecution, on the other hand, has reiterated that it is the licensee's job to let the DMV know if the license has been suspended in another state. You may be wondering why this is so important. It is vitally important because of the charges in this case. We have a charge of aggravated vehicular homicide with enhancers, which means it would add to the sentence if convicted because it was a peace officer who was struck and killed, and because he did not have a valid license. Second count, aggravated vehicular homicide for recklessness, an enhancement for the police officer, and an enhancement for not having a valid license. There's a separate charge, a misdemeanor, simply for driving with not a valid license. But the enhancers actually could add quite a bit of time if Mr. Gaspar is convicted. So this is something that will become a major issue in the case. It's also potentially a reason that we may see Mr. Gaspar testify, because the jury may want to know from him, did you remember that you had a suspended license? Did you think it had passed? It was about 6 months suspension, according to the testimony that, well, the question that we just heard from the defense attorney. I do have to say, and I know Stasia and a few others were saying this as well, this defense attorney is doing a very good job at making what could be very complicated, red tape, bureaucratic type of testimony pretty simple for this jury. And he's been effective at sort of laying out the fact that this may have just been an oversight by the DMV and by Mr. Gaspar himself. When it comes to the issue of the methadone and its effect on Mr. Gaspar, I anticipate that we will hear, as Anne said in the chat room today, the battle of the experts. I anticipate that we will hear from experts about the effect of methadone on a driver. This is interesting for all of us, with the opioid epidemic in the United States being what it is, and the number of people who are currently taking medications for pain or because they are addicted or trying to wean off those addictions with doctor-run programs like this one. It becomes a real issue. Everyone driving with you on the road may be dealing with different types of pain or pain medications or going through these types of programs. So to know that this is an issue and to have a better understanding of the impact that these medications can have on our driving is certainly going to be one of the benefits of watching and following this case. I know from reading over the weekend some of the articles about Mr. Gaspar's arrest that his treating physician, Dr. DeFranco, will likely testify that the dosage of methadone that he received that day was not something that would cause him any impairment to be driving. The other issue that Patty and some of the others have brought up in the chat rooms is the fact that in Ohio, the officer Velez, was pulling people over on the left-hand side. And for many of us who drive in other states, that seemed unusual. It appears that that is where the shoulder is. In many states, the shoulder is on the right, but it appears in Ohio, the shoulder is on the left. So that is not something that was all that unusual for someone from Ohio. It may be more unusual for someone from Alabama. The question here is going to become, was Gaspar driving recklessly? The speeding issue has not come into a huge play yet in this case, and it will. The impairment issue has not yet been the focus of major amounts of testimony, and it will. But whether or not Mr. Gaspar was more than negligent, but rather whether he was actually reckless in the way that he was driving that day, is going to make a huge difference in his convictions and the way that those convictions affect his sentence, if any. He is charged with, some of you wanted a list of the charges. He is charged with a lot of things. There's 12 charges. What they come down to is aggravated vehicular homicide, because he violated an ordinance saying that you can't drive impaired, and that has some enhancers, as I said before. He's also charged with aggravated vehicular homicide for driving recklessly with the enhancers of a police officer and the driving without a valid license. He's charged with aggravated vehicular homicide for driving impaired as a second charge under a different part of the statute. He's also charged with driving while under the influence. That's going to be a big issue in this case that we'll hear some testimony about. He's charged with motor vehicle offense, driving with a suspended license. That's a misdemeanor. He's charged with various charges of tampering with records, and I think that has to do with the application for the new license and perhaps more evidence that we're yet to hear. But the major charges obviously are the charges with regards to the aggravated vehicular homicide, driving recklessly, and driving while impaired. This defendant had really struggled with a pain medication addiction problem, according to all reports, and felt as though he had overcome that struggle. I read this weekend that only 1% of people who use methadone as a means to get off of these types of addictions revert back to their old addictions. So it seems as though, at least some studies have shown, that methadone is an effective way to do that. But then the question becomes, if you have a job and you plan to drive there, is it illegal in your state to drive while taking methadone? States differ. This is something that someone on Facebook asked me. I don't know if it was Patty or Liz, and I responded by looking it up and seeing that the states differ. In some states, it is enough just simply to have taken the methadone and you are considered impaired. In other states, and I think it's the majority of states, not only do you have to have taken the drug, but there has to be some objective proof of impairment. Now here, it does appear that the officers who were on the scene will testify that he did not pass the sobriety tests that were given to him. So I don't believe that we've heard that testimony as of yet. I wasn't here on Friday, so I didn't catch all of it, but I don't believe we've heard all of the testimony about Joshua Gaspar's taking those sobriety tests and how he did on those tests. That is testimony that will remain to be seen. But for now, the testimony that we do have has been from a number of eyewitnesses who spoke to the accident, and we actually have some dash cam video. And I'm going to show you one of those witnesses that includes some of that dash cam video in just a minute. Remember, in this case, the witnesses have a choice. If they don't want to be seen on camera, they have the option of not being seen on camera. And for many of those witnesses will sort of be, you'll see the camera is sort of circling the courtroom, resting on the judge. That is the case from the first clip that I'm going to play you. But this first clip is from one of the eyewitnesses to the accident. I believe his name was Michael Stanford. And clip number 3 is going to be the direct examination of Stanford. And he's talking a little bit about the way that the accident was sort of set up, the fact that the shoulder's on the left. Watch this and sort of ask yourself, do you think that Gaspar was reckless? And does it look as though he was driving impaired, or sound as though from the testimony that he was driving impaired? Also, ladies and gentlemen, bring on your questions. I don't have a guest here today, which is totally fine because you can be my guest. Let me know what it is you're thinking about this case, what questions you have about Campbell. I will do my best to answer them in the next hour while we're on break here with Gaspar. So bring on your questions. In the meantime, I'm going to show you the clip JG3, which is one of the eyewitnesses to the accident.
Review, I saw, that there was an accident.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. You indicate that the cop comes out and makes this motion that you take it may mean you're going to have to pull over, or at least somebody's getting pulled over, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you do in response to that? You slow down?
Yeah, to get over.
Okay.
Yep.
How do you, what's the process for you to get over physically? What do you have to do with your vehicle to get over?
Hit the brake, press on the brake.
Okay. So you got to hit the brakes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got to work your way over off the road, right?
Right.
And you got to take your speed down from whatever it was to a speed where you can pretty much get off the road in an area that you can still walk up to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I want to be really clear, and I know memories can fade, and I've looked at some of your reports from that night. You are off the road and you are in the berm when you hear the thud. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
Okay, so you are no longer in the lane of travel in your blue Honda.
No.
But when that officer gets hit, you are all the way off the berm.
Right.
Now you said in your written statement a couple times that you've been there for a few minutes, but we throw that word around minute a lot. A minute is 60 seconds. 1, 2, 3. So when you said in your statements, I was there for a few minutes before I heard the thump. We want to work on that time frame with me, or are you still saying it's minutes?
Not minutes. I didn't sit and clock how long I was, but no, I wouldn't say 2 minutes.
Okay.
Or anything.
How long do you think you were sitting there on the side of the road before that officer got struck? If you think about 10 seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many?
10, 15 seconds.
Okay. That's good. I realize you didn't clock it. We're just trying to figure it out. So you're off the road, you hear the big thunk, and then you look back, and you see the trooper on the window of the Hyundai. Is that safe to say?
On the window, but going up.
Okay.
Because when I got out and turned around, I visibly watched him hit the ground behind the car.
And at this point in time, when the trooper's being struck, your car is in the berm, not in the lane of travel.
Right. Because as soon as I heard the thump and saw, I jumped out. I put my car in park and I got out. So I was out of the car and I watched him.
Would you agree with me that this whole thing was paralyzing to you?
Yeah.
Probably the scariest thing you've ever been through, or one of them?
I've never seen as much blood and gore as that day.
So, would you say that perhaps a live video of the event might be a better recollection of it than your memory? Or are you pretty confident in your memory?
I'm fine. I don't want to watch it.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to watch it. Yeah.
Everybody can see.
What's going to happen, sir, is you're looking at a video that is being filmed from the back of the trooper's car. And I think what we're looking at is 90 westbound. Does that look like 90 westbound to you?
Yes.
Partially. Okay. And when something of importance is going to happen is when the trooper crosses that back camera, and that's going to be about 30 seconds or so from now. But safe to say that when the trooper was struck, you believe that your car was up here somewhere, and I'm indicating in the berm, right?
That's the front of the car?
On the left.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I was
In front of it.
Yeah.
At the time the trooper was struck. Okay, let's stop it right there. How do I do that? Okay, did you see that happen? It's horrible to watch, I understand that, sir. But did you see your car in the far lane of travel at the time the trooper was struck?
My attention was drawn to the impact that just...
I understand, sir. If I told you that your car at the time of the impact was in the right here, and that you just now, after the trooper came down, pulled in front of the black car to the side of the road, would you agree with me that that's probably more correct than the memory that you have?
For the sake of not watching it again,
is there any reason to think this has been doctored or that's not your car?
No. From what it looked like, I didn't see anything until I saw his body just now.
Okay. Well, I'm going to need you to answer some questions on it, so I'm going to show it to you again if that's what we need to do. But I need to know where your car is in relation to that trooper. You testified that you were in front of the car when the accident happened, and you had a good 10 to 15 seconds of sitting there before the trooper got injured, and you saw the whole thing through your rearview mirror.
As I recall it, but so I guess I'm not following what you're saying.
Well, I want to know if the things you testified to, the fact that you were parked in the berm at the time the trooper was hit, you'd already pulled over for the trooper at the time that he was hit, and that you witnessed this through your rearview mirror, you witnessed this accident, if that's possible, given what we see on this video about your car being actually next to the black Hyundai and stopped in the roadway.
I was not next to, because I could see it in my rearview mirror.
Okay.
So maybe I'm not perfectly where you, like...
And it's been a long time. I'm not putting word, I mean, it's been a long time. I'm going to show it to you one more time. Yeah, there you go. I'm sorry, I shouldn't put you. I really appreciate you doing this.
Do you want me to take it all the way?
No, you don't have to. Now again, you're the blue car, not the black car, correct?
Right.
And when the trooper walks across this back window, 12:45. 24, 22. Okay. Now, those are the events you say that you saw out of your back window?
Okay, I see what you mean as far as, so I was still in the lane, but I saw that from my rear view.
Okay. So you agree with me that you were still in the lane and you had not yet pulled over?
Right.
And you agree with me that this was split second?
Yeah, I mean, from that, it didn't feel like that, but clearly from the video.
But we did this whole thing, you and I, about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you estimated 10 to 15, and that was like that.
Well, I mean, you lived through it, and then you tell me how it feels.
I would not want to, and I do apologize you had to go through this, but this is a big deal. What happened out there is a huge deal. I know it's hurting you, but I'm defending the guy here.
Sustained questions.
So, could we agree with me that perhaps your memories weren't as clear today as maybe they could have been based on what we saw in the video?
As with any traumatic experience, my trauma response might view it in a different lens than what you might perceive.
Sure.
So,
who have you talked to about this case?
I've definitely gone to counseling.
Okay, and I appreciate that. What about from law enforcement? Who did you talk to from law enforcement?
I don't remember the troopers' names, but I spoke with 2 in person and 1 over the phone.
Okay, so you've talked to 2 in person. When did that happen, sir?
Around the time of the event. 1 at the scene, another a few days following, and then maybe a week or 2 later over the phone.
What about prosecutors and whatnot? Have you had a chance to talk to the prosecutor's office about this case?
Like you say, when it happened, or
since.
All right, everybody, welcome back to LawNewz Network. I am thrilled because many of you took me up on my offer and sent me some questions, and I've done my best to answer them in the 12 minutes that we had that clip was going. One of the first questions from Smiley on the chat room is whether we can have a diagram of the accident scene. Fabulous question, and I have to tell you, if I was an attorney on either side, that's something that I would have provided to the jury during my opening. Even better if you have the money and you are working on this type of case to create sort of a 3D type of diagram to actually not only have the body cam video, but then to show the jurors where people were in space and time is a fabulous way to help them understand. We don't have either as of yet. I do anticipate, Smiley, that we will see that in the accident reconstructionist testimony, that we will likely see diagrams and have a much better sense of this case. But just like, as you may remember, in the Aaron Hernandez case, when they actually took the jurors to all of the scenes, it's enormously helpful for the jurors to be able to create in their mind's eye what it is that the witnesses and the lawyers are talking about. So it's a great question, and one that I do think will be answered shortly. Both Neil's wife and Barbara, and I think probably many of you, are wondering why a judge would dismiss alternates before deliberations are over. Well, first of all, we are not 100% sure whether or not those alternates are still available. We here at LawNewz are looking into it to have a definitive answer for you, but we think that they are. We think that the alternate jurors actually are still available. And under North Carolina law, in a death penalty case like this one, they should still be available for just this reason. This is a huge case that has huge repercussions, and to have the case be mistried because the alternates who sat through all of that testimony were allowed to leave would be a real shame. Now, that said, where I practice and in my cases, almost always the alternate jurors are dismissed when the rest of the jurors go to deliberate. The thought process is that once deliberations begin, the jury is its own entity, and you can't change that entity. You can't bring someone into deliberations and kind of fill them in on what's been going on. That once they go to deliberate, they are one thing, the deliberating jury, and you can't split that thing up and put new people in there. That's the approach when judges take the approach that the alternates should be dismissed at the end of deliberations. In fact, I've had situations where the alternates have asked to stay and they sit in the courtroom because they're eager to see what the rest of the jurors say. But they are often allowed to leave and asked to leave. Here, though, I do think that the alternates may still be available in Campbell. So even if this juror number 3 remains unable to continue to deliberate, I do think they'll be able to move forward in time. Jankney and Juice both asked about Mr. Gaspar's methadone treatment. This is the best information that I can find out from newspaper articles. The information is that he had been given methadone 14 minutes before the accident. It was a regular prescribed dose for him, and his doctor, whose name is Dr. DeFranco, actually wrote a letter indicating that it was a regular prescribed dose for him. The other thing that they said is that that is the dose he had been regularly taking. I think it was 70 milligrams, though I will go back and be sure about that. And it was a daily dose for him. So this is not something that was just once a week or once a month, but something he was taking daily. And to, I think, Baltimore Joe's point, he had been taking this, according to the doctor, and quote unquote, for some time. So this wasn't the first time that Mr. Gaspar had been given this dose of methadone, and arguably both Mr. Gaspar and his doctor had talked about its effect on him and whether or not it affected him to such a degree that he would not be able to drive. So hopefully that has answered at least some of your questions. This case is very interesting. So many people take pain medications, many, many more than you might imagine. And so many people need pain medications to get through their day. Pain is such a difficult thing for doctors to treat, a terrible thing for people to live with. And, you know, for Mr. Gaspar, I thought it was interesting. He was headed to his job at a construction site. So if he was not impaired enough to to drive. So this case is going to have a lot of interesting information, not just in the context of the case, but in context of our lives and having a little bit more empathy and sympathy for the people around us who are dealing with these types of addictions, this type of pain, being on these types of medications. I'm going to throw you to another clip of the same witness who was testifying, the guest on Skype for us for when I come back. We do anticipate that court will be back in session at about 1 o'clock this afternoon, but for right now I'm going to throw you to GJ 4 and 5, and we'll be back after that. Bring on more questions. I'm happy to try to answer them.
Well, this clearly was me writing fast, but I put I want driving in the far left lane, I'm assuming was. I observed the state trooper flagging down a car, in parentheses, unsure if he was flagging me down, in parentheses. I slowed down and got into the left shoulder of the freeway past the rumble strips. Moments after, in my rear view, I saw a black car with a shattered window. I jumped out the car and called 911.
Read the whole document.
Do I need to? I, Michael T. Sanford, hereby make voluntary statement to Trooper D. Gonzalez, Trooper R. Cantors at Panera Bread, Westlake, on Thursday, 9/15/16 at 12:45 p.m. I called 911 from my cell phone after witnessing a state trooper being hit on the shoulder of I-90 highway. Prior to hearing the accident, I was in the far left lane of I-90. I observed a state trooper signaling for, parentheses, what I assumed, in parentheses, me to pull over. I wasn't.
Screeching tires, what did you look over and see?
I saw within a second or so the impact of what I later understood was the defendant's vehicle and Trooper Velez.
Did you see the color of the car that hit Trooper Velez?
You know, I didn't process it immediately at the time, but when I later pulled back and looked, you know, back down the highway, I did see the color of the vehicle.
Do you remember it now?
I believe it was a black vehicle.
Did you see any of the actions of those vehicles prior to the accident?
I did not.
What did you do once you saw the impact?
I pulled over probably 50 yards ahead at McKinley, which is the next exit from the highway, and I called 911.
And when you called 911, were you able to get through?
I did, and people had already called. The dispatcher was already aware of the accident.
Did you remain on scene?
I did not. There were people who were already in the berm, and I think there were some people crossing the highway as well to assist the trooper. So I exited at McKinley and then later reported the accident to the Cleveland Police Department.
Why did you choose the Cleveland Police Department?
I have a friend who is a detective in the Cleveland Police Force. I called him and I said, you know, who's going to be leading this investigation? He said he wasn't sure at the time, and we're talking within 20 minutes of the accident, and he said just call Cleveland Traffic, and he gave me the number.
Did you contact the Highway Patrol, or did they contact you?
I contacted Cleveland, and then the Highway Patrol came out to see me at my home.
And did you provide a written statement at that time?
I did.
Is there any written statement other than the one you provided to the Highway Patrol?
No.
How are the troopers with you?
Nice, civil, professional. There's one trooper, it was not troopers. Very professional, very civil, polite.
Did you feel any type of pressure to make a statement?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm John Sin. I'm the defense attorney in this case. How are you today?
I'm doing well, Mr. Sen.
Okay, I'm going to ask you some questions. Sound fair?
Sounds fair to me.
Okay, sir. You were coming back from lunch and you were on 90.
I was.
And you heard a commotion.
Yes, I believe it was a screeching of tires, but there was something in the traffic caused me to look to my left.
Okay. Now, today, sir, you're using the term screeching of tires. And I've noticed that you use that and the prosecutor use that. And you've had some time to reflect on this case. But do you remember making a statement that, well, to the troopers, remember the statement you gave to them?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to show you that, sir, and ask, well, I'm going to ask you before, is that the term you used with them, that you heard a screeching of tires?
In all honesty, I don't remember.
Okay. Maybe this will refresh your memory for you.
John.
I'll use the State's Exhibit. I'll show you State's Exhibit 1453, sir. And since I imagine that the prosecutor is going to have you read the whole thing, perhaps I could have you read the whole thing. Is that no? Okay, I won't do that, Your Honor. Did you use the term screeching tires to describe the noise that you heard prior to the trooper being hit?
I did not use the term screeching tires.
What term did you use to describe the noise that drew your attention to the area prior to the trooper being hit?
I used the term screeching brakes.
Okay. So you heard brakes screeching.
Yes. I will tell you, I'm not sure I could recognize the difference between screeching brakes and screeching tires, but I heard a screeching.
At that time, when you first talked to the police officers involved in this, you chose the term brakes.
I did. I wrote screeching brakes.
And that was prior to actually witnessing the trooper get hit?
Yes, second before.
Okay. So we can assume that either that one of the cars involved there was making the screeching sound and the seconds before the trooper got hit.
I believe the screeching came from the area where the accident took place.
Do you know if that sound of screeching brakes or screeching tires came from the blue Honda or whether it came from the black Veloster?
I do not.
When you saw the black Veloster, was it still moving?
It was still moving when it struck the trooper, yes.
Did it appear to be braking at that time?
I have no way to don't know.
Okay. How about the blue Honda? Do you remember anything about the blue Honda?
I do not.
What was the traffic like that day, sir?
I would say it was a normal weekday I-90 westbound traffic.
And I don't take 90 a lot. What's normal weekday I-90 traffic like?
I haven't done a traffic count, but I would say that there was, I mean, traffic was moving normally. There were, you know, I can't say anything more than just that.
Okay. And what's the speed limit there? Do we know?
It's either 60 or 65.
Do most people travel 60 or 65 on I-90 at that time?
I'm not in a position to say most people. I don't know the answer to that question.
Is it unusual that people are traveling a little faster than that?
People probably do travel a little faster than that.
Okay. Hence the highway patrol out there writing tickets.
I assume that's the reason, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Michalski, Mr. Sim, Attorney Sim is very correct. I'm going to ask you to read your statement into the record.
You want me to read the entire statement?
Please, sir.
Okay. I was driving westbound in the right lane of I-90. I had entered the highway at West Boulevard after having lunch with a colleague. I remember leaving the restaurant at approximately 12:35 p.m.
You're reading faster than I can hear.
Well, I'm sorry.
He's taking everything down.
I understand. I totally understand that. I do that in depositions all the time.
Thank you.
I was driving westbound in the right lane of I-90. I had entered the highway at West Boulevard after having lunch with a colleague. I remember leaving the restaurant at approximately 12:35 p.m. I believe I stayed in the far right lane past West 117. Shortly after passing West 117, I caught the accident to my left out of my peripheral vision. I was directly parallel to the accident in witnessed a black car veer toward the median and strike what I now know to have been the trooper. I immediately pulled over to the right and called 911. The dispatcher took a while to answer, and she was already aware of the accident. And she said an ambulance was en route. I saw a white car parked about 50 yards ahead of the accident in the left lane, and I meant to say there was a man walking back towards the scene on his cell phone.
So in that statement, do you say that you heard screeching brakes or you believe you heard screeching brakes?
I believe I heard screeching brakes.
So is it safe to say that at that time you actually didn't know what that sound was?
I think that's fair to say.
And is it fair to say that that's still your memory today?
That is still my memory today.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and we are fortunate to have our senior trial editor, Kathy Russin, here with us via Skype. Kathy, thank you so much for stepping in and being my guest for a little bit this afternoon.
No problem. I'm happy to do it, Heather.
Let's talk about Campbell, because there's been so much confusion and frustration and indignation about the fact that perhaps we have had a mistrial because we had 5 alternates, which is a huge amount of alternates and understandable in a death penalty case. And now there was some talk last week about a mistrial. Can you fill us in with all of your trial experience what you think is going on here?
Yes. Well, okay. So here's where we're at on that. On Friday, it looked like he had released the alternates prior to the 12 deliberating, which, by the way, made no sense.
Right.
So that was something we were questioning. But the reason it looked that way is when a juror sent a note out. Okay, so the jury foreman sent a note out Friday, and it said, juror number 3 is asking to be dismissed, and that due to being unable to properly evaluate this case.
Right.
That's all the information we had on why she no longer wants to be on the jury.
Well,
okay.
Let's take a pause
So
there. Let's take a pause there, because I just want to say that's not a good enough reason to leave.
No. No.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't just go, oh, well, see, that's what I'm saying. There's obviously more to it that we don't have the explanation of, and that she hasn't had maybe an opportunity yet to explain, like what is not being able to properly evaluate the case. She could then be wanting to maybe talk to the judge and say a number of things. We don't know.
Right.
It's just that's the only information we have. And if that's just the thing, if she's just like, look, I can't really properly do this, no, that's not a reason to get off of the jury.
Right. Now listen, if it's causing her such severe emotional distress that she ends up in a car accident over it over the weekend, that might be a different story, right?
Well, we don't know if that's what happened. We don't know anything about that. We don't know if somebody hit her or what. But the reports are that it is the same juror that then this morning has called in or notified them in some way that she had a minor wreck over the weekend, and that she has an appointment with an orthopedist today, and that's why she can't be there. The judge made it sound like she'll be fine, but now we have to wait and see when she's released to come back to jury duty.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's let's assume that she can't return. What do you think happens next?
Okay. So, well, in most cases, we have 5 alternate jurors, right. And this is why you have them. You have them for during the testimony in the trial, during the evidence phase. If there's any reason a juror can't continue, then they're off and you've still got some more alternates, and it's all great. But the reason you have alternates is so when you go to deliberate, you still have a pool to pull from to have 12 people. And we have seen several cases over the years where even during deliberations, a juror has to be replaced.
Right.
So that's not out of the norm. That's why we have alternates. But what happened on Friday when this note came out, then the immediate talk was the defense attorney immediately says, I would really hate to have to continue this with only 11 jurors. That's what he said in open court. And the judge said, yes, that would not be what I'd want to do either. So there's the first thing that made us go, huh? So they didn't even say anything about an alternate. They're saying that there's a chance to go on with 11 jurors. But then that was immediately like, no, that would not be ideal. And then the next thing the attorney says is, well, in a case like this, if you have a deliberating juror that can't go on, then that's grounds for a mistrial. And the judge agreed. And that was all in open court Friday. We've played that over and over again. So there no discussion, zero discussion, at least in open court. There's been zero discussion about replacing her with an alternate as even a possibility.
Yeah, and then you did some legal research on your spare time over the weekend, and tell the audience what you found.
Well, I found the statute in North Carolina that says for a capital case, this is a capital murder case where the death penalty can apply, and for capital cases, there must be alternates, and they cannot be released before deliberations. So then I was like, wait a minute, did the judge, so he released them, but this says he can't. Then this morning,
right,
the jurors got brought in, and the judge had to tell them, you're not going to deliberate today because, one of you have had, is not here because of the car accident. And now, throughout the trial, we've heard him address the jurors as you 17 jurors, and then yada, yada. And today he says, now, the 16 of you, and then he goes on with this thing. And then all of a sudden I perk up, and I go, oh, that means we still have alternates sitting there. Right. There's still alternates on that jury, not in the deliberating jury, obviously, but there are still alternates available because he addressed 16 people this morning, and with the one that sped out with the car wreck, that would be the original 17. That's why we believe there are still alternates available in this case, and we do not know why there's been no discussion of if, now we haven't even gotten to the point yet of juror number 3 yet, right, but if she needed to be off this case, why has there been not even one little peep of, oh, that's why we have alternates? Yeah. I've now reached out to the defense attorney. I'm waiting to hear back from them. I've reached out to their office, just asking the question about the alternates. I did reach out to a local reporter in North Carolina, And he says he's not on the Campbell case, but he does all courts in North Carolina. And he said, no, that's, he said, I don't even know how to answer this for you because, of course, that's why you have alternates.
Right.
You have them for this reason. So he said that should be being discussed.
Now, it's interesting.
So we are a little perplexed at this.
Well, it's interesting because in the cases that I've tried, as I noted before, we do dismiss the alternates when the jury goes to deliberate, because the idea is that the jury, once they get into that deliberation room, they are no longer 12 people, but they are one deliberating jury. And you cannot redo the deliberations that have happened, because imagine if you're deliberating for a week and after a week one of the jurors says, I have to drop out. To then put an alternate in would be very difficult, to have the alternate know everything that's already gone on. And so that's one of the reasons that I could understand why they would be reluctant to use the alternate and put an alternate into deliberations that have already begun. But if, as the statute says, you keep the alternates through deliberations, why would you do that if not to put them in? So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in Campbell. I thought, what did you think of this idea of sort of an open-ended adjournment that we don't know? He didn't even say, you know, jurors come back tomorrow to see whether or not you need to continue. It's just the court is recessed until further notice. That was strange to me. What did you think?
Well, it's because he doesn't know. She has a doctor's appointment today. So until that doctor's appointment is over, nobody knows. He didn't want them all showing back up tomorrow, just to, again, tell them to go back home. You know, they have a calling system for jurors, as you know, and so they'll contact them all, I'm sure, later this afternoon once they find out from juror number 3 if she's able to continue tomorrow or not. Now, what we also have seen is jurors that can't continue for a medical reason, and then they are replaced with alternates. Right. So, you know, that discussion should be happening.
Right. You would
now,
think.
Here's the one thing that you and I talked about off air, and that's important for the viewers to understand. The judge has not formally addressed this juror note from Friday with the jury. So the note came out about juror number 3 says she can't continue. And the judge discussed it with the attorneys, and everyone was kind of up in the air, like, what do we do? Is it a mistrial? Do we do 11 jurors? And the judge said, you know what, I'm going to send them to lunch, and then everyone think about it. Then after that, he brought him back in, and he said, jury, I'm going to send you home for the weekend. I know this can be in a very emotional time. It can be emotional to deliberate, so I'm going to send you guys home so you can refresh, and use the word refresh, over the weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning. That's the only official thing he said to the jury following that note.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, as Stephanie said this morning, this is why jury trials are such an unusual thing, because there are always surprises. Every case, people say to me, you should write a book, because something weird happens every single trial. But we are going to continue to watch Campbell. Kathy is on top of Campbell. So the minute that we have information for you, ladies and gentlemen at home, we will bring it to you. In the meantime, though, we have this Gaspar case, which for me has become more and more interesting the more that I sort of dive into it, because there's this whole issue about whether or not Joshua Gaspar was impaired when he was driving, according to reports, about 15 minutes after receiving his methadone. I'm wondering, Kathy, have you ever seen a case like this? You know, with pain medications being so everywhere in the United States right now, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more cases like this.
Yeah, no, this is the first case that I've seen, or at least been aware of, especially just barely leaving a methadone clinic. You know, I was reading a little bit out there about how people are worried that police officers would actually, that would come up, that police officers would watch methadone clinics and wait for people to leave, right? So, because every state has something different, I guess, a different law on that. But what we found on our research of methadone is it's not illegal to drive if you have taken methadone, that there's a standard, and there's a time where you get leveled out on it. So after you've been taking it for a little while, and that it's okay to drive. Now, it's never okay to drive when a police officer feels like you're impaired, and that's where we're at in this case.
Yeah,
was he impaired?
So that's going to be the major issue, and the major issue then becomes the field sobriety test, right?
Right, exactly. And now, what the reports we have prior to trial, we've had no testimony in trial yet. Prior to trial, was that we are going to hear from law enforcement that says, in their opinion, he failed those field sobriety tests.
Right, and that's, but there seemed to be some information from the defense that perhaps that wasn't the case. So I am very much looking forward to hearing from the officers who performed the field sobriety tests to hear exactly what it was that happened, because you're right, in some states it is illegal to drive after taking methadone, and so as you said, sometimes the police officers will actually stay in that area just to see whether or not that has happened. In other states, it's not enough to just say, well, he took methadone and therefore he shouldn't be driving. There also has to be some proof of impairment. And here, you know, we heard from the eyewitnesses that he appeared to be, you know, disoriented, but that could just as easily be caused by shock, right?
Well, I guess he just hit a police officer, and he can see what's happening there off to the side, which by all accounts looks like this officer's dying.
Yeah.
So who knows what the reaction would be from anybody.
Yeah, it's I know that you found, and I don't know, Alec, do we have the little piece from Joshua Gaspar's social media that we can put up? There we go. So I know you found this, Kathy, out there, that he posted that I'm not the person you think that I am. I am in total support of all police, armed forces, and civil servants. I am a Christian. This was a tragic accident. God bless. So, you know, it is definitely a tragic case, Kathy, no matter what side you are on this, even if you assume that he actually was impaired. You know, he's trying to change his life and to overcome an addiction and to do it with the guidance of a doctor, and now has actually killed a man and will have to live with that even if he's found not guilty for the rest of his life. How do you think the jury will approach something like this? And do you think we'll hear from Gaspar himself?
Oh, that second one's something to think about. Look, emotions are involved, and jury members are just average citizens, and they bring in everything to a case. They bring in their personal thoughts, their personal feelings, they bring in their emotions, and this is emotional. A police officer lost his life, and he was really, from all accounts, just doing his job on the side of the road.
Right.
On the other hand, this defendant didn't set out to kill anyone that day, and not that he's charged with doing that, but I'm just saying from a juror's point of view, it is emotional, I would imagine, for them to try and put themselves also in his shoes, which may be why we don't normally see defendants take the stand, but we may see that in this case.
Yeah, I do think we will, especially, you know, this morning there was all this testimony from the DMV, which I have to say, and let me do a little aside, I was impressed with the defense attorney and his ability to take these sometimes boring red tape type issues and make them pretty simple. What did you think of him?
Yeah, no, definitely. And this thing about they've charged him with falsifying records or whatever the official charge is to obtain an Ohio driver's license, saying that he was already suspended in another state and he, tricked them. He falsified information to get a license. Therefore, he should have never even been driving,
right?
Which is why this has been brought up. He should have never even been on the road. The defense is like, look, he wasn't even sure if he was suspended, and Ohio DMV does a check on that in other states. So why are you blaming my guy?
Well, that's it. And it was a 6-month suspension in Alabama. So it would certainly be something that the jury could grab onto to think he didn't know that he was suspended anymore. It went through with the IT. And that's a big deal because not only is it a misdemeanor charge against him, which in the face of all the other charges isn't that big of a deal, but it's an enhancement for the aggravated vehicular manslaughter charge, which means that if the jury finds that he was driving, falsifying reports and driving with a suspended license, that it actually increases the sentence. So this testimony is important, and I do think that it might in and of itself be good reason to call him to testify. To say, I thought the 6 months was over, to hear that from him may be helpful for this jury.
No, and that's exactly true. So you would go as just the person who wasn't sure if you're on the cusp of that or what's happening. You would go to the DMV and just apply. Right. Now look, he probably, you know, they say he answered on the thing that he was not suspended in other states. So he did check the box saying he's not. So if he thought he was at all, I guess the right thing was to say to them, I might be. But he'll easily get on the stand and say, look, I thought the time was up on that.
Right.
So I just checked no, and they run a check on that anyway. And that for me is kind of it's an issue, but it's sort of a non-issue, I think.
Well, and I think if he's a good witness, and we know we don't know, but you know, to explain his pain pill addiction, which apparently from all reports, he's a construction worker and he hurt himself on the job and became addicted to the pain pills that he was prescribed. You know, it's a story that we hear so many times lately in the United States. I know on Live PD this week, I think for those of you that watch it, there was a similar issue with someone being pulled over. I mean, this is happening over and over again across the United States. And so many of these people, rather than dealing with it with doctors and trying to deal with it appropriately, end up addicted to heroin. So he's trying to deal with it the way that he's supposed to and do it through a doctor and get his methadone, but still keep his job, and was on his way to a job in a construction site when this happened. I think that that type of testimony may be very compelling to a juror, and to explain how upsetting it is to him to have actually killed a man.
Right. No, right, exactly. And you know, a lot of people, I'm waiting for the reconstructionist, right? We talked about this
yes.
A little bit, and you've been talking about it, about what the state says exactly how everyone was set up and how the defense says. Because what I read about this case before we began it is that what the defense says happened was Gaspar was getting into the left lane at the moment the other car was being flagged to be pulled over by Officer Velez. Maybe not at the moment, but that car was pulling over into the berm area, and Gaspar was switching into the left lane. So he wasn't just following blindly behind. This is what the defense says. He wasn't just following behind that car in the left lane, and then that car pulls over and he wasn't paying attention. What they're saying is he was switching lanes and coming over, and then he sees this guy stop, and he doesn't even, what they say, he doesn't stop completely off the berm, that he's still sticking out into the left lane.
Let me interrupt you
and
there.
So in a split second, Gaspar has to make a decision. Do I get back over to the right into the lane of traffic, or do I go over to the left in the berm? And what the defense says is he didn't even know the officer was there because the other car was blocking his view.
Which is a valid explanation, but I need to back up because there's something that I think that not all of us know what it means, the burn. Yes. Everybody's talking about the burn, and
we have a picture. We have a picture if the guys can throw that up.
Guys, do you have a picture of the burn?
Of the accident? And the berm is just what the extra, what is it? The pole, I don't know what you call it in every state.
It's like a shoulder, right?
Yeah, the shoulder. The shoulder. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah,
it's the shoulder.
There we go.
So it's like the emergency. Like if you have to get pull over for any reason on a high freeway like that, they call it a berm in Ohio, and that's what it is. And Gaspar claims he couldn't see. He didn't see that, and that he was worried he was going to clip the back end of the car that was pulled over. There, I think we've got a picture on the screen.
It's a great picture because in many states, I know in Pennsylvania and in New York, it's only that right-hand shoulder where the white line is that people pull over, and that's where cops pull you over if you're so unfortunate as to be pulled over. But here in Ohio, where that yellow line is, where the gentleman is sort of walking on the line, that to the left of that is what the burn is, right, Kathy?
Yeah, and that's a good point because I was always taught you have to pull over to the right.
Yes.
If you're getting pulled over, then you make your way over to the right.
And you know, I would like to know how long Mr. Gaspar was living in Alabama and how long he had been in Ohio, because you know that could make a big difference as to whether or not seeing people being pulled over to the left, that might be especially disconcerting if it's a relatively new thing for you. I know for myself, as you said, I would expect police officers and anything to be concerned about over on the right-hand side. So that certainly
also,
go ahead.
For me personally, it just doesn't happen here. I'm in Utah. I've never, ever seen a police officer out radaring like that and then just motions for you. Oh, I caught you. No, what I always see is radar, get in your car, go after the guy.
Right.
So I don't understand that thing that was going on there, and maybe that's something that happens there, and that's normal for there. But that also seems very dangerous. At freeway speed, you're pulling people over with your hand. You're just motioning for them to get over. The whole thing is just a little strange. But now, this is what Gaspar's saying about how he was changing lanes and all that. We don't know for sure. That's why I want to see what the accident reconstructionist has to say, and then of course the defense will probably dispute that, but at least we'll be able to judge ourselves.
Well, yeah, I know that Smiley asked on the chat room for a diagram, and this is a situation where it would be helpful to, like the picture that we just saw, to see what the lanes look like and to see where the officer was standing. I mean, with all of this being said, it's a terrible situation that State Trooper Velez has been killed as a result of this, what may have been an accident. And not something that was the result of recklessness. Now, what you and I haven't talked about, Kathy, that's going to also play a huge role for the accident reconstructionist is speed. Because didn't Gaspar have some history of a number of speeding issues?
Right. That's my understanding. Now, I'm not an expert on every piece of this case, so I don't want to give the wrong information there.
No, I think that's
I don't think that that's going to be the issue. I think the impairment is really the issue here.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, but unless, if he was going something far above the speed limit, and if what I'm saying is true, and I believe that he had some history of some speeding violations, that may make it risky for him to testify. Because if that becomes the major focus of the case, and listening to the prosecutor's opening, I think it will be some focus. I wouldn't want to open the door to, oh yes, he speeds all the time and has been pulled over, whatever, 8 times for speeding. But that's part of recklessness too. It's not just the impairment piece, but was he driving so fast that it was reckless? I mean, we just saw this with Dr. Urich's case, where it wasn't just the drinking, but it was also the speed at which he was driving his boat. So those two things together may be enough to bring this to the standard of recklessness for this jury. What do you think?
Well, yeah, and if he was, following too close, that he couldn't, you have to have reaction time for the guy that was pulling over in front of you, and that's why it'll come down to what exactly was happening in those moments. Was he just now switching lanes, and then the guy, we don't know, but yeah, I mean, definitely if he's speeding, that's going to be a factor.
Well, we'll see. I'm hopeful. I'm really hopeful that some of the next witnesses will be people who conducted the field sobriety test or accident reconstructionists, because I think both of those are missing pieces to this puzzle that will give us and our audience some context. But I want to thank you. I'm going to throw to a clip as we wait for them to go back to the courtroom. I do see that there's some movement in the courtroom, so I think that will be happening soon. But Kathy, thank you so much for coming on with me and for all the information on Campbell, and I know that you'll help us keep our audience posted on that.
I will. Thanks, you, Heather.
All right, guys, I'm going to throw you to clips number 6 and 7 while we wait for the courtroom to get together and the lawyers to be ready to present their case in the afternoon. I'll be back after those clips, hopefully take you right there to the courtroom.
Make any 911 calls?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by might have been wearing a body cam that you spoke in front of?
One gentleman approached me and my daughter near the end of, after they had taken Trooper Velez to the hospital, approached us and asked for our names and phone numbers and addresses and apologized for us having to see such a astronomical event.
Okay. Do you know what law enforcement agency that individual was with?
I believe the State Highway Patrol, but I'm not sure. He was in street clothes. It wasn't a news reporter. And they just, apologized that we had to come across such a terrible, terrible thing.
Did you see the event that caused the trooper to be lying on the pavement?
No, I did not see Trooper Velez get hit. He had already been hit. I just wanted to help.
once you were there at roadside, did you look around for the vehicle, you know, to put together the scene in your mind and say, what just happened here?
It was the black car, and it was quite damaged. And then there was a gold car that I do believe was about maybe 10 feet forward of the black car. That's who was getting pulled over by Trooper Velez. And that car was up near the concrete barrier, but a little bit on an angle. And I did not see Trooper Velez walking up to that car. Like I said, when I got there, he was already on the ground.
In terms of your overall time on the roadside that day, how long did you remain at that location?
Well, they put crime scene tape around my car, and we had to stay there pretty much. They had taken Kenny to the hospital, or Trooper Velez to the hospital, but everything that he owned on his body was laying on my car. His hat, his gun, all that was on my car. So I had to wait till they cleaned the scene before we could leave.
During that period of time,
There, and he seemed to be somewhat in a daze, and by that I mean, you know, I don't know if he was in shock or anything else.
ever seen this person before in your
No.
life? All right, so you have nothing to compare what you saw that day with any prior experience?
No. He appeared very shook up.
Did you talk to any other witnesses on the scene?
No.
While you were doing the things that you described, do you know where your daughter was?
She was stopping traffic in the lanes to the north of where Kenny laid, or Trooper Velez laid, because people were just like rednecking, and some of them didn't even slow down.
I think the term you mean is rubbernecking.
Rubbernecking, yes. I'm sorry.
Would that be correct?
Yes.
So you never had words with the person that you believe to be the driver of the black car that struck you?
I did ask him if he was okay.
Did you receive a response?
He said something about his hand, but there was no visible marks on him that I could see.
Any marks on his face or head?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, there were none?
No, there were none.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here I have no questions. Thank you. Can you step down?
Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, now this next clip that I want to play for you is one where it's a police officer. His name is Joseph Castorella, but he is reading the contract between Joshua Gaspar and the methadone clinic. This comes up a lot in my cases. I represent a lot of doctors, and when you're on these types of medications, whether it be methadone or whether it be pain medications in general, oftentimes the doctors will have you sign a contract. They're called pain contracts or medication contracts, and in this situation, Gaspar had read and signed a contract. So listen to this testimony as Officer Castorella reads part of that contract as evidence, and that will maybe give you a better sense of what it was that Gaspar was dealing with, answer some of the questions we've had about his methadone treatment, and sort of help us to anticipate the testimony of Joshua Gaspar's treating physician, Dr. DeFranco, which I do think we'll be hearing from. So these are clips number 10 and 11, an officer describing the scene, but also the contract between Gaspar and the methadone clinic.
Have you seen this page before?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This is a document from Community Action Against Addiction. It's a behavioral treatment contract. It has the name Joshua Gaspar printed on it and a client ID of 1901. Contract is made on July 25th of 2016. It says attend 8 group counseling sessions per month, 4 individual counseling sessions per month. We'll submit to urine samples 1 per week. We'll submit urine screens that are positive for methadone. We'll submit urine screens that are positive for methadone only by 15th August 2016. Agree to participate in the following activities: CAAA, Community Action Against Addiction groups, 2 per week, 12-step AA/NA, 1 per week. It says, per Dr. DeFranco, if unable to adhere to the aforementioned Community Action Against Addiction guidelines for this MMTP, Mr. Gaspar's administrative taper will resume. If Mr. Gaspar does not satisfy 6 out of 6 of these requirements in 60 days, she will be scheduled to be seen by a multidisciplinary treatment team. Parties involved have signed this contract on the date specified above. No modifications of the contract will be effective unless it is in writing and is signed by all parties involved. There appears to be 4 signatures, counselor's name printed, counselor's signature. Looks like the counselor is Rona Huckabee, PhD, and client's name printed Josh Gaspar, and client's signature.
Okay. Is the signature legible?
No, not to me.
For Gaspar?
No, sir.
Okay. And as far as these things that were collected from the vehicle, what did you do with them?
Well, I put these paperwork in a plastic bag, sealed it, and we put it in our Cleveland District evidence locker.
Did you do anything by way of attending any things that transpired at the hospital with Mr. Gaspar?
No.
So the involvement of yourself is for the scene collection of that items that we've just described, and this issue of the inventory of this vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm going to ask you a few brief questions, okay? Did you personally search my client's vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any evidence indicative of illegal drug use in my client's vehicle?
Objection.
There was a vape pen in there, and that was the only thing that could have been related to a drug use in the car.
Okay. A vape pen meaning one of those pens that you either put tobacco in. I see people smoking them, but I think they also have them out there for weed too. Is that true?
I believe so. I'm not all that familiar with vape pens.
Sent that off for testing?
I did not personally know.
Okay. What about any type of other items in there that would draw your concern or your curiosity as an investigator?
None that I collected, sir.
Okay. Any alcoholic containers or alcoholic beverage?
None that I recall.
Okay. You took some photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
You had someone take some photographs?
Yes, there was a photographer.
And if those photographs were taken at the scene before that car was tampered with in any way, it would probably reflect the same things you saw.
Yes.
I recall some Rockstar energy drinks in there.
I would have to see the photos.
Okay. Maybe some Snickers bar wrappers.
From my recollection, the interior of the vehicle, when I looked through it, was rather disheveled, if you will. It was papers scattered about, and I believe he had some stuff from his work in there. Okay. Yes.
But no needles or burnt spoons or any of that kind of garbage?
We did not find any, no.
Thank you, sir.
Have the chance to look or transfer evidence from Trooper Velez on the vehicle?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
On the vehicle, there was blood spatter which is blood droplets, basically, that spanned from the right rear passenger side of the vehicle over the top of the roof down to the hood of the vehicle. There were numbers on the license plate that had been smeared off, the blue numbering. There was a piece of dark
Your voice is trailing off.
I'm sorry. There's a piece of dark colored black cloth, dark colored, that was wedged in between the license plate and the screw used to fasten the license plate. There was also, I believe, a piece of white cloth that was found near the windshield area.
Did you have an opportunity to compare the clothing that Trooper Velez had worn the day of his death with the fragments of fabric that you just described being on the Hyundai?
Yes, we looked at them.
Were you able to make any comparisons as to a sock?
Trooper Velez's socks were black in color, which appeared to be consistent with the dark colored fabric from the license plate screw.
And was there damage to either of the socks?
Yes.
Was it consistent with having been torn by a screw?
Yes.
So although we don't know how the rest of his body was positioned, where this license plate is the typical front center of the bumper?
Yes, sir.
So one of his feet or ankles contacted that center area of the bumper where the license plate was. Is that your conclusion?
Yes.
And were blood stains collected for comparison by way of DNA if necessary?
Yes, Trooper Daly had collected blood samples off the vehicle.
Thank you, Trooper.
No question, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. So you need to step down.
Sure, you're done.
You just put those. Those now all over.
There was one I was getting to the very last. Oh, well then, okay. That was 1302, Judge, which I'm
right.
segregating.
At this time, the state will call Trooper Beal.
Sir, you raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm subject to the penalties of perjury. The testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You can see.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your full name and spell it for
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. I'm Heather Hansen, and Mr. Gaspar is in the courtroom. His attorney is in the courtroom, but doesn't look like the judge or the jury are in the courtroom. And it is 1:26, so 26 minutes after the judge told them to be back. My clients always tell me during trials that they hate it because it's hurry up and wait. I ask them to be back right on time from any of the breaks, and then they come back right on time and have to sit and wait for the rest of the people to return to the courtroom. But as soon as they're back live in the Gaspar courtroom, we'll be taking you there. I do think, given the amount of movement that we're seeing in the courtroom, that will be very shortly. And I know we are all eager to hear from some accident reconstructionists maybe, or the officer who did the field sobriety test. Hopefully one of those witnesses will be called this afternoon. But for right now, I'm going to take you to the testimony of State Trooper Brian Beal. He is one of the people who took numerous photos of the scene at the time. Those photos will be the basis of what the accident reconstructionists on both sides will testify to. So it's important context in case we are going to hear from an accident reconstructionist this afternoon. So we'll go to clip number 12, and hopefully we'll have to break in because we'll be back live in the courtroom.
My initial general duty while I was at the scene was just to take direction from higher command, whatever needed to be done. You know, I'm a trooper, so we'll get it done. Primarily, it boiled down to me taking photographs at the scene.
And as part of you taking photographs at the scene, was there a team of you all taking photographs?
Yes, I was part of the Office of Investigative Services, the Cleveland portion, taking the evidentiary photographs. There were also members of the crash reconstruction team who would also take photographs at the scene.
And if you recall, who were the members of both of those teams taking photographs on September 15th, 2016?
So myself, I took them for our section, and then the other two who took them for the crash reconstruction team were Sergeant at the time, John Thorne, and then Trooper Todd Jester.
Your Honor, I believe at this time we have a stipulation to state's exhibits, and they're going to be in walking groups, 1 through 161, 162 through 484, 485 through 568, 569 through 594, 595 through 645, and then 800 through 1,452.
Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. We have that stipulation.
And the stipulation is that they are authentic and admissible?
Authentic and admissible, Your Honor.
Trooper Bill, in regards to the number of photos that were just named off, did you review all of these photos prior to you testifying today?
Yeah.
And were these photos inclusive of the group of photos that you took part in taking?
Yes.
I want to walk you through some of the photos. Trooper Bill, beginning with State's Exhibit number 33. Can you explain what this is we see on the screen?
Sure. That's a photograph that was taken of Kenny's car at the scene. That is the passenger side of the vehicle, and it's the outside rear view mirror.
And, sir, why was this photograph taken?
That photograph was taken to document any damage that we saw out there, in which we saw, you can make some cracks out on the rear view mirror.
Aside from the cracks in the rear view mirror that is illustrated in State's Exhibit number 33, based on your photographs and observations of the victim's car, was there any other damage to Trooper Velez's vehicle?
Not that I noticed at the scene.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit number 40, can you explain to us what this is a photograph of?
Sure. This is a photograph of me standing in a general area in front of Kenny's car. It is facing in a general direction of west, and shows the defendant's vehicle, the black vehicle with the driver's side door open.
And sir, why was this photo taken?
Just to show final rest of the defendant's vehicle and just a west directional picture of the scene.
And State's Exhibit 90, can you explain to us what we see in this photo?
Sure. This is a photograph of the defendant's vehicle. This photograph documents the damage that is caused by the defendant's vehicle striking Trooper Velez.
And why was this photograph taken?
Just to document the damage that the defendant's vehicle incurred while hitting Kenny.
And State's Exhibit 121. Can you explain to us what's shown in this photograph?
Sure. This is the top portion of the hood, the windshield, and the sunroof area of the defendant's vehicle.
And why was this photograph taken?
This was again to document the impact of Kenny onto the defendant's vehicle.
And State's Exhibit number 230. Can you explain to us what it is we see in this photograph?
Sure, this is another west-facing photograph. I'm generally standing in it would be the high-speed lane of travel, and this is a photograph of a blood area in the berm and the defendant's vehicle with the driver's side door open.
Now, on the left side of State's Exhibit number 230, do you see any skid marks?
On the left side in the berm, I do not see any skid marks. What we did believe that was documented at the scene was in the rumble strip area, the part to the left of the yellow fog line, that there were some blood remnants that we believed were from Kenny.
And turning your attention to State's Exhibit number 233, can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, I documented that through a photograph. We believe that that was part of Kenny's bone that we documented from him.
State's Exhibit number 254, can you tell us what we see in this photo?
Sure. This is a photograph of the interior of the defendant's vehicle. It was taken from the open driver's side door.
And what is pictured on the seat of the driver's side of the vehicle?
It appears that the black particles towards the more rear of the bottom of the seat are glass and like a safety glass, and the cord coming out an iPhone charger.
State's Exhibit number 267. Can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
Yeah, this is the front license plate of the defendant's vehicle. It shows the damage that occurred when Kenny was struck. On the right side, if you're looking at the vehicle, you can see the right license plate bolt that has fiber in it, which would be the driver's side if you're sitting in the vehicle. The top of the 5, the 6, and the 8 in the numbers of the letters, or in the numbers of the plate, have the blue color washed away, and you see the bend at the bottom of the plate from the impact with Kenny.
State's Exhibit 296. Can you explain to us what's depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, this is the top of the defendant's vehicle. In the photograph, this is taken from the driver's side, as I'm more than likely standing on my tippy toes to try to get a photograph of it, or holding the camera up. In the broken glass, so the front of the vehicle would be to the left as you're looking at the photo, and the rear of the vehicle would be to the right. So in the photo, you see Kenny's cell phone, one of the eyepieces of his sunglasses, and the case is actually, it appears that it's 2 cell phones, but it's the one phone with the case on it, or coming off of it, I'm sorry.
State's Exhibit 306. Can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
This is Kenny's protective vest, the sunglass frame, his badge.
And for State's Exhibit number 306, where was this item located in relation to the other vehicles on the scene?
This one was going to be between the cruiser, I believe, and then the defendant's vehicle.
State's Exhibit number 348. Can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
So, excuse me. This is a photograph of me standing at the median wall. I am still in the westbound lane. So I'm in the berm area where the incident actually occurred. So I'm leaning over, and that gentleman pictured there is Lieutenant, the lieutenant of the Office of Investigative Services, my boss, Darren Huggins, his patrol vehicle, and in the middle, on that opposite side, on the south side of the eastbound lanes, you can see what we recovered as Kenny's boot, work boot that he was wearing that day.
And this boot is located where?
That is on the south side of the road. So it is actually on the complete opposite side, the eastbound lane. So the opposite lanes of where we were at, if that makes sense.
State's Exhibit 367. Can you tell us what is depicted in this photograph?
Sure, this is me standing over an overpass, attempting to shoot the total scene, short of being in an aircraft or having a drone to take a photograph. I got up on the bridge of the overpass to try to get a general photograph of the scene, just to show the westbound lanes and the general berm area where the incident occurred.
Now, Trooper Bill, why are you taking the photograph from this angle?
I took this photograph to document, to actually show how the berm is depicted in real life and how it would collapse down at the end and open up to that big general area where Kenny's patrol car was.
And Trooper Bill, from your observations of the scene and based on this photograph, is there a significant portion of this stretch where the berm is in fact wider than a typical berm?
Yes.
And based on your observations of the scene, about how long of a length is it that this berm is in fact wider than a typical berm?
I mean, if you're talking about how long of a stretch it is, a typical berm. I worked in the Toledo area, and some of the berms over there are extremely small. If anyone drives up 77, the berm on the left side is virtually non-existent up by the Grant area. So to say that this is a lot bigger than the other berm, or than those berms, yeah, you can fit 2 to 2.5 vehicles in there. The length, the distance, I couldn't tell you. From here to there, I'd say it's probably approximately about a football field, I would say.
And Trooper Bill States Exhibit 478. Can you tell us what's depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, that photograph shows Kenny's gun belt, which was manually cut by what we believe was one of the first responders at the scene. And at the top of the photograph, his straw Stetson hat.
And why was this photograph taken, sir?
The photograph was just to document the items as they sat at the scene before they were initially collected and secured.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you.
Welcome back to LawNewz Network. Gosh, this particular courtroom takes a longer lunch than planned. I think that the judge has other things on his docket that he likes to take care of. We do see even more action in the courtroom. Now all of the attorneys, I think, are there. The prosecutor had been the person we were waiting for. And the attorney stood up, which makes you think that perhaps the judge is in the room. But we can't take you there live just yet, so I'm going to take you to another clip instead. This is going to be clip number 13, where they're talking about the body cam footage that will be such an important part of the accident reconstructionist's evaluation of the case on both sides. So let's go to clip number 13. As soon as I can bring you to the live courtroom in Gaspar, I will. It looks like that may be very shortly. In fact, do we have any sound from the courtroom yet? Let me throw you to a clip, and it may be very shortly that I take you back live to the courtroom. So we're going to go to clip number 13 and hopefully be right back.
During this time period, is your body camera activated?
Yes, I activated it at some point when I initially got onto the scene.
Can you explain to us how the body camera works?
Sure. Once you, if you have any interactions with the public, our body cam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back live in the Gaspar courtroom, so I'm going to take you there now. When you come back, you'll have Aaron Keller as a host, and I'll be back tomorrow. Have a good afternoon.
The doctor, and then also with Mr. Sin, the total overall number of autopsy photos, which are probably in excess of 80, and narrowed it to about 5 or 6, which I believe are the bare minimum necessary to support the autopsy findings and conclusions. I'll present them to you for review along with the marked exhibits. Here then are the excess photos that I'm not using. And also the record should reflect that we're not going to use the Mondo pad. We're not going to be flashing or displaying these photos. And I've asked for the media's cooperation in that regard.
Mr. Senate.
Your Honor, thank you. The cause of death has been stipulated, or is stipulated, or willing to stipulate to it in this case. I agree the prosecutor has picked the least prejudicial photos. I agree that he's done a fantastic job of paring it down and being upfront with the defense, so I appreciate that. But, you know, there's lots of prejudicial things out there. Those are prejudicial. The question is, are they probative when you have a stipulation? And I would submit they are not. No picture should be in front of the jury. But I understand they have a case to try, so it's asking to note my objection and rule accordingly, sir.
believe the third document, the trace evidence report, is going to be introduced by stipulation.
I don't have any problem with this.
So you won't be bringing them Lisa Presley?
Correct.
So you have 6 photos, and I don't think that the cause of death is in dispute, right?
Correct.
The manner of death.
But I still feel obliged to make a record.
I understand that. But with respect to, for instance, 714, photograph that shows the head area of Trooper Velez. It could also be accomplished by State's Exhibit 13. Or 712. It could be accomplished by State's Exhibit 712, which shows the injury to the right side of his face.
It's also a case identification shot for the number placard, Judge. And the record should note that these are so-called clean or washed photos. They're not pre-washed.
The number placard is on 712. So I don't think 713. It's from the other opposite view of his body, but it's.
Well, Judge, to summarize this nature of the photos, 714 is a face identification shot. Then there are lateral photos, the body on his back being viewed from the side. And so each of those side shots shows a different side of the body. That the injuries to the right arm are different from the left arm, etc., and vice versa.
But if the cause of death and the manner of death is not in dispute, what's the purpose then of showing those particular photos? The jury should have an idea of the type of injuries that occur. I understand that. I think that can be accomplished by photograph 712, which does have the placard in indicating who was being examined. It also has the injury to the right side of his mouth. It does not show some of the injury and scraping on the left side. I understand that. I think you could put in Exhibit 730 adequately shows the injuries where he was apparently struck.
Both legs are broken.
I'm sorry, counsel?
Both legs are broken.
Well, and that shows that, I think, in each of the photos.
I agree with the court on the two leg photos, and I would agree to, if you will, surrender one. But I do believe that the face photo is pertinent to.
I'm sorry, counsel, I can't hear you.
So I do believe 714, the face close-up, is pertinent to the description of the injuries.
Well, you can ask the coroner if there's anything that is that would override my ruling. I mean, you have to lay a foundation for any of that. And although Exhibit 752 is difficult to view, it does show why they were not able to staunch the bleeding.
And it's the least difficult view of that injury.
Yeah, I understand. So I think 712, 730, and 752 go in. So the defense has no objections to those three?
No, sir. And then on an additional subject, Your Honor, on returning to the pretrial ruling by the court on the motion to quash of the corporate representative of the drug supplier, and I've stated that I would be adding a physician. I've informed the defense that Dr. Philo is not going to opine on his client's use of methadone or his client's history with methadone or his client's condition while under the influence of methadone, but on the textbook aspect, if you will, of what is methadone, what can be its medical implications, etc. I would ask to question Dr. Philo in that regard. He does have personal knowledge. He's attended 12 approximate methadone overdose deaths.
Sounds like expert testimony to me, Your Honor, and I haven't received a report indicating what he would testify to. I've got a coroner's report or medical examiner's report, but obviously that doesn't talk about methadone or my client. So I have no real clue what this guy's going to testify to. Blaze has offered me the opportunity to talk to him, but I believe he's an expert in this area, and I
would also offer voir dire on the subject.
Yeah. However, you feel that you have a doctor whose testimony may be more aligned closely with the defense, right?
So well, he's the defendant's personal physician in this regard.
Personal physician meaning he prescribed the drug. He's not his own family physician, as we've been through. If you feel that that doctor raises something, then you can have this witness come back as a rebuttal, or another witness come back as a rebuttal if you feel that because you can ask those same questions.
I understand.
Of the doctor from the clinic that prescribed the methadone. And if you feel that he's not accurate, not truthful, bring your rebuttal witness in. It could be, you wouldn't need an expert report at that point if you have a medical doctor that is qualified to testify in this area.
Okay. And then, I understand the court's...
Or it could be a different witness who could rebut things that you feel that they're, the witness raised.
Would that also apply to Dr. DeFranco appearing as a court's witness?
Well, I think he's appearing as a court's witness. You can rebuttal testimony rebuts the testimony of the witness. It doesn't rebut.
I understand, but
who's calling?
I didn't want somebody to then argue that because he appeared as a court's witness, there's no rebuttal possible in that sense. So, trial order.
You could have a rebuttal if witness on that topic of methadone, if necessary, because the Dr. DeFranco can come in as a court witness and each side can examine it.
Okay. And so the state will have full cross-exam rights with Dr. DeFranco?
Well, to an extent. I mean, you're not going to be abusive and insulting.
No, but
who's calling first? Who's going to examine first?
I mean, that's the next issue. Whose case would he appear in, so to speak, even though he's a court's witness?
Well, I'm allowing you, if you choose to bring him in, to examine him as a court's witness. You could use leading questions. If you choose not to call him,
I understand.
Come in, and then the defense can call him or not. If no one calls him, I have no interest in him coming in here. I'm not determining who the witnesses are.
I understand. I'm just asking for clarification on the discussion. So what I hear you saying is not to inquire of Dr. Philo.
Type it out.
No, I'm just returning to Dr. Philo and methadone. I'm not going to inquire of Dr. Philo about methadone. Is that what you're ruling?
Well, I assume you're going to ask him about toxicology. The toxicology reports for
Mr. Velez,
Trooper Velez were negative, so you can ask him about that. But,
yes.
But in terms of bringing him in now as a person to testify about methadone, he's not, for instance, Dr. Perrin from Case Western Reserve, who is an addiction specialist. All right, you can bring Dr. Perrin. They can bring Dr. Perrin.
Fair enough.
Apparently know what he has. But Dr. Philo does autopsies and determines cause and manner of death.
I understand.
And since this was not a method, I mean, he deals with a person who died perhaps from a methadone overdose. He doesn't deal with the physical aspect while the person's alive. So he wouldn't have any opinion upon, I don't think, upon how a person's acting under the influence. By the time he sees him, that inquiry is long gone.
Right. This was a narrower inquiry on the subject of the black box warning of the possible ill effects of
If
methadone.
he doesn't prescribe it, then he shouldn't be talking about it. I mean, I wouldn't let a pediatrician come in here and testify about black box on transplant drugs. I mean, you know, you have to have a person in the field with knowledge.
I understand. So
specialized knowledge.
Just to be clear, 712, 730, and 752 are usable.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the court's ruling, and the defense does not object.
You know, the state filed a motion to use a witness by Skype, but I'm okay with that too. I don't know if that's for today or not, but
I think it's for later today.
I have no problem with that. Me too.
All rise for the jury. Court is in session. Please be seated.
Anyone go out to the food truck? It's nice out there, that's what it's hot, but nice. Okay. You have to state.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, the state calls Joseph Philo.
Sir, if you raise your right hand, please. Do solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalties of perjury, that the testimony about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I will.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Would you state and spell your name, please?
Joseph Philo. Josephelo.
Are you licensed in a profession in the state of Ohio?
Yes, I am.
What is your profession?
I am a forensic pathologist and the Chief Deputy Medical Examiner for Cuyahoga County.
And I believe you have a stipulation as to your training and qualifications that would afford you the opportunity to render expert testimony in that field.
Please stipulate the doctor is qualified to give that testimony.
Doctor, prior to coming to court today, had you participated in and then also reviewed your business records for the autopsy of Kenneth Velez, investigation 2016-01835?
Yes, I have.
And have you brought with you today a business copy, your file copy of the report of autopsy?
I have.
The toxicology report?
I have.
Would you also have the trace evidence report in your file?
No, I don't.
Okay. Judge, for purposes of the record, the state will be identifying states 777 as the autopsy, states 780 is the toxicology report for Trooper Velez, that's an adjunct or addendum to the autopsy itself, and then state 781 is the trace evidence laboratory examination report of physical things and or samples performed by Lisa Propesny as to 781, there's a stipulation that the exhibit will be received by stipulation without the need to call Ms. Propesny.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Doctor, what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is the most extensive physical examination, and they're done on dead people. And they include many steps, starting with the outside of the body with examination and documentation of the outside surfaces of the body. And then the examination continues with the internal examination, meaning cuts are made in the skin to look at all of the structures deep within the body itself. During the autopsy procedure, some of the tissues are submitted for microscopic examination, looking at the tissues underneath the microscope. Some of the tissues and fluids are submitted for toxicology, which are chemical analysis of drugs and chemicals in the deceased at the time of their death. And then there are some other procedures that may be also part of the autopsy procedure. But what I outlined is the basic steps and procedures of an autopsy.
And in this instance, were you in the autopsy suite? Did you perform this autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you're not supervising a fellow or a resident from any of the medical colleges. This was your direct case.
Yes, it is.
Everyone in this case is generally aware of the nature of the injuries that caused Kenneth Velez's death, but still the record demands that we cover them pursuant to the autopsy report to a degree. And also, at the time of autopsy, are photographs taken to depict injuries that support the findings of the autopsy?
Yes, they are.
Do you have with you a copy of, well, let me show you States 777. Do you have a copy with you of this autopsy?
I have the original document of the autopsy report, which has been copied and listed as States Exhibit 777.
Is my copy complete and accurate?
The bottom of page 5 is missing, so it's mostly complete.
Okay, is it something of significance?
No.
But it's actual finding language. It's not just a page designation missing, is it?
No, it's, well, on page 1. Your copy goes down to number 3. There's also a 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, we'll have to recopy that.
And it appears that's the common theme, that all the bottoms have been omitted.
We're going to work from your copy for the moment, and we'll substitute a corrected 777. On the first page of an autopsy, when we have the first category, first you have biographical identifiers, the name of the person, their age, their height, their weight, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
What is the date of Trooper Velez's death?
He was pronounced dead on September 15th, 2016.
And what is his stated height and weight?
He is 70 inches in length at the time of autopsy and 256 pounds.
All right, so 72 inches would be 6 feet tall, so he's approximately 5'10"?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from those two basic parameters, can you calculate an expected blood volume?
I can. He would expect to have around 6 liters of blood circulating in his body.
Now, the first section of actual information from the autopsy is a summary of findings of what's titled anatomic diagnoses. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Please take us through those and detail each one.
The anatomic diagnoses are the summary of my findings when I actually perform the autopsy. So I have the description of the body, which in this case consists of about 5 pages, and then I summarize my findings into one outline format. And when I summarized, I found 4 separate anatomic diagnoses. The first one are a summary of blunt impacts to the head, trunk, and extremities. Blunt impacts are physical trauma caused by the body being struck or striking a solid, flattened object. Within those blunt impact injuries, I specifically describe parts of the body that are damaged with abrasions, which are scrapes, lacerations, which are tears, bruises, which are also known as contusions, on the surface of the body and within the body. And then I specifically mention the torn blood vessel in his right arm, his torn spleen, which is a major organ in the abdomen, and some internal bleeding that is associated with his torn spleen. There were some broken bones in the chest area as well. Those are listed as the blunt impacts to head, trunk, and extremities, and it's a combination of those traumatic injuries for which he died. Going further, there are 2 areas of natural disease. As a man in his 40s, 48, he has hardening of the arteries, that's atherosclerosis, a mild amount of that. He has fatty liver, which is a moderate amount of that. Those are just natural diseases that he had on the day that he died. And then the last anatomic diagnosis are medical and therapeutic procedures, and these include breathing tube in his mouth, a tourniquet wrapped around his right arm, some puncture wounds with attempts to draw blood or get blood into him, as well as some EKG pads to monitor his heart rate and rhythm. There's also catheters which were put into his bones to try and get fluid inside his body.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Can you please read for us each of the letter subparts of anatomic diagnoses, Roman numeral 1?
I have them listed from letter A to letter I. Letter A are abrasions of the face, right ear, right scalp, left anterior thorax, that's the front of the chest, both upper extremities, both legs, left foot, and left fourth toe, the toe closest to the pinky toe on his left foot. Letter B are cutaneous contusions. These are skin bruises, and they are on his face, both frontal scalp, and the frontal scalp is the forehead where the hairline would be. The right parietal scalp, which is above the right ear in the hairline. The left thorax, again the chest area. The left abdomen. The left lower arm, the forearm. The left hand. All left fingers. The right upper leg, which is the thigh region, and the left leg. Letter C are cutaneous or skin lacerations, and these were on his frontal scalp and face, the right parietal scalp, both upper extremities, the right popliteal fossa that's behind the right knee, the right lower leg, and the left lower leg. Those were all injuries that were visible without opening up his body. Letter D starts the injuries that were underneath the surface of the skin. and D are muscular lacerations of the right arm, cutting the muscles underneath the bicep area and forearm area. Letter E are fractures, and he has fractures of his left 8th through 11th ribs on the left-hand side. The 12th thoracic vertebra, that's the backbone in the middle portion of the spine. Both tibias and both fibulas. The tibias and fibulas are the bones between the knees and the ankles. So the 4 bones, 2 on each side, were broken. Letter F is right cerebral subarachnoid hemorrhage. That is bleeding on the surface of the brain caused by the physical trauma. Letter G is laceration of spleen. Letter H is hemoperitoneum. That is blood within the abdominal compartment. He had 200 milliliters of that. And then letter I is lacerated transection of right brachial artery. That is the major artery that comes off of the chest region down the right arm, and it's up near the armpit region of his right arm. That was torn completely.
That last injury, the laceration of a artery at that juncture from trunk to arm, what would be the immediate risk to life based on that type of injury?
There would be massive bleeding from that artery. It would be pumping out because it's an artery. The heart squeezes and the blood would just pump right out of that. After several minutes without stopping that bleeding, then there would be bleeding to death, which medically is known as exsanguination.
So, given the injury that you described to the right armpit area and the tear of that artery, would a layperson think of it as being close to or the same as a traumatic amputation of the entire limb where the artery is then flowing freely?
Yes. Although the arm is still attached at the joint, the muscle or the artery is just freely pumping out blood.
What effect, if any, would the application of a tourniquet have on that specific injury?
A tourniquet is designed to add force to squeeze down an open wound. So if it's wrapped around appropriately, it would stop the flowing of blood. The problem here is that the laceration is closer to the shoulder joint, and the tourniquet was not applied, at least when I did the autopsy, that high up. It may have been up closer to the shoulder joint at one time, not when I examined Officer or Trooper Velez.
Now, I'm going to refer to this set of injuries as a grouping or a constellation of injuries as a whole, okay?
Yes.
And that's Roman numeral 1, the blunt impacts to head, trunk, and extremities. Taken as a group, are these consistent with a high-speed motor vehicle striking a person on foot?
Yes.
Why?
The symmetrical injuries of the shins would imply that he was standing with equal weight on both legs when he was struck by a horizontal object such as a bumper, something that's at the level that the fractures are. And then there are several types of tears To a lay person, they're called road rash, and those are irregular abrasions, much like sandpaper scraping on the body, and that's consistent with gravel and or the rough nature of highway pavement.
If there is dash cam video that doesn't show the moment of impact, but shows Trooper Velez's body having been launched into the air by the force of the impact, and then restriking the ground, is that also consistent with your findings at time of autopsy in terms of not just high-speed motor vehicle strike, but then secondary injuries upon coming to rest on the pavement?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us his body position at the moment he was struck?
No.
Tell us why not.
There are multiple factors in trying to identify how someone is positioned when they're struck. There are impact sites being bruising on both sides of the body, but there's no pattern. And I look for patterns, meaning especially when it's a motor vehicle, I'm looking for an actual bumper mark or something that's squared off that might imply a license plate or license plate holder. The headlight are oftentimes in vehicles are recessed, and so that might be circular or rounded off or squared off. Those would help me as a forensic pathologist say that that part of the vehicle struck the deceased. There were no such type patterns on Trooper Velez's body.
Given what you just stated, I want to focus for a moment on Roman numeral 1, letter E. Fractures of left 8th through 11th ribs, 12th thoracic vertebrae, both tibias and both fibulas.
Yes.
Left is from the person's own orientation, so if I'm touching my left ribs, does that agree with your designation of left ribs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can anything be deduced or inferred as to this side of the body having been impacted either at the time of the collision by the motor vehicle or upon landing on the pavement? Because the left side is fractured, but we don't find the same fractures on the right side.
That's correct.
So based on that differential situation, what comments, if any, can you offer on that?
That there was more force directed to his left side, either from the striking vehicle or him striking part of the vehicle or landing on a firm object. Just that the left side took an impact, at least one impact.
Is it possible that the left side rib fractures were the side contacted by the motor vehicle?
Yes.
Is it also possible that that injury may have been received upon coming to rest on the pavement?
Yes.
Before we reach the ultimate conclusion, are there any other points of physical injury that you think are relevant that we should discuss before we leave this subject matter at this moment?
No, I don't think so.
At the time of autopsy, are body fluids, including blood and other substances, drawn for toxicological analysis?
Yes, they are.
Tell us about that.
During the autopsy, I am collecting body fluids, including blood, the eye fluid, the bile, which is a byproduct of liver function, any available urine, as well as some liver tissue. I collect those tissues and body fluids and submit them to the toxicology laboratory that's physically within the medical examiner's office building, and request that comprehensive toxicology testing is performed. And that includes upwards of approximately 180 to 200 drugs and chemicals that are the most commonly seen drugs in Cuyahoga County. Those are analyzed, and if they're present, they are quantified, meaning determined what level they are in the deceased's blood. In this case, the only drug that was present is caffeine, but it's a drug that we routinely do not quantify unless it's extremely high. So this just, with the caffeine present, indicates that he was not under the ill effects of caffeine. Caffeine is a stimulant.
Okay. Negative for everything but caffeine, to summarize.
Yes.
We know that caffeine can accelerate heart rate, increase blood pressure, true?
Yes.
Did caffeine play a role in his blood loss?
No.
Would the absence of caffeine have changed the course of his injury or death?
No, it would not have.
I'm going to ask you to identify 3 photos. They'll be stage 712, 730, and 752. But before I do so, I want to return to that one topic of orientation of the body, like we discussed about the left rib fractures. Talking about the right artery under the armpit.
Yes.
Same topic generally. Does that injury allow you to do any deduction or inference as to when it was received or how it was received? Have you seen these types of injuries before?
Yes, I have.
All right, so generally speaking, I mean, we know, you've already told us that the artery is lacerated and there's going to be massive blood loss.
Correct.
Was the injury to that general area larger than just simply a cut of the artery?
Yes.
Tell us.
There is extensive skin and muscle tearing of the right upper arm, and I measured it in an area of approximately well, I guess I did not measure it specifically. It extends on the back and the inside surface of the right upper arm. So it's certainly 9 to 10 inches in greatest dimension. The interesting thing about the skin and muscle tear is there's no bruising significantly on the surface of the skin. So this is more of an avulsion process where the arm is stretched and it is torn, not where it's directly impacted. Otherwise there would be bruising and or broken bones. So this is not an impact site per se. It's more of if he were tumbling or cartwheeled or his clothing got caught and this sort of tore his right upper arm.
What is an injury that's described as a degloving?
This degloving, meaning that it's much like if you were to wear a glove and you take it off and it has the impression of a hand. The skin was torn, partially ripped off of his skeleton, but not completely. And that, again, it's not a direct impact. It's more of from violent tugging. It's also known as an avulsion, kind of a tearing off of soft tissues.
Please spell the term that you're using, avulsion or evulsion?
Avulsion, A-V-U-L-S-I-O-N.
Okay. I'm going to show you 3 photographs, as I've indicated, 712, 730, and 752. Ask you if they relate to this case.
Yes, they do. States Exhibit 712, 730, and 752 all are autopsy photographs of Kenneth Velez with the unique medical examiner number of IN161835 visible in each of the photographs.
The medical examiner's office, you stated your position there is what?
I am the Chief Deputy Medical Examiner.
And what does that title mean to the layperson?
It means that I'm second in command. Dr. Thomas Gilson is the medical examiner, and he or the office has 6 other forensic pathologists, and I'm the top of those 6 forensic pathologists.
How long have you been with the, formerly called the Cuyahoga County Coroner's Office, now the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office? How long have you been with them?
20 years and 1 month, as of today.
You trained with Dr. Balraj?
Very much so, yes. Dr. Balraj is the rep.
The medical examiner's office, and sometimes I slip up and still call it the coroner's office.
So do I.
Has legal obligations beyond the immediate investigation of the death, such as statistical and statutory reporting as to manner and cause of death, correct?
Yes.
All right, so give us the brief seminar on manner and cause of death. What are they? Who requires them to be defined in the way that they are defined? And then talk about each subpart.
The coroner's office and or in Cuyahoga, the medical examiner's office, by Ohio State Law 313 requires that each county have a medical legal death investigation system in place to determine cause and manners of death on people who die suddenly, unexpectedly, and without a physician available to sign their death certificate. Essentially, what I do as a medical examiner is I review dead people, their bodies, and or their medical records in order to determine cause of death and manner of death, both required by the state of Ohio. The cause of death is a statement or statements that essentially summarize the process in which the body ended up dying. In this case, Trooper Velez had multiple blunt traumas, and that's what caused his death. So that is the cause of death statement: blunt impacts to head, trunk, and extremities with multiple brain, splenic, vascular, and skeletal injuries. The manner of death is also required by the state of Ohio, and it is a medical categorization of the circumstances surrounding how that individual died. And as doctors, we have 5 choices or categories in which to classify manner of death. The most common manner of death is natural. 2/3 of the people who die anywhere will die because of natural causes. The remaining 3 out of 4 are traumatic manners of death. Suicides would be when someone causes their own death. Homicide is when someone causes someone else's death. An accident is when someone dies because of unforeseen circumstances, and those are the 3 violent manners of death. Add that with the natural, the last manner of death is undetermined. On occasion, based on our autopsy findings, police investigations, review of medical records, I don't know the manner in which I can classify someone's death. Therefore, about 5% of my cases will have undetermined as the manner of death. Means I just don't know why they died. I might have a suspicion, but we have to deal in medical certainty. So those are the 5 manners of death.
All right. Now, you're aware that we're here on a contested issue of a title of a crime called aggravated vehicular homicide, correct?
Yes.
What is the manner of death listed for Kenneth Velez?
This is classified medically as an accident.
Okay. Is that meant to pass a judgment, legal or otherwise, on the title of crime for which we're here trying this case?
No, this is a medical diagnosis or determination.
Does it prevent or negate evidence of criminal responsibility that would result in a finding of guilt of aggravated vehicular homicide?
No, it does not.
Why not?
I classify and categorize cases based on the medical findings, and although I interact with the legal system, I don't understand it. I really don't. So it is more of a legal argument and process. I'm just a small cog in this whole system.
All right, so just for the jury's understanding, you and I and the court and defense counsel have all in our careers at some point, let's say, faced a situation where a person who's been signaled by the police to stop what they're doing and they're operating a motor vehicle, let's say the police officer's on foot, okay, and the person intentionally drives their car at the officer. And let's say in this scenario, intentionally driving at them with the intent to cause their death does strike them and cause their death. But it's the intent of forethought. Do you understand?
I do.
What would you call that?
That would be classified as a homicide. Someone is intentionally using their motor vehicle as a weapon to kill someone, much like the most common way Cuyahoga County citizens kill each other are with guns. So what Assistant Prosecutor demonstrated is using the vehicle as a lethal weapon.
Okay. So, if someone violates the statutes of the state of Ohio that say don't cause death while operating a motor vehicle, even though those statutes don't require an intent, but if you violate the operation of those motor vehicle statutes. All right. I'll withdraw that statement. But just so we're clear, auto pedestrian accident is a statutory reporting construct.
Yes, in the medical field.
And it's required by the state of Ohio.
Yes, it is.
And it's not a legal ruling as to the facts that bring us before the court on an aggravated vehicular homicide charge.
That is correct.
Okay. And showing you state's replacement or substitute 777 long form, is this now a complete and accurate copy of the oral autopsy?
Yes, it is. State's Exhibit 777 is a copy of the autopsy report that has been completed and signed by myself. It also includes the medical examiner's verdict that is signed by Dr. Thomas Gilson, Gilson, the medical examiner for Cuyahoga County.
Dr. Gillo, that's a true and accurate copy of the report?
Yes, it is.
And showing you State 780, what is State 780?
State's Exhibit 780 is a copy of the toxicology report for Kenneth Velez. It is a 3-page document that is initialed on 2 pages and signed Eric S. Lavin, Lavins. He is the toxicology supervisor at the medical examiner's office.
In the toxicology report, do you consider it to be an adjunct or an addendum to the autopsy itself?
Yes, I do.
And is it also a permanent business record of your office?
Yes.
The testimony that you offered today as to the manner and cause of death of Kenneth Velez, is it offered with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
One moment, please. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Well, I do too.
This time, Your Honor, the state will call trooper case.
Yes. That's what I was just looking up. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
My name is Jeffrey A. Case. Last name is spelled K-A-E-S-S.
And sir, are you employed?
Yes, I'm employed by the Highway Patrol.
And how long have you been employed by the Ohio Highway Patrol?
17 years.
And in what capacity are you employed there, sir?
I'm an investigator with our Office of Criminal Investigations Unit in Cleveland.
And what do some of your duties include as an investigator?
To investigate any crimes as they pertain to our jurisdiction, which is any state-owned or leased property.
And what sort of training and experience do you have to have for that job, sir?
Standard 6.5 months academy training and certification, and then there's constantly additional training that we do every year.
And Trooper Case, were you employed by the Ohio State Highway Patrol on September 15th of 2016?
Yes, it was.
And what was your assignment on that day?
My assignment was I'm a vehicle theft investigator, and I was assigned to, actually I was working on an OADIA convention.
I'm sorry, what?
OADIA, it's Ohio Auto Theft Investigators Association. Working on getting that convention or seminar that we were putting on, and prior to receiving the call for this incident.
And sir, just remember the court reporter is taking down everything you say, so if you could slow down
Sure.
so you can accurately capture it, that would be great. You said you were doing that prior to receiving this assignment, correct?
That is correct.
What assignment did you ultimately receive on September 15th?
I was asked to assist with the investigation to Trooper Kenny Velez. Accident occurred on Interstate 90, and to do any investigations that would require anything to do with the crash investigation or to the search warrants that would follow and so forth.
And so when you received this assignment to assist with the crash investigation, what was the first thing you were assigned to do?
First thing I was assigned to do was to take witness statements from two witnesses that were located at the scene.
So did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I did.
What were your initial observations on responding to the crash scene?
That I observed two vehicles or three vehicles on the berm, which would be on the left side of the interstate for westbound travel. There's a black car, a white car, and there was, I believe, a silver Impala that belonged to one of the witnesses. And I observed some items in the roadway, to include the vest of Trooper Velez, and then just some evidence of a crash that occurred there.
And you said you were charged with taking statements from witnesses, correct?
That's correct.
Now, why were you gathering statements from witnesses?
To see what their perception was of the crash scene and what did they see? You know, what was their involvement in this, and what did they witness? That was my primary concern, was just to capture and collect what they had seen.
And did you obtain those witness statements?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do next, sir?
Once the witnesses' statements were completed, I was asked by Sergeant Blake to assist Sergeant Gable, who's now a lieutenant, to get a search warrant for Joshua Gasper's blood.
And what did you do in regards to that process?
Once I left the crash scene to go up to there, come up here actually to meet with the prosecutor, Dan Van, we explained the facts surrounding the incident, Lieutenant Gable and I, and a search warrant was ultimately drafted.
And what did you do after you received that search warrant?
And once we received the search warrant and it was signed, we traveled to Fairview Hospital, where Joshua Gasper was still at, and executed the search warrant, which was to collect 4 vials of blood.
And what was the next step you did in terms of this investigation?
The next step after that was to continue the investigation. Once we packaged all that evidence and it was relayed to our lab in Columbus, the next step was to just continue to further investigate the crash.
And you said this was taken down to your lab in Columbus. Why was it taken to the lab in Columbus?
Because that's where our lab's at, where they analyze the toxicology of the blood and urine that's sent down as evidence.
And what's the name of the lab that you turned the defendant's blood over to?
It's the Ohio State Highway Patrol's crime lab.
After doing that, what did you do next?
After that, I believe we went back to the scene briefly, and then I think I secured for that day of that shift. And then the following day, we executed another search warrant.
And what was the search warrant that you executed the following day?
Following day, memory, if I can recollect, there's a total of approximately 11 search warrants that were executed. I believe the next one was for the community actions against addiction.
Trooper Case, did you complete a report in association with this investigation?
Yes, I did.
And would your report refresh your recollection as to what you completed next?
Exactly, because it goes chronologically.
May I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trooper Case, I'm handing you what's marked for identification purposes. It states exhibit number 652. Can you take a moment to review that item?
Okay, I've reviewed it.
And sir, what was the next step you took in terms of your investigation?
There's another part of my investigation that's not included in this. There's about 7 pages.
652 or 651?
What's the number on top of that?
The number on this one is 652.
Trooper Case, from your recollection, what was the next step in your investigation?
It was to, I believe it was to get a search warrant for not only the community actions against addiction, but also for the event data recorder in the vehicle, and also to search the vehicle.
And what did you do in order to obtain those search warrants?
Again, met with Prosecutor Dan Van, and together we drafted the search warrants that were ultimately later executed.
And after those search warrants were executed, drafted, did you also execute them?
That is correct.
Where did you respond to execute the search warrants?
The first one at Community Actions was on Euclid Avenue here in Cleveland, and I met with Rona Huckabee, what's her name? She was the counselor for Joshua Gasper.
Okay. And after executing the search warrant at Community Action Agency Against Addiction, what did you do next?
I obtained the documentation from Rona Huckabee that she provided to me from that search warrant, or the results of that search warrant. and I collected all that information for the investigation.
And after collecting that information, what was the next search warrant that you completed and executed?
If I can remember correctly, it was the event data recorder, which is like also referred to as the black box in the vehicle.
And can you explain to us what that is, sir?
That is a device in some of the newer model vehicles that records like speed, information regarding speed, a change in velocity. It records airbag information and deployment, seatbelt data. It varies per make and model of vehicle, but it's like a black box that just records some of the vital information that could be captured from a crash.
And what did you do after you executed that search warrant?
Well, actually, it was Lieutenant Thorne that did the processing and execution of the event data recorder. I just assisted with the search warrant for them. So I believe that information he was able to obtain was held as evidence for this trial.
And what was the next step in your investigation?
May I see my notes from the other 7 pages?
Working on it.
Okay.
From your recollection.
From my recollection, I know I interviewed another witness. That was I believe on the 19th of September. Then after that, it was additional search warrants. I can't recall in what order they were executed.
Do you recall the additional search warrants that you did execute, regardless of their order?
Yes.
And can you please review those?
There was a search warrant drafted for cell phone records for AT&T. There was a search warrant for a Facebook account of Mr. Gaspar. There was other search warrants for medical records from Fairview Hospital. There was a search warrant, 2 search warrants for community actions against addiction. Then there was one for the event data recorder. There was another one for the brake. It was a system braking analysis for the vehicle. And there was another search warrant, I believe, for the other one escapes me.
And Trooper Case, what was the purpose of executing or attempting to execute all these search warrants?
To essentially gather all the facts necessary and that would be pertinent to our investigation.
And why were you attempting to gather facts pertinent to your investigation?
To prove that a crime had been committed, or what I believe was committed.
And what steps did you take in gathering this information?
Starting with the search warrants, basically you're collecting all the information to either prove or disprove a crime, and proving the elements of the crime. So what I have to do for each particular charge is we have to gather all the facts to support that charge. So basically, my job in this investigation was to execute search warrants and gather the facts that would assist us in this investigation.
And what did you do with all this information once you obtained it?
I put it all into a report, chronological report, and kept all the supplemental documents contained in a folder or a shared file amongst all the investigators that worked on this particular case.
And why did you collect all this information and include it in a report?
For court purposes, and also documentation to essentially prove a crime had been committed.
And why are you documenting things?
So that everybody knows the facts surrounding the case.
And as you're compiling this report, how are you determining which information should be included and which information should not be included?
Basically, I would include all information that I felt was pertinent or necessary to the investigation, whether it was useful or not. I'd document it.
And were you the sole trooper working on this investigation, or was there a team associated with it?
No, there was definitely a team associated to it.
And did each member of the team have different assignments associated with this investigation?
That is correct.
And so what were your assignments in relation to this investigation?
My assignments were simply to assist in all the search warrants that needed to be drafted and executed, and then document all the facts and everything that we found in the investigation, and to report all my findings to my superiors and other investigators that were involved.
And did you do that in this instance?
Yes. and along with the prosecutor's office.
Can I approach Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm handing you what's been remarked as State's Exhibit 652. Is that a complete and accurate copy of your report?
This is the first 7 pages of my report. So combined, yes, that'd be accurate. Includes my entire report for State Exhibit 652.
And can you take a moment to review your report?
Yes. Okay.
Trooper, after reviewing that report, does that refresh your recollection in regards to the search warrants that you either obtained or executed?
Yes, on at least 3 search warrants.
And were there any additional ones that you have not mentioned that are included in the report based on your recollection being refreshed?
Just to run down in my head, we did do the one for the blood draw and the event data recorder, which we discussed, and also the search warrant for processing the vehicle of the defendants.
And Trooper Case, after that, what was the next step of your role in this investigation?
My next step was basically just to gather all the facts and share it with the team for the investigation.
And did you in fact do that, sir?
Yes.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
We're going to take a brief break. Keep in mind, we'll discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Don't let anyone discuss the case with you in your presence. Don't form or express an opinion. No investigation. No media. And sir, don't talk to anyone about your testimony.
Yes, sir.
We do that probably, I would say, 10 after 3. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you go down to the forum? Get your phone, because they didn't know which one. Oh.
Judge, is this a real break?
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the LawNewz Network. I'm Aaron Keller. I'll be with you for the afternoon here, and we continue to listen to testimony in the trial of Joshua Gaspar out of Cleveland, Ohio. He's charged with 13 different counts on 2 separate indictments for his role in a traffic crash which killed a state trooper. We've had some interesting testimonies today, and to help us break it down, Norman Williams is back after a long hiatus from the LawNewz Network, and
yes,
it sounds that you've been very busy.
Yes, it's good to be back. It's good to be back.
Well, we're always glad to have you back. So initially, because I know that you're getting the first crack at this case here, have you seen a case where they've got 13 different charges on 2 different indictments? It seems they're just trying to throw everything at the wall here.
Yeah, it almost sounds like this person is being prosecuted here in Manhattan, because that's the standard standard way of charging people here. You throw everything at them, just like how you're taught in law school.
Well, some of these charges might not necessarily stick. You know, in order to get the top charge to stick, we know that a peace officer was the victim of this accident. We know that. However, the whole valid license thing seems relatively up for debate, and I was just going through the notes from this morning, and it turned out that there was someone from the DMV on the stand who testified about whether or not this guy's license was valid or invalid, and the thing that stuck out at me is apparently there was some flag in the system that said that it was that he moved from Alabama back to Ohio, which I believe it was his original home. And apparently the system in Alabama claimed that his license was suspended there, but it was an IT error of some sort. Right. So he was under the impression that he could just transfer it into Ohio. They gave him a license in Ohio, but now they're trying to say, as I understand it, and I'm only going off of a few notes, that they're trying to say, well, it wasn't really valid because there was an error in the system that said that it was suspended in Alabama.
Right. Yeah. That could be a problem for the prosecutor. It can be.
Yeah. I mean, and they kept going back to the testimony saying, oh, well, it's the duty of the license holder to know whether it's valid or not. And it's like, okay, well, if he thought it was valid, then.
Right. That's
you know, how is the license holder to know if the DMV has an error in its system?
Right. Well, that's the first thing. The license holder is never going to know that unless they're an employee. And also, from state to state, the rules differ sometimes. And I've had conversations with people, just casual conversations, concerning changing licenses from one state to another. And it always amazes me, the little problems that pop up, or the things that you would think would be a problem don't bar you from getting a license in the second state. So
I'm having flashbacks to moving from one state to the next, and it was a state that contracts, because here in New York, you go get a driver's license, you go to a state DMV facility. Right. I lived for a while as a journalist in a state where the state contracts out all of its local license operations to contractors who, in essence, run businesses to run these, and they have the color of authority of the motor vehicle department in that state.
Oh, that's just a recipe for disaster.
And okay, so what happened is when I tried to transfer my license back to New York years ago, it said, well, there's not even a record of you ever having a license in another state. But then they took the actual paper document, ran it through all the tests, and they said, there's no way you could have forged this, though, so what the heck happened? So I called up a police buddy of mine and said, can you run my stuff? And let's just say that he did it. And he said, yeah, there's no record. It turned out that there was a data issue and that all of the licenses issued that day in that location never got transferred to the state. So the bottom line is that I am fully of the belief that these things can turn into issues.
Do you know how much of a nightmare that would be for a black person driving? And if their license was suspended and they didn't know, and this, and oh my goodness. I could just see myself looking at the barrel of a gun, trying to explain that it's really an IT issue, sir, which I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes into all sorts of issues. So, you know, if I'm understanding what happened this morning in the case well, I really should go back and listen to all of it again, because I'm curious to know how they're going to make out the case that it was a bad license, other than if there's some law that specifically says that the driver has to be presenting something that is not subject to an IT error in another state.
Right. Yeah. This is going to be tough. I mean, charges. Well, at least the charge for felony one. Well, here we would call it a bump up. That I guess the prosecutor has to prove that Gasper is guilty of felony 2, plus he hit a peace officer and the license issue. And no valid license, you know, to the layperson, you would just assume that means a license that's suspended or anything that's just not valid, and that's not really true. That if the license was obtained fraudulently, then it could never be valid. But if it was gotten under the proper means and it was just expired, I'm not so sure if the state would be able to prove the bump up.
I'm very curious to see how the jury is going to settle that out. Because we're talking about that issue, I want to go to clip 16 from this morning. This is one of the Department of Public Safety Division of Motor Vehicles people on the stand in the Gaspar case this morning. Again, clip 16. This is where they start to get into this issue. We can at least start to get into it and see when the judge comes back and continue to discuss things. Of course, if we do have live testimony, we'll take you straight there.
Correct. They have the opportunity. They see that exactly how they answered. It comes up on the screen, so they see exactly how it says, you know, my license is or is not, I believe, under suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified. So that is or is not is in bold and it's in capital letters.
And if somebody were to receive those documents and were to sign off of them, does your department keep those records?
It's a paperless system. If they wanted to, they could ask the clerk, and the clerk can hit a button to print them. Is that what you're asking?
Right, but does your department normally keep those records?
Electronically.
How are they maintained?
Electronically.
And does your department have the ability to print those documents if necessary?
Yes.
And is that kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
My approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1472 and 1473. Can you take a moment to review these items? And ma'am, generally speaking, do you recognize what these items are?
Yes.
And can you explain to us what they are?
It's the application for a temporary permit for the first one, and the second one is the application for a driver's license.
And what information is contained on those applications?
Everything that the clerk asks, all the, name, date of birth, gender, height, weight, hair, eyes, citizenship, residential address, residency, what class it is, what restrictions, endorsements, expiration date, the transaction type, and all of the questions that were answered on the status questions, all the responses.
And are those the questions we've been talking about thus far?
Yes.
And is included in that question, what's the first question on both of those forms?
Well, it's just the response. It's not the question.
What is the response?
I do have a current driver's license or ID card from Ohio, ID number, and then it lists the RK988155.
And on those questions, does it ask about a suspended license in another jurisdiction?
Yes, it says I do not have driving privileges now suspended or revoked or canceled or otherwise disqualified or subject to an out-of-service order in this state or any other state.
And is there a signature that's usually required at the bottom of these forms?
Yes, ma'am, it's an electronic signature.
And in fact, on the bottom of State's Exhibit 1472 and 1473, is there a signature at the bottom of these forms?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the exhibits in front of you, whose forms do these belong to? What's the name on the top of the form?
Joshua Joseph Gaspar.
And what is the date for the signing of the temporary permit form?
February 10th, 2016.
What's the date of the signing of the driver's license form?
February 11th, 2016.
And on both those forms, was the defendant asked about whether or not there was a suspended license from another jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
And on both of those forms, the defendant signed that there was no suspended license from another jurisdiction?
Correct.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Man, what are the dates again?
Okay, folks, sorry that we had to take a bit of a break there to reset part of our system, but we are back. That is myself and Norman Williams, and we had a little bit of preliminary testimony out of Amber Lynn Daniels, who was the DMV representative, who started to get into this idea of a compact among states that they use to share information about whether a license is suspended or not. So she gets into this description of the official record keeping system, and then she goes into this whole element about, well, you know, the driver has to affirm on a license application in Ohio that the driver is certain that he's presenting a valid out-of-state document for, you know, transmission from one state to another. And it seems that that's what they're trying to nail him on, is to say, well, okay, you should have known that there was a suspension. But I think the subsequent clips get into a question about whether or not the suspension should have been up.
Right.
You know, if it was a 6-month suspension for something in Alabama, 6 months or up, you know, I mean, and then presumably he got it taken care of in Alabama.
It should be valid.
You know, it should be
Ohio.
valid, and yet I see in some of the subsequent testimony, there's just all of this argument about an IT issue. Well, did they forget to unsuspend it in the computer or something?
Well, that's possible. I mean, even here in New York, if your license is suspended for some criminal reason, once the period of suspension is over, the licensee still has to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles and make sure that the license is back and it's valid. It doesn't just kind of reinstate itself automatically, at least not in New York. I don't know what happens in Alabama, but it is something that's a little tricky for people. But the other thing that the question that I have is that if there's a compact between states, and if everybody is kept aware of what's in each other's database, then how didn't Ohio, when he tried to put in the application, say to him, look, according to our records, you have a problem back in your home state, and you're transferring state, so you need to clear that up. It seems like that information should have been there, but you know, so goes technology and us all being connected.
Yeah, I think she may have tried to clear this up in the next clip, and since we don't have live testimony back in court just yet, I want to go to clip 17, and we'll hopefully be able to clear up or at least dive into this license suspension issue a little bit more. Because if the prosecution can convince the jury that the license was somehow bad or should not have been issued, then that allows the prosecution to make that top charge stick, the first-degree felony. If the license issue falls apart for the prosecution, he gets off of the first-degree felony charge and a number of the second-degree felonies and most of the misdemeanors as well. So this is a really critical issue for the state. Let's listen in.
The division is the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
And how long have you been employed there?
6 years.
And what is your role with the Bureau of Motor Vehicles?
I am the commercial driver's license and special case manager. We handle CDL license suspensions, in-state and out-of-state suspensions.
Is that only for commercial drivers or for the public at large as well?
Therefore, it says CDL, but it's for all drivers.
What kind of things do you do in that suspension bureau? What's your role?
Our role, we disqualify commercial drivers. We also suspend all drivers, whether they be commercial or non-commercial drivers. The suspensions range from violator compact suspensions, which are suspensions from other states that, like a ticket that's unpaid that you would get in one state, and then it would suspend your Ohio license, license forfeitures, warrant blocks. We deal with a lot of medical suspensions. I basically deal with almost all the suspensions that a driver can be given.
And how long have you worked in that role?
In this role, it's been 4 years. I've been the manager over the department for the last 3.5 years.
So how many employees do you manage?
Currently 11.
You mentioned a compact.
Correct.
Is that what we commonly refer to as the interstate compact?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
An interstate compact is we have 51 states, but there's only 45 states that are in agreement to a compact. So if you have a suspension in another state, you get penalized in the other state, whether, for whatever it would be. If you get suspended, then Ohio will recognize the other state's suspension and go ahead and suspend you here as well.
So is Ohio part of the interstate compact?
Correct. Ohio is part of the interstate compact.
Are you aware if Alabama is one of the states that is part of the interstate compact?
Yes, Alabama is one of the states as well.
So how is this done? How do you find out from Alabama that a license is suspended?
Although only 45 states are in the compact, all 51 jurisdictions, so all states share what's called the National Drivers Registry. The National Drivers Registry is shared, it's like a shared database. And the point is so someone can't have multiple licenses. So it also has a part of it that's called the Problem Driver Pointer System. And what that does is if someone is suspended in one state and we'll just say they convert to Ohio, then Ohio would run that driver in that database. And as long as another state has, like, it's called a block, then we would be able to see the block and we would not issue to that driver.
Have you ever personally entered somebody into the system?
If there is an error in the system, if someone should be suspended and they're not, because the system's totally relied upon, computers, and with computers things can go wrong. Maybe someone didn't put a suspension on, maybe the system was down, but if we're ever alerted that something's incorrect, then we would place a suspension on a record, and that will automatically place the driver that should be blocked. A block will go through this Problem Driver Pointer System.
So is this a manual process or an electronic process?
It is an electronic process, but it can become manual if there is an error.
Have you experienced in Ohio times when it's failed?
In Ohio, there have been a couple of occasions where it has failed. Especially for our CDL drivers, if we have to put a pointer out there because of a medical suspension or there's a suspension that was not placed on the record due to even human error, then we would manually have to place a pointer out there so that driver's not issued in another state.
And have you personally had to do that?
Correct. Yes, I have.
What are some instances that you can remember where you caught that there should have been a suspension? How did that happen?
Usually the only way someone is caught is if we are notified by either another state calls us and say, hey, they're trying to, Ohio drivers trying to convert their license to another state, and there's some error, they're saying that they should not be blocked even, I can unblock someone if, a suspension is no longer in effect. There's been instances where someone should have like a medical suspension, and then I have to place a medical suspension on a driver, therefore their driver, the license is suspended.
So when somebody walks in to apply for a license and they're run and they're suspended in another state, what should happen?
What should happen, the system, once we put in all their identifiers, which is their social security number, we'll put in their driver's license number from the other state, then automatically, as long as the other state has a block in the National Drivers Registry and there is a block within the Problem Driver Pointer System, then automatically we'll get something on the screen at the Deputy Registrar's office that says, hey, there's an alert. This driver, cannot be issued, is what it will say. And we print out a piece of paper, give it to the driver, and then the driver will tell them, you cannot come back to be issued until you take care of the suspension in the other state.
So someone with an out-of-state suspension, are they able to get a valid Ohio license?
Say that one more time.
If somebody has an out-of-state suspension, are they able to get a valid Ohio license?
They would only be able to get a valid Ohio license if there's not a block in the system, if there's an error in the system, or it's kind of twofold. There's also a question, I believe, on the application that says, you know, are you suspended in another state? So if the driver, you know, does not let us know, and or the system, there's not a error, or I'm sorry, a block in that system, then we would issue a license.
So in that statement, is a driver required to disclose if they have a suspension?
On the application, it does say that you would be committing perjury if you answer any of the questions incorrectly, and one of the questions do state, do you have any suspensions in this state or any other state?
So whose responsibility is it to know the status of their out-of-state license?
That will be the driver.
So if the compact fails and you get notified later...
We apologize about that, folks, because apparently those sound bites were a little bit backwards, but there's been all this talk from this witness about the way this registry works, about the way the states share information, but they keep trying to put the burden back on the person presenting one license to the state of Ohio, which is what happened in this case, to certify that the license from the sending state, so to speak, is good enough to be accepted by the receiving state.
Right.
Okay, well, I go back to the situation I was in. If they screwed it up, it looks valid to me. I show up, sign the paperwork, pay the fee. The state cashes my check. I get a document. You know, I got a valid license to me. You know.
Right, and you're none the wiser. You have no way of knowing that the license is not suspended.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be back in the Gaspar case any second here. The reason this is taking so long is apparently there is going to be a witness testifying by Skype. It is some remote witness, and they are taking about an extra 20 minutes here, it looks like, to try to set up the technology to get that witness able to testify. You know, the bottom line is they're trying to line the technology up. So technology always fails in moments of critical need. We know this, you know. So as soon as we're able to go back to the testimony, we will. In the meantime, I think the best we can do is to continue listening to some of these clips from this motor vehicle expert. I think I'm going to go to clip 18 now, although I would not be surprised if things are starting up in the Gaspar courtroom any second. So we'll go to clip 18, and if we have to pull out of it quickly, we will.
Assistant Chief Marcia Fisher, she had contacted me and said that an investigator had contacted her and that they believe they should not have been issued a license in the state of Ohio. I then had my lead worker, Tricia Benjamin. She went ahead, called, contacted the state of Alabama, talked to their pointer drivers, the problem driver pointer system, talked to their help desk, and they confirmed that he was suspended in that state and that there was some type of IT error, that they did not have a block in the National Drivers Registry.
Do you remember about when this conversation happened?
I would say, I can't give you a specific date. I would say December 2016, January 2017.
So once you found out that he had a suspension in Alabama, what did you do next?
Once we found out that he had a suspension in Alabama, you know, they said that they would get back to us as far as placing a block in the system. I didn't know at that point, do I cancel the license immediately since he should not have been issued, or, you know, what do we do? We had to contact our legal department. Our compliance officer, John Goulden, he went ahead and had a letter drawn up giving Mr. Gaspar 30 days to respond, basically saying that the registrar will cancel your license within 30 days if you don't ask for it. It was called an administrative hearing.
Did you, in this process, ever pull his application?
Correct.
Okay. Why did you do that?
We wanted to verify if, for the investigator, he asked, for everything, for the application to see how he...
Okay, folks, we're going to break out of that clip, and we're going to go back into the Gaspar courtroom in Cleveland, Ohio, because the jury has just taken its seat collectively there. The judge is back on the bench, so let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We were dealing with some technical issues with the computer. Please, you should sympathize with us. Anyway, we're going to continue with the testimony.
Now, Trooper Case, as part of your duties in executing the search warrant at Community Action Agency Against Addiction, did you obtain video of the defendant entering the facility and taking his dose of methadone?
Yes, I did. I met with the security director, Mr. Jackson, I believe his name was, and he pulled up the video surveillance of the facility for that date and time. We were able to capture that as part of the execution of the search warrant.
And Trooper Case, as part of that, is that the video that's shown on the screen presently as State's Exhibit 1520?
That is correct.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition to when you retrieved it from the Community Action Against Addiction Agency?
Yes, it is.
And Trooper Case, what is it that we're going to see in this video?
You're going to see the defendant enter there on the left. He's walking in with a black shirt with a 23 in the front.
And is this the defendant we see entering the screen currently?
That is correct. And he's going to the window now to receive a dose.
And Trooper Case, if you can actually, with the court's permission, step down so you can show us what we should be looking at on the screen. Make sure you just don't block the screen kind of inside.
What the video depicts is he's entered the what they call the dosing area, and that's the window where they administer the dose of liquid methadone. So he's right now at the window retrieving that dosage.
Trooper Case, what is it that we're seeing at this point in the video?
You're seeing him consume the dose of liquid methadone. And this is where he exits the facility.
And Trooper Case, there are timestamps associated with this video, correct?
Yes, sir. There's a timestamp actually on the video surveillance itself, and along with the dosing, the dosing counter. They have a computer that monitors the time and who distributes it at what time.
And during the course of your investigation, did you determine whether the timestamps on this video were actually accurate?
We did check that, and we found that there's a 12-minute discrepancy. So the video surveillance is time-stamped about 12 minutes too slow, according to the timestamp of when he received the dosage, which was at 12:34.
And after the defendant receives the dosage at 12:34, based on your investigation, what was observed next?
From video surveillance, he walks out, and there's a vehicle, and he leaves the parking lot of Community Action Against Addiction facility.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
And then, Trooper, did there come a point in time where you returned to Community Action Against Addiction later?
Yes, we did go back with an additional search warrant for additional records and also for the video surveillance. The first one that we executed there was only for records. The second one was for more additional records and also the video surveillance.
And at the time that you returned, did you speak with the administrator of that agency?
The second time I spoke to the CEO, Gladys Hall, I believe was her name. Yes, we did meet with her.
And did the CEO provide you with any sort of documentation in reference to Dr. DeFranco?
Yes, she did.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did the CEO provide you with any information or documentation in reference to Dr. DeFranco?
Yes, she did.
And what did you do? And what was that document?
The first document was a letter of discipline against the doctor for violating their department policy. And also the second letter or document that I obtained was also for a letter that was written by him to Attorney Sin.
What did you do with both of those letters?
Both of those were admitted into evidence as part of the documentation from the search warrant.
Can I approach, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 1460. Can you take your time and review that item, please?
Okay, I've reviewed it.
Thank you. And without going into detail in regards to the content of this item, can you please tell us if this is the item you received, one of the items you received from Director Hall?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition to when you received it from Director Hall from Community Action Against Addiction Agency?
Yes, it is.
My approach, please, Your Honor. Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit 1464. Can you take a moment to review that item?
Okay.
And without going into detail into the content of that item, is this a copy of the other document you received from Gladys Hall from Community Action Agency Against Addiction?
Yes, it is.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition to when you received it?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
My name is John Sin. We met already, but I'm going to ask you some questions. If I ask anything you don't understand, you can just ask me to go ahead and rephrase it. Is that okay?
That is fine with me.
Okay. You did a couple search warrants in this thing, correct?
Yes, I did.
I didn't mean to turn that on, but I'm going to leave it alone. Okay. The first search warrant you did was for my client's blood.
That is correct.
And the purpose of that search warrant was to find out if he's on anything, right?
That is correct.
And a search warrant means that a judge issues an order saying you can go ahead and take this person's blood even if they don't want you to.
That is correct.
But when you got back to the hospital, isn't it true that you found out that my client, before you got the search warrant, had already agreed to have his blood drawn?
That is correct. I heard that.
So he didn't require your search warrant. That was just something you did to be extra cautious.
It was something I was fulfilling the execution of that search warrant for additional vials of blood.
You're not indicating in any way that my client was uncooperative with giving his blood?
No, not to me. It was not.
In fact, that's how you got it. It was a consent search, was it not?
Not by me. No.
Okay. The first, they drew a lot of blood, right?
I don't know how many they drew before the 4 vials that we obtained from the warrant.
You were aware that he agreed to have his blood drawn before you got there?
I believe it was articulated to me by Sergeant Russell.
Okay, and I guess my point is, it's not as if he was trying to hide his blood. He said, hey, go ahead and take it, and you guys took it.
That's correct.
But if he'd said no, you would have had a warrant anyway.
Yes.
Good. And that's good police work. Some other things I want to cover with you that just may not seem like they're real pertinent, but I think you might be the only officer that can talk about these things. You also inventoried the car, right?
I did not do the inventory in the car.
Okay. Why is there a picture in your report of a cigarette, a lit cigarette found? It says partially burnt cigarette in the car. Is that something you discovered?
That is something that we discovered through a search warrant for a vape device that was located in the vehicle. That was the purpose for that particular search warrant.
Okay. you talk about that a little bit?
Right. After discussion with my peers and also the prosecutor, there was a vape device commonly used for smoking in the vehicle, and we wanted to make sure and ensure that whatever contents was in that vape device was in fact nicotine, if you will, or whatever what they usually normally put in them, versus something other that would be considered a legal substance.
And did you check those things out?
We did.
Okay, and it turns out it was nicotine?
That is correct.
Okay. And then you said you and the team had some discussions.
That's correct.
Remember using the word team?
Yes, our investigative team, yes.
Okay. Who all was part of this team?
It was comprised of Trooper Rossi.
Okay.
Pretty much my whole office. If you want me to name everybody, I can.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Were you a friend of Trooper Velez?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Was everybody on the team a friend of Trooper Velez?
Some were more than others. Some had worked with him in the past, and some had not. So I can't say that everyone was friends with him, but everybody knew him.
Okay. It was his own department that was doing this. That was this team, right?
That is correct.
You had two opportunities to go to this community, what do they call it, community action against addiction?
Yes.
And they give folks a prescription there, a dose of methadone, right?
That is correct.
As prescribed by a doctor?
Yes.
The two times that you went, did you notice people coming in and out and getting their methadone?
Maybe on the second one I did, as we walked through that dosing area, but the first time I visited there, I didn't see anybody going to the dosing area or to the windows.
Okay. And you also retrieved a video, and in the video we can see some folks going up and taking their doses, right?
That is correct.
And now there's also an area that you park your car in when you get there, correct?
Yes.
And that area is on camera.
That is correct.
And you parked there, I assume?
I believe we did.
And you saw other folks walking in and out and parking there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Trooper, are you always on duty? Are you always required to enforce the laws?
Only when I'm on duty. I mean, unless we see something like a felony in progress, we will intervene.
Well, were you on duty when you were at this clinic?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and you saw individuals walking up to the counter and getting their doses and then going back and getting in their cars?
That I did not see.
Okay. You're aware that from watching the video that folks, including my client, will all go in, get their prescription, and go out to their car?
I didn't see anybody, but that can happen, yes.
Did you take any steps to ensure that folks on this prescription are no longer driving in light of what happened to Trooper Velez?
Can you rephrase that question one more time?
Did your agency take any steps to make sure that folks aren't getting this prescription and getting in their cars and driving after what you saw what happened to Trooper Velez?
No, the question was brought up, though, to the CEO. And if you want, I can elaborate on her response to that.
Sure.
She indicated that, because we asked that very question, do you allow people after they dose to drive? And she said that it's patient's responsibility. And that was where she left it at.
So there are no signs anywhere telling folks they can't drive? You didn't see any of those?
There were signs posted, but I can't recall exactly what was on those signs.
Okay. And you as an agency assigned to investigate crime in Ohio and protect and uphold the laws of the highway, you folks haven't done anything to crack down on this place where folks go to get a prescription.
Objection. Can you rephrase that question one more time?
The Highway Patrol hasn't taken any steps to shut down methadone clinics as they exist across the state.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you, sir.
You were asked some questions about people leaving the clinic and still driving. You recall that?
Yes.
Have you ever been to a bar, sir?
Yes.
Do you let people walk into a bar and walk out and drive?
If I'm off duty, no. It's up to them, whatever they decide, unless it's something I need to intervene on.
But driving under the influence of alcohol is a crime, correct?
If you're over a certain level, according to the state of Ohio, yes. If you're under it, you're not impaired, you can drive.
I'm sorry, if you're not what?
If you're not impaired.
So there's a standard of impairment that has to be met. before somebody is stopped, correct?
That is correct.
You don't preemptively arrest people before they commit a criminal offense, do you?
Absolutely not.
And in the question that you were asked about seeing people enter the methadone clinic and take their dose, did you witness anybody else enter this methadone clinic, take their dose, and then a few minutes later kill an individual on the highway?
No.
One moment, please. And then, in terms of the video you were just asked about, what time was it that the defendant took his dose of methadone?
12:34.
What time was he seen leaving the methadone clinic?
It was within the same time frame. He literally left the clinic as soon as he was administered the dose.
Which was?
I believe it was timestamped like 12:34.
At what time was Trooper Velez killed on the highway?
We believe the call came in at 12:52, so it might have been a minute prior to that.
So approximately how many minutes between when the defendant left the methadone clinic and when he struck and killed Trooper Velez?
I'd say approximately 14 minutes is what we determined.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have any training to know whether or not 14 minutes is enough time for prescription to enter into the bloodstream and affect the body?
No, I'm not trained on that.
Okay. Now, the prosecutor compared the methadone clinic to a bar. You heard that, correct?
That's correct.
Now, at a bar, is there anyone preventing someone from drinking as much as they want?
The bartender.
Okay. Does a bartender normally cut you off after one dose of alcohol?
No.
Okay. But at the methadone clinic, you can't just walk in and say, I'd like 3 methadones, please.
No, you cannot.
You're getting a prescription dose handed to you in a Dixie cup every day, and it's monitored by a physician, we assume.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So which way would you like? Would you like me to turn it? So she's seeing you?
Well, I'll move over this way. Perfect. Maybe a little bit too much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a witness that will be appearing by Skype, which we have done in the past in other cases, civil and criminal. Testimony is to be considered by you in the same manner as the person who testified here live. Use the same tools that I'll give you at the end to evaluate, as you use to evaluate all witnesses, okay? And I think you'll understand in a moment why the person is appearing by video.
Hi, Megan.
Hi.
Can you see me?
I can.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and start your direct examination if you're ready. Are you ready?
Ma'am, will you raise your right hand and be sworn? You solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Megan, some housekeeping stuff. The young lady right here, her name's Mary. She's taking down everything you say, so just try to speak up and speak slowly. If I stop you to slow you down, I'm not picking on you. I'm just trying to slow you down so she can take everything you say, okay?
Okay.
All right. Would you state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Megan Lynn LeCavalier, Lecavalier. Lier.
Where do you currently reside?
Rocky River, Ohio.
Are you a frequent traveler of I-90 westbound?
Sure.
Okay. How frequently are you on that stretch of road?
I don't commute to work on I-90 necessarily. That particular stretch where I saw the accident?
Yes, where you saw the crash.
Not that often. Maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks.
Were you on that stretch of road on September 15th of 2016?
To the best of my recollection, yes, if that's the date of the crash.
What were you doing on the road that day?
Driving home from the zoo.
Did you have your children in the car with you?
Yes.
How old were they at that time?
2 and 4.
Have you since had a third child?
Yes.
Is that the reason we're testifying from Skype?
Correct.
Was he born a week ago?
He was born on Wednesday, so less than a week.
Okay. Do you remember what lane you were traveling in on I-90 westbound that day?
I believe I was in the, not the far left lane, the lane just next to it.
And initially, how fast were you traveling, if you remember?
Initially, you know, when you come over that hill, I remember that I think we were all kind of traveling somewhere between like close to 70 miles an hour, 65 to 70 miles an hour, something like that.
Were you part of a pack of cars?
I don't know if I was part of a pack of cars, but there were definitely cars around me and in front of me.
Okay. Did you see something that caused you to slow down?
Yes.
What did you see?
As we came over the hill, there was a state highway patrolman on the left berm, and he was using his radar, laser, whatever it is. So that's what caused us all to start slowing down.
Were you able to clearly see him?
Yes.
About how far away from him, if you know, were you when you saw him?
As soon as we sort of came to the top of that hill, you could see right away that he was there. And there were just red brake lights all in front of me. I was braking, you know, not extreme, but slowing down.
So gently pushing the brakes versus slamming on him?
Right, because he was, like, we're all coming down hills, and you just see he was right there, you know.
Where was he when he was, I'm going to say running laser, sorry, that's a term that they use, running laser.
He was between his car and the cement divider, far to the left.
At any point did he leave that area?
He did.
Okay, can you tell the jury what you saw?
As I was approaching the police cruiser, he started to walk out from where he was, and he walked to the back of
I'm sorry, the back of his
vehicle, his car.
What was he doing?
So he was behind his car, and he was motioning for someone to stop, you know, pull over.
What do you mean by motioning?
I saw him point and kind of like bring his thumb, like, you know, if you need to pull over type of thing.
Did you think he was pulling you over?
Initially, as I was approaching him, that was my thought. But then immediately I saw that he was not looking at us, he was looking beyond us. So I continued.
Okay. So you were far enough away from the trooper when you initially saw him to not only see him go past the back of his car, you also got to see him motion and then saw him look past you.
Right. I was coming up on him because he walked to the back of his car and started motioning.
Okay. Once you got even with him, what did you see?
I think that's when I realized that he wasn't looking at us.
Did you proceed down the lane of travel?
I did.
Did you ever look back?
I did.
Why?
Probably just to confirm that he wasn't in fact looking at us. I glanced back and in my rearview mirror.
What did you see?
I saw that there was a dark-colored sedan in the far left lane that had approached him and was, by my best guess, sort of in line with his vehicle and looked to be getting pulled over. And then a car that was behind that car moved to the left into the berm and hit the officer.
Did you actually see the officer get hit?
I did.
Did you continue to watch what happened, or did you look forward?
Well, it happened very quickly, and I saw what happened, and then I immediately brought my head back to the road because I was trapping school children in the car.
At the time the officer was struck, do you know where he was?
He was still in the berm. He was behind his vehicle.
Did you see the first dark car? Did you see the hood dip?
I don't recall that.
So when you pulled over, what did you do next?
I didn't actually pull over. I just grabbed my cell phone and I dialed 911. And I told them what I saw, and I told them where it was, and I told them they get an ambulance as quickly as possible to help.
Did you give your contact information?
I think I did, yes.
Did you give any written or oral statements that same day?
I don't believe I did the same thing, no.
Did you give an oral or written statement any time later?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't. It was shortly after the accident, a day or so after.
Do you remember, was it a Lakewood officer? Was it a state trooper?
I believe they were state troopers.
And do you remember how many officers there were?
2.
How were they with you?
Professional, like.
Did you feel any pressure to give a statement?
No.
One moment, Nick. Megan, did you see anybody else swerve abnormally when this happened?
No.
Did you hear any screeching tires?
No.
Did you hear any screeching brakes?
No.
Was everybody else able to successfully avoid the trooper?
So what I saw, yes.
Did you see any other vehicles crash into one another?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Megan. Mr. Sin's going to come on camera and ask you some questions now. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm actually not. Thank you. No questions.
He has no questions. We're done with you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Megan.
State's going to call Trooper Russell.
ladies and gentlemen, we don't just use the video for trials. We also use it sometimes for expungements and things. Say somebody may have a record from 20 years ago, they want to have it expunged, but they can't afford to come back to Ohio to do it. We use Skype or our video system, which is run through the county's IT. We use that for that purpose too. Or we've had expert witnesses from New York City and such, people that maybe cost prohibitive to have them come in, but the witness testimony is valuable, so we do it that way.
And Judge, before we leave that subject, I would ask if the record reflect that not only did the witness answer Amanda's questions that she could see and hear Amanda, but we could all see and hear the witness on the display here in court.
It will. It's about a 55-inch or 60-inch picture. It was showing her.
Thank you.
So you can raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear or affirm, subject to the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give here will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Would you state and spell your full name?
Sure, it's Sergeant Michael D. Russell, R-U-S-S-E-L-L.
Where are you employed?
The Ohio State Highway Patrol.
What's your current position?
I'm a sergeant involved, assigned to investigations.
And you're here today in a business suit, correct?
Correct.
Are you typically in plain clothes?
Yes, I am.
And why is that?
I'm in charge of our auto theft unit, vehicle theft and fraud unit, so typically I'm not in a uniform on a day-to-day basis.
Where were you stationed or assigned September 2016 last year?
At our Cleveland office in Brook Park.
Were you working September 15th?
Yes, sir, it was.
Were you dispatched to assist in the fatality of Trooper Velez?
Yes, I was.
How and when were you dispatched?
I was notified by Lieutenant Huggins, which is my immediate supervisor. I received a call from him asking that I would respond to the scene, and at about 2:05 or so I arrived that afternoon at the crash scene on I-90.
And then who did you seek out or consult with when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I proceeded down an on-ramp onto I-90, and I was greeted by a Lakewood officer, Malloy, who had given me Mr. Gaspar's driver's license, and it told me he was the driver involved in the crash. As I proceeded down the ramp, I contacted my immediate supervisor, Lieutenant Huggins. I gave him the driver's license and asked him what I needed to do at the scene, and I ended up conducting an interview at the scene of a witness.
Okay. Do you recall the name of that witness?
Lawrence Milka.
Okay.
Mikla, I'm not sure the exact pronunciation. I believe it's M-I-K-L-A.
And why were you interviewing him?
Again, I was directed by my lieutenant to finish up an interview that had been started. I found Lawrence. He was standing along the inside berm of the roadway near the concrete barrier. I remember him to have a blue shirt and an orange vest on of some sorts. He had already had his statement form in his hand, or a clipboard, and he had started to complete his witness statement. I went over and engaged conversation with him. He was finishing up on a statement, which I had reviewed, and then asked some follow-up questions to him to complete his witness statement.
Did you learn that he was an off-duty law enforcement officer?
He told me that he had worked for North Olmsted, I believe it was, police department, and he was off-duty, correct.
Did you learn whether or not he had entered Trooper Velez's car and used the radio to summon help?
Yes, he told me he was one of the first on scene, that he had observed a trooper conducting...
I don't want to get into his observations, but...
yes, he told me he went down to the patrol car to render first aid and went to the patrol car and used the radio to call for help.
So you complete this first piece of work on scene, the interview with Mick?
Correct.
Where do you turn your attention next?
At that point, I had conversation with Sergeant Blake. He's a fellow supervisor in our unit, in our plainclothes unit. And he had told me that Sergeant Gable had completed field sobriety tests with Mr. Gaspar. And I noticed that Mr. Gaspar was seated in Trooper McLean's patrol car. And he had asked me to accompany Trooper McLean to Fairview Park Hospital.
For what purpose?
For a blood or urine and or both draw.
Was your role to be a witness or the person to collect the blood once it was obtained? What was your role to be at the hospital?
My role was just to assist at the hospital, Trooper McLean with anything that he would need, and be an on-site supervisor for him. So I drove in my own vehicle, and he was in his patrol car.
Did you have an audio recording device with you that day?
I did.
What was it?
It was my iPhone.
So you go to Fairview Hospital with McLean and Joshua Gaspar?
That's correct.
When you reached the hospital, did there come a point in time, yes or no, where you made an audio recording of questions posed to Mr. Gaspar regarding the blood draw?
Yes.
And did you keep that audio recording and then make sure that it made its way into the official investigation?
Yes, I did.
Describe at the hospital. You know what? First of all, do you know what time you departed I-90 to go to Fairview?
Without looking at my notes, it was approximately 3:20 p.m., 3:21, I believe.
Okay. And do you know what your approximate time of arrival at Fairview Hospital was?
Around 4 p.m. I don't recall the exact time without looking or refresh my memory from my notes. It was about 4 o'clock though we got there.
Describe what happened when you reached the hospital.
We parked at the emergency room entrance. We entered through the emergency room. We met with a registered nurse, Amanda Gambosi, I believe was her last name. We met with her, and she had directed us to the emergency room number 3, which is where we proceeded to go to. At that time, the 3 of us ended up in that room.
Was Mr. Gaspar handcuffed?
He was.
Okay. Why was that?
Officer safety. Anytime we transport anybody in our patrol car that is under arrest, they would be handcuffed.
So how long is it yourself, McLean, and Joshua Gaspar then waiting in this emergency room suite?
How long were we waiting?
It's the 3 of you. You're put in there by the nurse, right?
Correct.
How long do you wait?
We don't wait hardly any time. As soon as we get in there, she's there with us. I explained to her who I am because I am in plain clothes. She knows it's a trooper, obviously, why we are there and what our intentions are.
And are you familiar with the law of implied consent?
I am.
Explain to the layperson, when we, either law enforcement or lawyers, talk about the law of implied consent, what does it mean to you as a law enforcement official?
The person is advised of the implied consent, meaning that they have the right to refuse a breath test or a chemical test through either urine or blood, or they have the right to refuse or submit to that test, and the consequences of either submitting to the test, whether it's positive or not, and if they refuse a test, what the consequences of that are.
And did someone go through that process with Mr. Gaspar and describe the implied consent statute and his rights under it?
I was notified before I left the crash scene on I-90 by Sergeant Blake that had been done. He was with Sergeant Gable, which is now Lieutenant Gable. He was with him at the scene, and he had told me that had already been done, along with his Miranda warnings.
Okay. So that was not taking place then in the emergency room. You were just there for the formality of the blood draw?
Correct.
was it your understanding that Mr. Gaspar had already given his consent to the implied consent demand under the statute?
Yes.
Did you observe the blood draw?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about it.
The Trooper McLean, prepared the vials out of our standard issue blood kits, urine specimen kits, and he prepared the labels with Mr. Gaspar's name on it. During that time, the nurse prepared what she needed to obtain the blood sample, and she used a needle, obtained those blood samples from his left arm. There were two taken, two separate vials, and the labels were handed from Trooper McLean to the nurse who affixed them over top of the vials.
Was Mr. Gaspar also asked for a urine sample?
He was.
And did anyone witness that creation of the urine sample?
Trooper McLean did. He escorted him to a bathroom, if you will, that was within that hospital emergency room. We did not leave the room for it. It was an adjoining room. I did not go in with him. I stood outside of the room, but Trooper McLean did go into the restroom or bathroom with him.
And the Mr. Gaspar that you transported from the scene of Trooper Velez's fatality to Fairview Hospital, you see him in court here today.
Yes, I do.
Would you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Stipulate to identity, Your Honor.
The record will reflect identification of the defendant by this witness.
Thank you, Judge. What is Ohio State Highway Patrol's protocol on once a blood and urine sample are secured, how are they to be handled?
They're packaged at the scene by the trooper, and generally they are mailed to our general headquarters in Columbus for analysis.
Could they also be driven?
Yes, they could be.
And do you know which occurred in this instance?
I do not.
Do you know what time you departed Fairview Hospital?
I would have to look at my notes. I don't recall the exact time.
Take us through where you went and what you did after leaving the hospital.
After I left the hospital, Trooper McLean remained there. I proceeded back to the accident or the crash site on I-90. Again, I met with Sergeant Blake and Lieutenant Huggins there. I assisted Sergeant Blake with transporting Trooper Velez's car back to the patrol post in Brook Park.
Were you generally aware that at the time that you were driving Joshua Gaspar to Fairview for an implied consent blood and urine sample, that there was an effort to obtain a search warrant for the same purpose, paralleling what you were doing?
Correct, I was. On my way to the hospital, Trooper McLean was following me. I had conversation with Trooper Case. I had known prior to leaving from Sergeant Blake that he had instructed Trooper Case and Trooper Gable to go to the prosecutor's office to work on search warrants for that. On my way to the hospital and prior to my arrival, I did speak to Trooper Case, who told me he was currently at the prosecutor's office and they were drafting those warrants for the blood and urine draw.
Is there anything unusual in your experience about pursuing both the belt and suspenders, if you will, implied consent and search warrant pathways?
No.
Especially in the case of a fatality.
Correct.
After you finished that assignment, were you given follow-up assignments?
I was.
Tell us about those.
The next day, upon my arrival at the office, I spoke to my lieutenant again. There was a list of witnesses that needed to be interviewed. I took that list and I assigned it to one of the other trooper investigators at our office, which she followed up on. I don't recall the names on that list. There were about 5 witnesses, I believe.
The name of the trooper you assigned them to?
Trooper Gonzalez, however, it's Trooper Abshire now.
Okay.
She worked with Trooper Cantors. They both worked on those interviews that day.
Did you have anything to do with the processing of the Hyundai Veloster driven by Mr. Gaspar at the time of Trooper Velez's fatality?
I did not.
Were you given a follow-up assignment to attempt to verify employment information offered by Mr. Gaspar?
I was. Later in that afternoon, I was provided an address that Mr. Gaspar used. I did drive by the address. I took a few photos of it to document it. It was a building, a brick building with some windows and a door in the front. There was a chain link fence to the right of it. On the front of it, it said Cleveland Home Remodeling or Renovations. There was a phone number there underneath. That phone number was consistent with the number that he had provided. Within that chain link fence from the roadway, I could see vehicles parked. There were emblems on the car that appeared to match an emblem that he had on his car at the crash site.
Does that cover your basic involvement in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Judge. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So what do you mean by emblems?
To describe it, it was the word he with a...
I'm sorry, the word?
He, H-E, and an emblem that represents greater than, and then the letter I.
He is greater than I?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to observe that on the car that was used in the accident?
Yes.
And then that was also a sticker that was on a car at the work site?
Yes.
And that led you to believe that they were probably owned by the same person, or?
Correct.
And that he is greater than I. Did you ever look into what that is?
I have not.
Okay. And you also, sir, indicated that you recorded on your iPhone pretty much all the encounter with my client.
Yes, it was audio recorded when I entered the room, or when we got set up and I entered, and then I deactivated at the conclusion.
Okay. And you provided that to the state of Ohio?
I did. It was logged into evidence.
Is there any conversation you had with my client that wasn't on that tape recording that you felt was appropriate to put into your report?
Yes, after I deactivated the recorder, or the recording device, he made a statement to me.
What was that?
Objection, can we approach?
Yeah.
Okay, folks, it looks like a delay here while the attorneys and the judge conference around the judge's bench. This should not go on for much longer, though, because it looks like on the feed that I can see, that's a few seconds ahead of what you can see, they're starting to break up a little bit. Again, we're following the case of Joshua Gaspar out of Cleveland, Ohio, and it looks like they're not going to break for the day. It looks like they're going to continue on with questioning from the trooper who's on the stand. This is one of several witnesses we've not been able to show on camera for reasons in many cases related to them sometimes being involved in undercover work. Let's listen back in because it looks like testimony is just about to resume.
Allegedly told you off the record that you felt was important to put into the report that you did.
Correct.
It didn't make it into your tape recorder or your iPhone.
That's
you
correct.
Shut it off. And you felt it was important enough to put in your report?
I did.
What was that statement, sir?
Can I read from that so
Yes.
I don't misquote it?
Yes, sir. I believe it's right around this area.
I listed in my report that Mr. Gaspar said to me, "I wish I would have swerved right, not left. It's a bad day. I hope he's okay."
And you put that verbatim as he said it in your report, sir?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
And we're not going to say other words that he spoke, but other words during this implied consent process, any discussion about it, any questions are captured on the audio recording, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, but you got for the day, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention today. Hopefully it frees anybody out too badly. You're doing all right. You're downstairs at 9. This morning we were doing some criminal matters before you came up. That was our delay for you today.
We are at the end of the day of testimony in the Joshua Gaspar case out of Cleveland, Ohio. It's a case involving a man charged with 13 different crimes, which were charged on 2 indictments. The list is lengthy. Most of them center around aggravated vehicular homicide and several different flavors of that charge. The rest of the charges mostly surround this issue as to whether or not the defendant was able to obtain an Ohio driver's license while a license in Alabama was suspended. It turns out there are a lot of information technology issues wrapped up in that whole mess, and Norman Williams is still here with us on the LawNewz Network to talk about some of those. So we've been listening in our breaks to some of the testimony from the DMV official who was on the stand this morning, and it turns out apparently that the system was supposed to know the witness was, or the license rather, was suspended, but there was a glitch in the system. So the system said the license was okay, but apparently it wasn't okay. So they're trying to charge this defendant with a whole mess of other things. You got motor vehicle offenses, driving with a suspended license, tampering with records. There's 2 different counts of that. One's a 3rd-degree felony, one's a 1st-degree misdemeanor. There's another sort of catch-all charge for prohibited acts involving concealing a material fact or presenting a false or fictitious statement from a physician, and I think that's got to do with the document that was somehow pushed over. You know, I'm still trying to figure out how they're going to get at that one. There's also a falsification, swearing to a false statement that's wrapped up in this as well. And of course, in order to get the felony 1, they need to prove aggravated vehicular homicide along with no valid license and striking a peace officer, which is uncontested, and being under the effects of the methadone, which so far from my understanding is they haven't put any particular witness on to say that the amount of methadone taken would have caused a reaction in this particular crash. So my supposition is, okay, well, maybe even if some of these license issues stick, having a couple of misdemeanors stick, but getting out from underneath the first-degree felony would be a defense win.
Oh, huge victory. It would be. It definitely would be. I just don't understand how the prosecution is going to prove that Gasper was overly medicated, let's say, so that his ability to drive would have been impaired. I think there's a big range in the level of dose that you'll receive when you're on methadone maintenance, and that depends on what the point of the program is, whether they're trying to step you down or whether you're going to be maintained over a long period of time. You know, I've also seen situations where methadone was given as a pain medication, and I think that the state has a pretty high hurdle to jump in terms of proving that this crash was caused by his uses of methadone.
It would seem that way to me, but I'm waiting for the doctor or the pharmacist or the pharmacological expert or somebody to get up there and say, this dosage in this time frame can cause this level of impairment. Right. I have not heard that yet. Right. And if they leave that to the jury to make that jump, I don't think they've proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, that's not the kind of jump that a jury can take.
No, they can't even submit that charge for the jury's consideration, because there's no evidence that would allow them to make the decision or make that determination. So if they don't put a drug expert up there, they're just going to lose on every charge that's dependent on proving that his abilities were impaired.
I am curious to see how far they go with that. Hopefully that's a testimony, or presumably it's testimony that we're going to see over the next couple of days. I want to go back and continue to listen to the DMV person who was on the stand. This is Amber Lynn Daniels, who handles records for the DMV in Ohio. Clip 19 is where we're going to pick things up, and she's testifying about whether or not his license was issued in error because the Alabama license, the original license, was still theoretically suspended, even though the record system that's shared among the various states didn't indicate that the Alabama license was bad.
If the driver went in and you're saying he doesn't, because he didn't, if you're saying if he does not know that he has a block, like it doesn't come up when he goes into the system.
Right. An old suspension that he thinks is over from a year past.
And it doesn't come up and he has no knowledge, then that would be correct. It would be a valid license once he's given it. Correct.
So really it all depends on what his knowledge is as to whether or not he was suspended in the other state or whether or not that suspension may have been up. Is that safe to say?
Objection.
I think if a driver has knowledge and was told by the state of Alabama they're suspended, then it would be up to them to investigate and get that suspension off their record. But if they have no knowledge of that, then I guess that could be correct.
And let's clarify, suspensions are for a set amount of time, are they not?
As long as if you don't meet the requirements, they can be indefinite. Like in Ohio, they can be indefinite even if you do meet a time restriction. It may depend on a court release. There's multiple factors.
In this particular case, the suspension we're talking about was a 6-month suspension in Alabama.
Objection.
Do you know?
I have no knowledge of, I have no details of what suspension it was in his, I don't have that information.
Okay.
I don't remember that.
Thank you, ma'am.
That was one of the DMV officials on the stand earlier today under cross-examination by defense attorney John Sin. And I think that this defense attorney does not drag things out in cross-examination, but he asks very pointed questions that go right straight to the core of the matter.
Like what he's supposed to do.
Yes, he does not draw, and he does not cross-examine people for no reason, just to hear himself talk. Exactly. He has let a lot of witnesses get up there, testify. He says, I have no questions for that witness, especially the eyewitnesses. Now, I know a lot of defense attorneys are afraid to not say something, but sometimes there's no point in just asking meaningless questions.
If a witness doesn't hurt your client, don't ask a question. Just let them go.
You know, the eyewitnesses, you know, how can they really attack what an eyewitness saw other than to say,
Exactly.
did you really observe it that way, to attack the person's observation skills? And I mean, it's not contested that this defendant struck that officer. It's a question of intent. It's a question of causation. It's a question of whether or not the methadone would have been affecting that particular defendant in that way.
Right.
That's the question.
And those are the things that an eyewitness probably can't figure out, particularly if you do not know the person that you're observing personally and know things about their life. So,
and an interesting thing about the eyewitnesses, so many of them actually were past the point of impact and they just happened to see it in their rearview mirror.
Right.
But even if the defense were to take the tactic, and it would probably be a poor tactic in my opinion, to question their skills of observation.
Right.
Maybe it could just be said in closing argument, half of the witnesses saw things through their rearview mirror. When you're looking at things through mirrors, it's hard to judge speed.
Exactly. And also when you're witnessing a traumatic event, your mind plays tricks on you and you don't necessarily see things cleanly.
I agree. You know, this thing with the witness, though, this defense attorney, I thought the cross-examination was skillful because there's a question in that last clip that we heard. If he gets a license at your window, doesn't he presume that it's valid? Yes.
Right.
Okay, so if they screwed up with the record keeping, the defense is going to keep driving that point home.
That's right.
He wasn't on notice that he
he had no knowledge.
Didn't get it. But then they're going back saying he should have never applied for it in the first place, that the burden was on him to make a valid application. Now, legally, they might be able to catch him on that one. Or do you disagree?
I disagree. I mean, sometimes a person, the only way someone knows that their license is okay is if the DMV says it's okay or lets them go to the next step that they wouldn't be able to if the license was invalid. And it looks like this is the state's problem.
But let me just argue it the other way. I mean, there are some things that people are just on notice for. You can't argue, I'm sorry, officer, I didn't know the speed limit here.
Right.
Or I didn't see the sign. I mean, you can't say that as a matter of law. So if the law in Ohio is that you have to make a valid presentment to the DMV, then the technicality or the operation of the law is the catch.
Right, right.
Not so much on their issuance.
Right. Well, I mean, if it wasn't, that's the problem. If it wasn't valid, then he would not have been issued the Ohio license. That's the that's the problem. Like there's notice.
There are a couple of issues all wrapped up in one. So maybe he made an invalid presentment, but they didn't catch it. So maybe he, I guess it's a question of how he approached the window. Did he approach it knowing full well he shouldn't have gotten one and that he was given one, or did he present and say, can I get one, and they check and say, oh yeah, you're all fine up here?
Right. I mean, we're also assuming that the suspension in Alabama was valid. What if that was invalid?
I'm not even sure. I don't know what testimony was done this morning beyond these little clips.
Right. There's a lot of unknowns, and proven knowledge with licensing can be very difficult.
I am under the assumption that the prosecution may have cleaned this up this morning. It's just I was not here to see it. So let's assume that some of these questions were cleaned up then, and we'll continue on. I want to move to clip 20 now. This is more about the investigation here. I believe this is another state trooper on the stand.
Charles Michael Jackson, Charles.
And sir, are you employed?
Yes, I am.
By whom?
The Ohio State Highway Patrol.
In what capacity, sir?
I'm a state trooper / investigator.
And how long have you been employed by Ohio State Highway Patrol?
A little over 18 years.
And what have been some of your duties there?
Started out as a normal road trooper. Did that for a few years. I did crash reconstruction for a few years temporarily. And then about 2 years ago, I had the opportunity to join our investigation unit.
And what are some of the duties associated with the investigation unit?
We investigate things outside the norm of a normal road trooper. A trooper comes across something that would take them off the road or take a lot of time, then our office would get involved and assist, if not take over.
And what sort of training experience goes into being assigned to that unit?
There's some core requirements for interviews and interrogations. We have a basic investigative class that we go through, an executive protection class that we go through, and then from there we have the opportunity to obtain other classes, which would be evidence technician classes, shooting reconstruction classes, a whole wide variety of classes that we can take and train.
And what are some of your daily responsibilities as part of the investigation unit?
For me, I have Lorraine Correctional as my main responsibility. So anything that happens within inside the walls of Lorraine Correctional, if it's criminal matter, then I'll investigate it.
Now, were you employed and working with this unit on September 15th of 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your assignment that day?
That day, I was just in the office, just catching up on some cases. I wasn't in the prison that day. I was actually in the office.
And during the course of your time in the office on that day, did you have occasion to respond to the fatal crash on I-90 westbound?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did you do once you received that assignment?
I was actually at lunch when we received the assignment with 3 other troopers. Once the call came in, myself and then Trooper Aussie immediately.
I'm sorry, Trooper.
Aussie, A-U-S-S-E, responded to Cleveland Metro Hospital.
And why did you respond to Cleveland Metro Hospital?
We already had officers en route to the scene of the crash, and we weren't sure if we had anyone from our office that was at the hospital there to obtain evidence.
And what did you do once you responded to the hospital?
I got to the hospital, and I was greeted by Sergeant Harris from Post 18, and we were pretty much on a standby. Trooper Velez had already ceased. At that time, I was taking orders from Sergeant Blake, who's now since retired. He ordered me to obtain any evidence necessary that I was able to get from Trooper Velez and possibly take photos.
And did you complete that task?
I was able to get to the evidence. The body picks up Trooper Velez. I was stopped. I was stopped before entering the room by Staff Lieutenant Haymaker. He felt that it would be too hard for me, being that I knew Trooper Velez for a long time. So Cleveland Police, they offered to some of the detectives in to take photos.
And did you collect the physical evidence from Trooper Velez?
I received a biohazard bag from Sergeant Harris that contained some clothing, just a few clothing items. From there, they were secured in my vehicle, and then.
What did you do after securing those items in your vehicle?
After they were secured in the vehicle, I stood by and waiting for further orders, just to see if anyone else needed anything. Our district staff was on scene. We had people from Columbus up on scene, up at the hospital. Family was on scene. So myself and Trooper Rossi, we stood by the hospital just to see, making sure nothing else was needed. And then later on that evening, we did secure from there and then went to our Cleveland District headquarters where our office is located at. And took the evidence to the evidence locker, the minimal evidence that I had.
Okay. After you deposited the evidence in the evidence locker, what did you do next as it relates to this investigation?
Afterwards, the only thing else, I had very minimal work in this case. Inside the evidence locker, the vehicles were secured, and we also assisted just by with the vehicle inventory of the suspects, Mr. Gasper's vehicle. Assisted with that.
Explain to me the normal process through which a vehicle inventory is completed.
For this Since it was already removed from the scene and brought in later, I believe they waited for a search warrant. Once a search warrant was obtained, I believe the only thing I did with the inventory was I just documented what was called off and that was inside the vehicle. We're just documenting property that's inside the vehicle.
And what is the typical process in which an inventory of a vehicle is conducted?
We'll start in one section of the vehicle, and you work your way around inside the vehicle, just documenting what's inside.
And why is it done this way?
You try to keep it uniform, for one, so you're not doing double the work. Also, in case the reason for the search warrant is in case you come across something that would be evidence-worthy, so we're covered. And then just a document to save, to look out for us. If there's anything about monetary value, anything with a lot of money, we can make sure it's documented. If it's anything of high value, just want to make sure everything's in there is documented. Make sure nothing comes up missing.
In the case of going through this defendant's car, did you assist with that inventory?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
In the case of this defendant going through inventory his vehicle, did you assist with this?
Yes, I did.
And who were you working? Were you working with somebody else in completing the inventory?
I believe I was. I was the author. I believe the one writing on the inventory sheet.
What does that mean? That you're the author?
Well, we have our inventory sheet. From there, it has the basic information, the vehicle information, it has a driver information on there, we'll document. And then underneath, what we'll have is why the vehicle is being inventoried, if it's out of a crash, a felony arrest. And then there's a section in there for the compartments of the vehicle. It would be the inside compartment in the trunk, area, glove box.
And did you complete paperwork associated with the inventory of this vehicle?
I believe so, ma'am.
And would that have been done during the normal course of your duties?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, please, Your Honor. And what information is typically contained on...
So that was one of the officers who testified this morning. It was an officer who I think testified that he knew the victim in this case. And Norman, it's got to be a tough case for a defense attorney when all of the officers, or many of the officers, are investigating the death of an officer they knew.
Yeah, it's tough. It's very tough because you start off assuming that they either did the right thing or they're somewhere where they fudged things, which in a situation like that, like this, it doesn't happen quite as much because people kind of feel like they need to do everything by the book, by the numbers, as it were.
And it seems like almost every officer in Cuyahoga County was called to investigate this thing.
Yeah, all 10 of them.
Well,
yeah.
there have been more than 10, I think. I mean, well, Cleveland's a big enough city. Don't be
true,
knocking Cleveland just because you sit in New York here and you're a defense attorney in New York. Cleveland's a big city.
No, that is true.
Stuff happens in Cleveland.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. That is true.
Well, let's continue our review of what's been testified to today. One of the critical witnesses on the stand this afternoon was the medical examiner, and I don't know if there's any easy way to say this. The injuries that this trooper suffered were just absolutely catastrophic, and the medical examiner went through a litany of some of what happened. Let's listen into some of it as we wrap the day up.
What would be the immediate risk to life based on that type of injury?
There would be massive bleeding from that artery. It would be pumping out because it's an artery. The heart squeezes and the blood would just pump right out of that. After several minutes without stopping that bleeding, then there would be bleeding to death, which medically is known as exsanguination.
So
given the injury that you described to the right armpit area and the tear of that artery, would a lay person think of it as being close to or the same as a traumatic amputation of the entire limb where the artery is then flowing freely?
Yes. Although the arm is still attached at the joint, the muscle or the artery is just freely pumping out blood.
What effect, if any, would the application of a tourniquet have on that specific injury?
A tourniquet is designed to add force to squeeze down an open wound. So if it's wrapped around appropriately, it would stop the flowing of blood. The problem here is that the laceration is closer to the shoulder joint, and the tourniquet was not applied, at least when I did the autopsy, that high up. It may have been up closer to the shoulder joint at one time, not when I examined Officer or Trooper Velez.
Now, I'm going to refer to this set of injuries as a grouping or a constellation of injuries as a whole, okay?
Yes.
And that's Roman numeral 1, the blunt impacts to head, trunk, and extremities. Taken as a group, are these consistent with a high-speed motor vehicle striking a person on foot?
Yes.
Why?
The symmetrical injuries of the shins would imply that he was standing with equal weight on both legs when he was struck by a horizontal object such as a bumper, something that's at the level that the fractures are. And then there are several types of tears. To a lay person, they're called road rash, and those are irregular abrasions, much like sandpaper scraping on the body, and that's consistent with gravel and or the rough nature of highway pavement.
If there is dash cam video that doesn't show the moment of impact, but shows Trooper Velez's body having been launched into the air by the force of the impact and then restriking the ground, is that also consistent with your findings at time of autopsy in terms of not just high-speed motor vehicle strike, but then secondary injuries upon coming to rest on the pavement?
Yes.
Are you able to tell us his body position at the moment he was struck?
No.
Tell us why not.
There are multiple factors in trying to identify how someone is positioned when they're struck. There are impact sites being bruising on both sides of the body, but there's no pattern. And I look for patterns, meaning especially when it's a motor vehicle, I'm looking for an actual bumper mark or something that's squared off that might imply a license plate or license plate holder. The headlight are oftentimes in vehicles are recessed, and so that might be circular or rounded off or squared off. Those would help me as a forensic pathologist say that part of the vehicle struck the deceased. There were no such type patterns on Trooper Velez's body.
Given what you just stated, I want to focus for a moment on Roman numeral 1, letter E. Fractures of left 8th through 11th ribs, 12th thoracic vertebrae, both tibias and both fibulas.
Yes.
Left is from the person's own orientation, so if I'm touching my left ribs, does that agree with your designation of left ribs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can anything be deduced or inferred as to this side of the body having been impacted either at the time of the collision by the motor vehicle or upon landing on the pavement? Because the left side is fractured, but we don't find the same fractures on the right side.
That's correct.
So based on that differential situation, what comments, if any, can you offer on that?
That there was more force directed to his left side, either from the striking vehicle or him striking part of the vehicle or landing on a firm object. Just that the left side took an impact, at least one impact.
Is it possible that the left side...
That was the medical examiner on the stand in this Joshua Gasper trial that we're covering out of Cleveland, Ohio. And Norman, usually a medical examiner is frequently left until the end of a case by a prosecutor because it's a more critical witness. But in this case, the medical examiner is in the middle because it's really not too far-fetched to say that the trooper died of the injuries that were the result of a interstate speed impact from a vehicle.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, I guess proving the death is not so critical, but I think putting the ME in the middle actually is a decent strategy, only because it's a very heavy scientific witness, and it's not necessarily the most exciting witness in the world. And it's also the witness that really focuses the jury on how horrible the incident was and how painful a death this trooper probably had to suffer through, you know. But
that's the way it went down.
Yeah.
So you know, it seems that the more critical witnesses for the state here are probably going to be some kind of toxicologist who can testify about the methadone. That's the key link in this, that if that falls, then so many of these charges fall.
Right. The elevated charges go away without that.
Well, we're going to wrap up for the day. So Norman Williams, criminal defense attorney here in New York City. It's always good to see you on the LawNewz Network.
Same here.
All right. We will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. And, of course, a reminder that we're here until at least 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, unless testimony runs late, which it has not done in any recent memory for any of us who are here late every day. So for now, this is Aaron Keller at the LawNewz Network. We'll see you back here at 9 a.m. Have a good evening.